A PDF of additional material accompanies this program. Simon & Schuster Audio presents The Whole Body Reset, your weight loss plan for a flat belly, optimum health, and a body you'll love at midlife and beyond, by Stephen Perrine, with Heidi Skolnik. Read by Stephen Perrine.
Introduction: A flat belly at 50 plus. You don't have to gain weight as you age. All the negatives we associate with age 50 and beyond, an expanding midsection, softer muscles, and general physical decline, they aren't inevitable. They're avoidable. Indeed, they're even reversible. And yet, the vast majority of us struggle with weight gain in middle age. The standard weight loss tricks that may have worked in our 30s and 40s no longer keep the weight off. We may be eating just as healthfully and exercising just as much, but we're still gaining weight, seemingly faster than ever before. Why? This book answers that question, and it lays out the simple, proven, and effective program that can reverse age-related weight gain and muscle loss, flatten your belly, and slash your risk of disease, disability, and mental and physical decline. This isn't a fad diet. This isn't like anything you've ever experienced before. This is the whole body reset. I used to be thin. Wherever you're sitting right now, take a moment to glance down. See your belly? It's larger than it once was, isn't it? Belly fat evokes a lot of feelings. It's easy to take this growing expanse, this middle-age spread, as a personal affront. It's right there in front of us all the time, and it just won't seem to go away. In fact, if anything, it keeps getting bigger. No matter how many exercise programs we've tried, how many diets we've attempted, how many supplements or superfoods we've eaten, belly fat is as stubborn as a tired 3-year-old. It won't be moved by any amount of logic, any degree of bargaining or begging. In fact, between our 20s and our 60s, men on average experience a more than 200% increase in visceral fat. That's the fat that lies deep in our bellies, hanging around our internal organs like rock star groupies. Women see a 400% increase in this type of fat. Maybe, we tell ourselves, our belly fat is a sign that we've failed. Or maybe it's just a sign that we're getting old. If you've ever felt that way, well, I'm right there with you. For most of my life, managing my weight was easy. In fact, weight loss was practically my career. I've researched, written about, and followed just about every diet trend of the past several decades. I've broken gluten-free bread with tennis champ Novak Djokovic and broken a sweat alongside race car driver Danica Patrick. I've followed paleo, low-fat, low-carb, vegetarian, vegan, and anti-obesogenic diet plans. I've intermittent fasted. I've cleansed. I've gone organic and sugar-free. I spent nearly 2 decades working at Men's Health, where we practically invented the word abs. And for most of that time, I edited the highly successful Eat This Not That franchise, first as a food column, then as a book series, and then as its own magazine and website. I've overseen more than 24 New York Times bestsellers in the diet and nutrition field as an author, editor, or publisher. In other words, if you can eat it, I've probably written a book on it. Then a few years ago, 2 things happened. First, I turned 50. Then I joined the staff of AARP. As executive editor, I oversee health and wellness coverage for AARP the magazine and the AARP Bulletin. When our nearly 38 million members write in with their health and fitness concerns, I'm the guy whose inbox gets flooded. And among our members, one worry pops up over and over. I used to be thin. Now I'm overweight. and there doesn't seem to be anything I can do about it. That's how I felt too. I was eating the same way I always had, enjoying the same healthy, balanced diet that had kept me in size 32 pants well into my 40s. But my old clothes weren't fitting anymore, my belly was getting larger, and my old way of eating and exercising wasn't cutting it. As a health journalist, I knew that this new front porch was doing more than making me look bad. Belly fat is dangerous. Unlike the subcutaneous or under-the-skin fat you can pinch between your fingers, our belly or visceral fat sits in our abdominal cavity, coating our major organs. As it grows, it generates inflammatory compounds, substances that have been linked to arteriosclerosis, asthma, autoimmune diseases, Alzheimer's, and that's just the A's. You can add in an increased risk of colon, breast, and prostate cancers, type 2 diabetes, stroke, and heart disease to that list. The emergence of COVID-19 put an even finer point on it, as belly fat's sniveling little sidekick, chronic inflammation, arose as one of the top risk factors for coronavirus complications. Being overweight can even increase your risk of taking a fall or dying in a car accident. Bottom line, if it can kill you, there's a good chance belly fat plays a role. What I needed was a program designed specifically for someone my age, a smart, easy, effective eating plan for a person at midlife and beyond. So I looked around and I discovered there's not much out there for people our age. For all the countless diet programs that claim to shred fat, melt our bellies, and supercharge our metabolisms, few, if any, are designed to target the specific needs of people at midlife and beyond. Modern diet and weight loss programs, including popular programs like the South Beach Diet or Whole30, as well as proven healthy nutrition plans like the Mediterranean diet, have been developed and targeted to the general public. Despite the significant changes that occur in our bodies as we age, particularly in our hormonal, structural, and digestive systems, no program existed to address the specific needs of people our age. Even the U.S. government has left people 50 and older in the lurch. The 2020 to 2025 Dietary Guidelines for Americans, which informs everything from food packaging to agricultural policy, includes specific recommendations for every age category. For toddlers, teens, young adults, and folks in their 20s, 30s, and 40s, broken out by gender and carefully curated up to age 50. But there, the dietary guidelines drops us like hot potatoes. Indeed, there's just one additional set of guidelines for men and another one for women, and all they say is 51 plus. As far as the government is concerned, outside of recommending more calcium and vitamin D after age 70, the daily nutritional goals are the same for a 51-year-old woman and her 75-year-old mom. Does that seem right to you? Many experts who study the nutritional needs of people 50 and older believe that the current guidelines are so far off they're potentially unhealthy, a recipe for weight gain. And the most surprising fact of all is that there's plenty of science available to show exactly how we should eat to prevent age-related muscle loss, reverse age-related weight gain, and, most important, preserve our long-term health. It's called protein timing. Protein timing is a way of eating that's deceptively simple, but has been shown in study after study to halt age-related weight gain, preserve lean muscle, and turn back the tide of what we've come to think of as natural decline. But the word just isn't getting out. I set out to change that. I've spent the past 4 years poring over hundreds of studies, talking to scores of researchers, and crunching numbers and ideas with my co-author, nutritionist and exercise scientist Heidi Skolnik. Now, backed by the mighty resources of AARP, the guidance of a panel of top health experts, and the enthusiastic participation of AARP staffers, I've built the first tested and proven science-based weight loss program designed specifically for men and women at midlife and beyond. It's the whole body reset, and it's exactly what we need at this stage in our lives. Test Panel Testimonial. I went off blood pressure medicines. My cholesterol is better, and it's fun to shop for clothes again. Elizabeth Woodward, age 55, Tigard, Oregon, dropped 22 pounds on the 12-week test panel and 30 pounds overall. Elizabeth knew she needed to make a healthy change. I was up 30 pounds over my ideal weight, meaning the weight I wanted to be at, she says. A former exercise physiologist, Elizabeth was already very active, walking 6 to 8 miles every day and going to the gym regularly. So she knew that if she was going to drop those unwanted pounds, it meant changing her diet. Knowing what you need to do and actually doing it are two different things, she told us. Then AARP offered this program. I just said, okay, this is my start date. This is what I'm doing. She began by becoming more aware of what she was eating, making sure her portions were sensible, and most important of all, adding protein to her breakfasts every day. And sure enough, not only did the pounds start coming off, she lost 22 during the Whole Body Reset 12-week trial. But they kept coming off and stayed off even during the pandemic. Today, she's not only 30 pounds lighter, but she recently tried on her wedding dress, and it fit. My daughter was really impressed, she says. So was her doctor. Her healthy HDL cholesterol levels rose, her unhealthy LDL levels dropped, and now both are within the recommended guidelines. I was even able to go off my blood pressure medicine when I dropped the weight, she says. My doctor put me back on after my weight plateaued, but at a very low dose. And she did it all without feeling like she was making sacrifices. I still have my mocha in the morning. That's what I get up for, Elizabeth says. And I love ice cream. I still have it almost every night. I'm just careful about what I eat the rest of the day. But perhaps most important is how she feels. My energy levels have definitely increased. My mood improved, and now it's fun to shop for clothes again. I couldn't go to the stores because of COVID, so I've been shopping online, and I find that I'm not returning things like I used to because the clothes fit better. I've always worked remotely, but recently I went into the office, and they were like, "Oh my gosh, what happened to you?" Everyone wanted to know what I did, and I said, the whole body reset. A weight loss plan for the rest of us. The whole body reset applies up-to-the-minute weight loss science, drawing from research primarily conducted not on animals, not on the general public, but on people our age, because our bodies are different, and a study of a food's effects on yeast, fruit flies, rodents, or 20-something athletes is not the same as evidence of its effects on our prime years physiques. It reveals how protein timing, eating protein in the proper amounts throughout the day, triggers older bodies to spurn fat gain and hold on to lean muscle tissue. This approach, coupled with plenty of fiber, vitamins and minerals, and healthy fats, can help us not only to reshape our bodies, but to reshape our very lives. It's the foundation of the whole body reset. This program isn't low carb or low fat. It doesn't require calorie counting or periods of food restriction, and it doesn't eliminate any particular food category. But once you know how to do it and incorporate it into your daily life, it can strip away as much as 19 pounds in just 12 weeks, with the vast majority of those pounds coming from pure fat, while preserving muscle mass, maintaining metabolism, and positively impacting blood pressure and other critical markers of wellness. It can even significantly reduce your risk of many of the chronic diseases of aging, enhancing the overall health of both your body and your brain. And the whole body reset is easy. We can eat what we want. There's no weird science that says we can't eat certain food groups like beans or tomatoes or bread or milk or whatever it is we crave. This plan isn't low carb or low fat or ketogenic. No foods are required. No foods are off limits. There are no calorie counting charts to follow or measurements to take. Nor does the whole body reset require you to eat foods that don't fit your lifestyle or suit your body. Whether you're gluten-free, vegetarian or vegan, or simply hate eggplant, you'll find you can eat well on the whole body reset. We can eat real, normal, everyday foods. There are no special products or expensive supplements or exotic superfoods. Just great, delicious food you'll find at your local supermarket and favorite restaurants. Yes, even fast food restaurants. We can eat when we want. We don't have to fast or cleanse or restrict ourselves to on or off hours or days. There aren't any tricky phases to navigate. This program is safe, healthy, and effective, and approved by top researchers in the fields of aging, nutrition, and weight management. To prove just how effective this plan is, AARP solicited employees aged 50 to 75 to take part in the first national pilot of the whole body reset. More than 100 employees embarked on a 12-week health journey designed to stop and even reverse age-related weight gain and muscle loss. Even as they ate and exercised to build and preserve muscle mass, participants reported an average weight loss of more than 5 pounds, with 1 in 3 losing 10 pounds or more. Coming up, you'll meet some of these folks, people just like you and me, and discover just how easy it was for them to tweak their diets and earn life-altering results. The whole body reset works. It worked for me. It worked for our exclusive AARP test panel. And it can work for you. P.S. Take the action. During our hugely successful whole body reset pilot, we sent our panelists weekly 2-minute exercises designed to help them turn the ideas in this program into simple but life-changing steps toward taking back control of their health. You'll find these action steps at the end of each of the first 12 chapters in the book, and also in the included PDF. So grab a pencil and give them a try. They'll make your journey even easier. Test Panel Testimonial. This is real food that everyone likes. Bill Hawkins, age 64, Birmingham, Alabama, dropped 10 pounds on the 12-week test panel and 40 pounds overall. Weight control has for years been an issue for Bill, a diabetic, and as a result, he's no stranger to weight loss plans. I had done every diet known to man, and it's always a struggle, he says. But he couldn't find one he could stick to. The problem? Most diets just aren't made for real life. Many of the diets I've read about are things you can't sustain, he told us. They're geared for folks of different ages or for people who have access to weird or uncommon ingredients. I have a family, and most programs require foods that they're just not going to eat. But the whole body reset is different. When I saw this, it tied into everything I needed. You want meals that are convenient, that meet your needs. This is real food that everyone likes. The diet was so easy that he lost 10 pounds during AARP's initial 12-week pilot and another 30 pounds during COVID. The key to success for Bill has been eating more protein, which has allowed him to reduce simple starches and up the number of fruits and vegetables he consumes without feeling hungry or deprived. I feel fulfilled, especially in my lunch and nighttime meals, he says. As a result, he says his diabetes has become much easier to manage. I feel tremendously better when my blood sugar is under control, and this diet has helped me do that. I can't cut out medicines, but I can drastically reduce the number of times I have to go to the doctor, and I can point to better sleep, which has helped. Top 10 benefits of the whole body reset. 1. Counteract the natural slowing of metabolism. 2. Support and regulate the immune system. 3. Curtail age-related muscle loss. 4. Protect against loss of mobility. 5. Bolster cognitive function. 6. Promote bone health. 7. Support robust cardiovascular health, including healthy blood pressure. 8. Stabilize blood sugar. 9. Improve general digestive health. 10. Boost vitality, alertness, and engagement. The whole body reset at a glance. This is also included in the accompanying PDF. Number of meals, 3. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. At least 25 grams of protein at each meal for women, at least 30 grams for men. Each meal will include at least 5 grams of fiber. Don't worry, this is easy. Number of snacks, 1 to 2. Each snack will give you an additional 7 or more grams of protein and 2 or more grams of fiber. Foods to focus on. Animal and plant proteins. Lean meat, fish, poultry, eggs, nuts, and beans all figure in our daily protein strategy, although you can reach this goal even if you follow a strict vegetarian or vegan lifestyle. We'll show you how. Dairy. You'll gain additional benefits if a portion of your protein intake comes from dairy foods, which will give you crucial muscle-building, disease-fighting nutrients like calcium, vitamin D, and magnesium. Can't tolerate lactose? We've got you covered. You'll hear more in Chapter 4. High-fiber grains, cereals, beans, and nuts. Potent fiber sources. These plant foods will keep your energy high and help support fat fighting, muscle maintenance, and gut health. Colorful fruits and vegetables. You need to eat more now that you're a little older. As we age, our ability to extract nutrients from food diminishes, so it's important to snack on lots of colorful plant foods throughout the day, giving you fiber as well as vital minerals, vitamins, and other nutrients. Healthy fats and oils from omega-3 rich seafoods, nuts, olives, and avocado. 2 servings a day will help keep you lean and sharp. Calorie-free drinks. The whole body reset promotes increased consumption of water, still and sparkling. Try it with a slice of fruit, as well as unsweetened tea and coffee. Secret weapon. Protein breakfast smoothies. The easiest, most efficient way to make every day a muscle-building, fat-burning day. Foods to avoid? Highly processed foods and calorie-laden drinks. Don't worry, you won't feel deprived. You can still find plenty of ready-to-eat treats in your local supermarket or online store. Listen to Chapter 8 to hear about the amazing Magic Supermarket Label Decoder. Exercise. Whatever fits your lifestyle and your body. Walking, running, biking, hiking, dancing in the kitchen, along with some strength and resistance training. Shoot for about 30 minutes a day, about 5 days per week. We make it easy to do and easy to fit into your day. You'll hear about it in Chapter 12, Your Whole Body Fitness Plan. Phases, restrictions, specific meal timings, superfoods, and gimmicks? None. Chapter 1. The age-defying magic of protein timing. The shocking new breakthrough in nutrition. If you feel helpless and hopeless about your weight, you're not alone. In the United States, nearly 43% of adults aged 40 to 59 are overweight or obese. Among those 60 and older, 41% are obese. Among adult Hispanics and non-Hispanic blacks, rates are even more dire, especially for women. 54% of adult black women and 51% of adult Hispanic women are obese. Chances are you've already tried a bunch of other diets, and workouts, and superfoods. And even if you've lost weight successfully in the past, I can almost guarantee that you've since put those pounds and more back on your frame. In fact, one study of more than 8,800 people found that those who had been on a diet in the previous year were significantly more likely to gain weight than those who had not. And the more diets you go on, the greater your likelihood of gaining weight in the future. That's because traditional weight loss diets trigger our bodies to grow fatter in 3 specific ways. The first is that, by restricting calories, a traditional diet sends your body the message that it needs to be prepared to live through times of famine. Once your body receives that signal, it automatically turns down your resting metabolism, the number of calories your body burns while you're sleeping, sitting at the computer, or binge-watching TV shows. So as great as it might feel to lose a few pounds by cutting calories or skipping meals or restricting foods, what you've done in reality is to reduce the number of calories your body burns each and every day, setting you up for future weight gain. The second is that when we go on a diet, we don't just lose fat. Most of us lose muscle too, and muscle is more metabolically active than fat. Once we're into our mid-40s or so, muscle loss is an already insidious problem we must battle against on a daily basis. Because muscle plays a huge role in preventing belly fat, the more muscle we lose, the more belly fat we'll gain in response. The third and perhaps most important reason is that most diets are built for the general public, not for people in midlife. And our bodies at midlife are different, but not in a bad way. In fact, as we enter midlife, our bodies undergo an upgrade of sorts. They transition from old-school muscle cars, the type that run best on regular gas, to high-performance sports coupes. And high-performance vehicles require high-performance fuel. Consider, as we get older, our body's ability to turn protein into muscle is reduced, a phenomenon known as anabolic resistance. This process starts as early as our 30s and accelerates with age. Our protein needs skyrocket as our bodies are beset by age-related muscle loss. New research shows that people in their 50s, 60s, and 70s may need considerably more protein than those in their 20s and 30s, and far more than the current RDA guidelines recommend. And not just a steak at dinner. We need to spread protein throughout the day if we want to hold on to our life-giving muscle. Science shows that those who retain muscle as they age lower their risk of obesity, heart disease, even dementia. As we pass midlife, our ability to extract nutrients from food diminishes, so nutrient density, the notion of making your calories count nutrition-wise, becomes a critical issue. In particular, vitamin D, calcium, magnesium, and vitamin B12 often become more difficult for us to access, even if we're getting enough of them. And these nutrients are crucial to helping us hold on to muscle and prevent fat gain. That's another reason why we need more protein and dairy, as well as more fruits and vegetables. Indeed, researchers have recently discovered that the more fruits and vegetables older adults eat, the lower their degree of muscle loss as they age. Americans eat only about 16 grams of fiber per day, not nearly enough to keep our weight steady. A lack of fiber may be one of the biggest reasons we can't drop pounds. One weight loss study of individuals with metabolic syndrome, a combination of health factors including excess belly fat and high cholesterol, blood pressure, and blood sugar, found that eating 30 grams of fiber per day without dieting was nearly as effective as following a diet that cut sugar, fat, salt, and alcohol. And yet, shockingly, the USDA guidelines actually recommend we reduce fiber intake as we age. No wonder we're gaining weight. All these weight-related factors and their effect on midlife Americans have been extensively researched. They just haven't been widely reported on. Until now. And no diet takes these surprising and significant differences in our bodies into account. Until now. Why the whole body reset? And why now? We asked our panelists why they needed the whole body reset. Here are some of their responses. I'm getting married to my partner in July and am trying to lose about 10 pounds before then. It is simple. I want to see my grandchildren grow up. I'm planning a hiking vacation this summer and know by losing weight I'll have more endurance and enjoy myself much more. As a type 2 diabetic, I am always looking for ways to control and reduce my A1C. I have lost some weight, but the last 10 to 15 pounds are so stubborn. The unique promise of the whole body reset. Enter the whole body reset and the magic of protein timing. It's a very simple way of eating that helps your body resist age-related muscle loss, even while you're burning fat and losing weight. Protein timing isn't a new concept, and it isn't a gimmick. It's a long-proven approach to maintaining and even growing lean muscle tissue. Mostly, it's been used by young athletes to improve performance, including muscular endurance, strength, power, and cardiovascular health. But more and more evidence is showing that as we get older, timing our protein intake is no longer just a matter of being able to jump higher or run longer. Because of the way our bodies change with age, protein timing becomes crucial to keeping us lean, healthy, and disease-free. Eating the right amount of protein at healthy intervals means significant weight loss with no rebound weight gain. One study even found that overweight adults 50 plus became both leaner and physically stronger when they started using protein timing. Here's why. When you were in your 20s, you could turn a glass of milk into muscle. Just a single cup of milk with its 8 grams of protein could get your body's muscle maintenance process revving. By the time we reach our 30s or so, we've already begun to see that ability fade, the aforementioned anabolic resistance. Metaphorically speaking, that glass of milk no longer boots up your muscle-building operating system. You need a bigger dose. The make muscle button has to be pushed harder and harder as we get older in order to make the process turn on. This is a huge issue because our bodies are constantly breaking down and rebuilding muscle tissue. But if you're not able to convert the food you eat into new muscle, then you're tearing down faster than you're building back up. And by the time we're in our 50s, the problem has gotten severe enough that many of us have already begun losing significant amounts of muscle mass, leading to weight gain and all sorts of bad health outcomes. You'll hear how this process increases our risk of heart disease, diabetes, and Alzheimer's, among many other issues, in the coming chapters. But we can stop this slow descent into muscle loss and weight gain. This process is reversible, and so easily. All we need to do is to up our protein intake to 25 to 30 grams per meal, and our bodies respond the same way a younger person's would. Indeed, one study found that when people in their 60s combined a high-quality protein meal and resistance exercise, their bodies responded in the same way as the bodies of people in their 20s. Let's say that again. If you eat the right amount of quality protein, your body responds as if it were 40 to 50 years younger. Voila! The whole body reset. This isn't a controversial point or some sort of far-out idea, by the way. It's the official position of ProtAge, an association of gerontologists and nutritionists. It recently reaffirmed that older people should eat about 1 to 1.2 grams of protein per kilogram of body weight, or roughly 0.5 to 0.6 grams per pound. But they also concluded that 25 to 30 grams of protein per meal was crucial for older people to reach their anabolic threshold, the point at which muscle can be maintained. And maintaining that muscle mass is what we're after. And don't get the idea that this is some sort of high-protein diet. The average person following this plan won't actually eat much, if any, more protein on a given day than he or she does already. But what will happen is that the timing and concentration of that protein is going to change, and the results will be extraordinary. Nor is the whole body reset one of those miserable low-carb or low-fat diets. No, there will be plenty of comforting carbs, including whole grain bread, with an emphasis on high-fiber cereals, beans and rice, and plenty of satisfying, healthy fats as well. And, of course, delicious salads and flavorful fruits and vegetables. Once you understand the power of protein timing, you'll see how easy it is to build nutritious and satisfying meals around all your favorite foods. Nothing is, pardon the pun, off the table. Essentially, to stay lean and strong, our bodies need to be treated more like those of elite athletes. If you think of your midlife body in this way, as an upgraded model that needs special care in the form of quality protein and higher nutrient foods, you'll be amazed at how well it can perform and how good it can look. More important, you'll see many of the markers of age and ill health, blood pressure levels, cholesterol counts, blood sugar readings, and the like, come back under control. These numbers are the warning lights on your dashboard. They're not telling you that you're getting old. They're telling you that the very cool, upgraded vehicle currently transporting you around simply needs better care. For people at midlife, protein timing begins at breakfast. Indeed, research shows that women who eat less than 25 grams of protein in the morning, for men it's 30 grams, will probably be in muscle loss mode all day. So if your day typically starts with a little more than a croissant and coffee, or even with a bowl of oatmeal and fruit, you'll find that the biggest step you can take on your midlife weight loss journey will come on your very first meal of day one. Of course, your physical size and features need to be taken into account. If you're a ballerina or a linebacker, you may need a little less or a little more protein at each meal. But studies suggest that even healthy older adults suffer from an impaired response to protein intake below 20 grams when compared to their younger peers. To get your day started, we've got plenty of protein-powered breakfast ideas, easy to whip up recipes, and even some ideas on what you can order at your favorite chain restaurant. Too busy to cook or even hit the drive-thru? To make muscle-up mornings even easier, we included 9 breakfast protein smoothie recipes in Chapter 14, included in your PDF. A smoothie for breakfast may be the fastest, easiest, and most delicious way to reset your whole body for muscle maintenance and weight control, even if you don't eat dairy. Let me say it again. That traditionally healthy breakfast, even if you're eating the high-fiber oat bran cereal your cardiologist recommends, isn't, in fact, healthy enough. Not for someone your age or mine. Test panel testimonial. I felt like I had more control over my eating and my physicality. Beth Daniels, age 57, Silver Spring, Maryland, dropped 19 pounds on our 12-week test panel. I had always been able to lose weight when I wanted to, says Beth. Like a normal person, my weight would go up and down. But once I turned 50, it changed. Suddenly, she no longer had control over her weight, and she needed to make a change. She also wanted to be thinner at her wedding, which was just a few months away. The whole body reset appealed to Beth for a number of reasons, but one of the most enticing was the recipes. There are recipes I still make years later. They were extremely helpful because I need to be told how to cook stuff. It made me feel like I had more control over my eating habits and my physicality, and they were tasty. Plus, she felt more comfortable eating out at restaurants, always knowing what she could order that would keep her body nourished. You have some very good tips on eating at restaurants while staying on the plan. Within weeks, Beth noticed a change in how she felt. I wasn't sluggish. My sleep was good and I had improvements in my mood. I just noticed that it was easier for me to move around. I felt lighter in my person. It was very motivating and it just made me feel more engaged. But Beth was surprised to see that while she was changing on the outside, healthy changes were happening inside as well. I was using my Fitbit and I realized my resting heart rate was noticeably lower. It was usually around 70 beats per minute, but it dropped down to about 64. What to expect on the whole body reset. As you can already see, the whole body reset is not a traditional diet plan. It's not a diet you'll go on, only to one day go off. It won't cause you to yo-yo between weight loss and those inevitable rebound pounds. Instead, it's a sustainable, lifelong approach to eating designed to help you halt age-related weight gain in its tracks and then gently guide you to a lifelong path of slow and easy weight loss. The whole body reset isn't about depriving you of foods. It's about increasing the number of healthy, life-sustaining foods you do eat. You can eat cake at the birthday party, and you don't have to hide under the couch when the pizza arrives. You just have to make sure to eat the nutrients you need each day to keep your body lean and strong. Instead of sacrifice and restriction, the whole body reset simply asks us to eat plenty of healthy, satisfying protein timed throughout the day. You can put an emphasis on dairy, milk, cheese, and yogurt, as well as meat, fish, and poultry if those foods fit your body and lifestyle. Or use the many plant-based suggestions in this program to create a vegetarian or even vegan-friendly version. You'll find both dairy-based and vegan protein smoothie recipes in the included PDF. Quality protein, fiber, healthy fats, vitamins and minerals, particularly potassium, magnesium, folate, vitamin D, and calcium. These and other essential life-giving substances are packed into the whole body reset in ways that make them easy for our bodies to access, digest, and put to use. As we get older, we have difficulty absorbing and using many of these nutrients, so to stay lean, fit, and healthy, people our age simply need more of them than younger folks do. We'll eat 3 satisfying meals and at least 1 belly-filling snack each day, packing in the nutrients our bodies need in a way that eliminates cravings, hunger pangs, and any sense of deprivation. As our pilot study proved, we can stay full and satisfied even as the weight falls off as if by magic. Within the first 2 weeks, belly fat will begin to disappear. We'll feel less bloated. We'll wake up each day looking forward to seeing how much stronger and healthier we feel. Even as these clear differences in our appearance are happening, our bodies can change dramatically on the inside as well. Blood glucose levels may drop. cholesterol levels may drop. On a cellular level, we may develop healthier, more numerous, more vibrant mitochondria, the microscopic engines of energy and youth. Muscle tissue, which has been deteriorating since our 30s, will begin to grow stronger as we improve our protein intake and combine it with a simple exercise plan. And it will happen not because we are denying ourselves certain foods or because we're trying to eat less. Just the opposite. It will happen because we're finally feeding our bodies more of the nutrients that our modern food culture, and even the recommendations of our government, has been depriving us of. The only thing you really need to do on the whole body reset is to make sure you hit your fiber and protein numbers while eating more good, healthy food. And the secret behind this program is to identify the premium nutrients that your premium body needs more of and find simple, clever, and delicious ways to fit more of them into your day. So get ready for a weight loss revolution. The whole body reset is here. Action step number 1, also included in the PDF. Eating 25 to 30 grams of protein at each meal, especially at breakfast, is critical as we get older. To begin focusing on this goal, take a moment to list 3 ways you can get 25 to 30 grams of protein at each meal. To plan out your proteins, refer to our complete whole body reset mix and match meal maker included in the PDF. Don't forget that protein comes from various sources, not just meat, fish, and dairy, but whole grains, beans, and nuts as well. Or steal any of the recipes from Chapter 14, also in the PDF. The story of 2 healthy diets. Meet Joan, age 56. Joan lives what she believes is a pretty healthy lifestyle. She runs a few times a week, rides her bike, and walks whenever she can, and she tries to eat healthfully. In fact, by most standards, Joan's diet is top-notch. But Joan has gained weight since she hit her late 40s. Not a lot, but a pound or 2 every year. Today, she's 15 pounds heavier than she was on her 45th birthday, and she can't figure out why. She eats the same as she always has. She exercises the same, but she keeps gaining weight. What's going on? Joan's next-door neighbor, Maria, is the same age. But unlike Joan, her weight is stable. In fact, she's fitting into the jeans she wore a decade earlier. She spends about the same amount of time exercising as Joan does, but while she also bikes and walks a lot, Maria is not a runner. Instead, she does resistance training in the form of yoga and Pilates. Joan and Maria eat very similar diets, and they have similar fitness schedules. But there are subtle differences, and those differences help to explain why Joan keeps gaining weight around her midsection and Maria doesn't. Can you see why? Joan's breakfast. Oatmeal cooked in water, that's about a half a cup uncooked by the way, with 1/4 cup blueberries and 1/2 cup skim milk. 9 grams of protein, 5 grams of fiber, 205 calories. Joan's breakfast is the spitting image of healthy, at least according to most nutrition experts. And she's getting enough cholesterol-lowering fiber to make her cardiologist happy. But she's starting her day with less than 10 grams of protein. That means that today is going to be a muscle loss day for our friend Joan, no matter what else happens for the next 24 hours. Maria's breakfast. Orange Crush Smoothie. You'll find this recipe in your PDF. 36 grams of protein, 8 grams of fiber, 422 calories. A protein smoothie is just about the fastest, easiest way to start your day in muscle maintenance mode. This smoothie combines Greek yogurt and vanilla whey protein powder, both great sources of calcium as well, with a splash of orange juice, peaches, banana, and ground flax seeds for a powerful fiber boost. If Maria keeps up her protein intake throughout the day and does some moderate exercise, today is going to be a muscle-positive day. Plus, Maria is weighting her calories toward the morning, which will help keep hunger at bay later on. Joan's snack, granola bar and a bunch of grapes. 2 grams of protein, 2 grams of fiber, 146 calories. Granola bars are a health halo food. They sound healthy, but that's only if you're comparing them to Snickers bars. And while grapes are good for you, they're among the lowest fiber fruits. Maria's snack. A half a cup of 2% cottage cheese with 1 cup strawberries and a 1/4 cup mixed nuts. 18 grams of protein, 3 grams of fiber, 307 calories. Dairy always makes for a great snack choice because it guarantees a protein punch and delivers bone-preserving calcium and magnesium. Maria pairs it with nuts and berries for fiber. Joan's lunch. 1 cup green salad with lettuce, shredded carrot, and sliced cucumber, a 1/4 cup chickpeas, 1 ounce cheddar cheese, and 1 tablespoon low-fat Italian dressing. Plus, 1 cup of tomato basil soup with 6 wheat crackers. 13 grams of protein, 4 grams of fiber, 361 calories. Oh, how Joan used to love grabbing a burger at lunchtime with the gang. But with her weight becoming more and more of an issue, did we mention her cholesterol, blood pressure, and blood sugar levels are all higher than a decade ago? She's a martyr to low-cal eating. Poor Joan. Maria's lunch. Wendy's chili, small, plus a half order of Southwest avocado chicken salad. 33 grams of protein, 6 grams of fiber, 425 calories. While Joan's eating a sad soup and salad at her desk, Maria's grabbing a quick lunch with colleagues at a local fast food joint. She's getting her protein and fiber from both the chili and the side salad, plus plenty of nutritional power from the beans, avocado, and other vegetables. That doesn't seem fair, does it? Joan's afternoon pick-me-up. Vanilla latte, medium, with 2% milk. 3 grams of protein, 0 grams of fiber, 350 calories. Eating a healthy, low-cal diet means Joan often feels low on energy. A delicious blended coffee drink gives her the shot of energy she needs. But while she's getting some protein from the milk, this coffee drink, with its 4 pumps of vanilla syrup, is a big gulp of calories with no fiber. Maria's afternoon pick-me-up. Cup of green tea, 0 grams of protein, 0 grams of fiber, 0 calories. Thanks to the protein and fiber Maria's had, she doesn't feel the need to snack after lunch. A calorie-free drink also helps Maria stay hydrated, something that can be more difficult for us as we get older. Joan's dinner. Turkey burger on a hamburger bun topped with a slice of tomato, lettuce, and 1 ounce cheddar cheese, with a side of 1 cup of steamed broccoli. 36 grams of protein, 5 grams of fiber, 463 calories. Like most Americans, Joan eats the majority of her protein at dinner. But it's not enough to make up for the protein she lacked earlier in the day. And while a side of veggies is great, she needs to look for more opportunities to slide hunger-squelching, gut-healthy fiber into her day. Maria's dinner. Turkey burger on a hamburger bun topped with a slice of tomato, lettuce, 2 tablespoons guacamole, and 1 ounce part-skim mozzarella cheese, with a side of 1 cup of steamed broccoli. 37 grams of protein, 7 grams of fiber, 478 calories. Just 2 tablespoons of an avocado gives you 2 grams of fiber. This simple tweak helps Maria keep her hunger under control for the rest of the evening, while Joan goes to bed dreaming of an ice cream sundae. Joan's daily total? 63 grams of protein, 16 grams of fiber, 1,525 calories. Maria's daily total? 124 grams of protein, 24 grams of fiber, 1,632 calories. Of course, Joan won't have that Sunday because she's watching her weight. But she's not eating enough protein to keep her from losing valuable, lean muscle tissue, nor enough fiber to fight chronic inflammation, a condition that helps add to muscle loss and fat gain. Plus, no matter how many miles Joan walks, runs, or bikes, she's not engaging in resistance exercises that help keep her muscles strong. The result? Tomorrow, while Maria wakes up ready for another day of muscle maintenance and weight control, Joan will wake up with just a tiny bit less muscle and a tiny bit more fat than she did the day before. Even though Maria ate slightly more calories than Joan, it's Maria who is on the glide path to long-term health and weight control. Our source for nutrient data? ESHA Research. Look them up at esha.com. Nutrients can vary depending on brand, size, and ingredients, so check the packaging for exact amounts. Chapter 2. Our changing bodies, our changing needs. Why we need to eat differently today than we did in our 30s. Consider the egg. You might call it nature's perfect food, a staple of diets up and down the food chain for species as diverse as ants, fish, snakes, ravens, raccoons, polar bears, and the average Joe idling in the drive-thru at your local McDonald's. One nice big chicken egg packs 6 grams of protein, as well as other vital nutrients like calcium, vitamin D, and choline. But if eggs are a near universal food, what happens to our bodies when we eat one can vary wildly, depending on which side of age 50 we happen to fall. So consider your next egg in a slightly different light, a scrambled, hard-boiled, easy-over metaphor for how your body ages, and why the information in this book is so critical to your future health and your battle against weight gain. Let's say you and your child meet up for breakfast. Let's call him Dom. He's 25, a hard worker, a dedicated son, and you're proud of him. You're not loving his current girlfriend, and you wish he'd spend a little less time nurturing his beard, but beyond that, he's pretty great. You see reflections of you and your spouse in his eyes, and every time he smiles, he fills you with joy. And, like you, he loves his eggs sunny side up. You both order a couple, with a slice of whole wheat toast and a cup of coffee, and talk about the events of the day. After you eat, you chat for a while about the extended family, the weather, the local gossip. Then you pick up the tab, of course, and the two of you walk to your cars, linger in the sunshine for 10 minutes, hug goodbye, and go your separate ways. You enjoyed the same start to the day, savored the same breakfast and the same beautiful morning sun. But in the coming hours, your bodies are going to respond to this morning very differently. Once you understand those differences, you'll instantly understand how to adjust your diet to your changing body's needs. It's not rocket science, but just a few simple tweaks to your diet can give you a whole body reset. Calorie burn conundrum. For breakfast, you and your son both ate about 270 calories, about 140 from the 2 eggs, a little less than 70 from the slice of toast, and perhaps another 60 calories from the 2 teaspoons of butter used to fry up the eggs and slather your toast. When those calories hit your son's body, they land like snowflakes on a hot car hood. Your engine, however, doesn't run as hot, for a number of reasons. Certainly, we tend to be less active as we age. The responsibilities of work and parenthood that set in for most of us play a role, slowing us down as we approach middle age and keeping us sedentary as we get older. And as we age, the aches and pains of old injuries, the appearance of new health issues, and our increasing girth can make it harder to be as physically engaged as we once were. But physical activity makes up a minority of our daily calorie burn. Between 60 and 80% of the calories we burn each day come from the simple business of staying alive, keeping our hearts beating, our lungs pumping, our organs squirting out hormones, regenerating cells, sending electrical impulses throughout the body, even growing our fingernails. All that miraculous stuff takes a lot of energy. This is known as the resting metabolic rate, or RMR. Until very recently, it was believed that RMR slowed automatically during middle age. But a shocking study published in the journal Science in August of 2021, called Daily Energy Expenditure Through the Human Life Course, called that assumption into question. Looking at data from more than 6,400 individuals across 29 countries, researchers found that our individual cells rev at pretty much the same rate in our 40s and 50s as they did in our 20s. Indeed, our metabolic rate doesn't start to drop off until about age 60 or so, when it begins to drop at a rate of 0.07% a year indefinitely. The study's lead researcher, Herman Pontzer, Associate Professor of Evolutionary Anthropology and Global Health at Duke University, was as surprised by the results as anyone. I'm in my 40s, so I expected to see some evidence to back up my subjective experience that my metabolism is slowing down. It feels that way to me, he told AARP, but it's not really what's happening. So what is happening? Your stress level, your schedule, your hormone levels, your energy levels are different in your 40s and 50s compared to your 20s, says Pontzer, who is also the author of Burn. New research blows the lid off how we really burn calories, lose weight, and stay healthy. These factors can lead us to burn slightly fewer calories each day, while hormonal changes may make it harder for us to balance our energy intake. Testosterone levels, for one, are highest in our 20s, then decline with age. Testosterone is one factor that determines how many of the calories we consume end up as lean muscle tissue, and how many end up as belly fat. So the growing girth you notice, the difference between your body now and your body when you were Dom's age, isn't due to metabolism. Something else is at play. Something you can actually control. Let's dive a little deeper. Different ages, different muscles. Within an hour of eating breakfast, your 20-something child's body will have reached peak concentrations of amino acids, the components of protein that are the building blocks of muscle. In fact, you could call protein the building blocks of your whole body, since it's also vital to dozens of tasks related to youth, vibrancy, and overall health, maintaining bone density, regulating blood sugar and hormone production, repairing damaged tissue, manufacturing collagen, supporting the immune system, keeping hair and nails strong, and more. And Dom's body utilizes the protein from breakfast, 12 or so grams from the eggs and 4.5 grams for the whole wheat toast, with maximum efficiency. Dom digests the protein into amino acids, which are transported throughout his body via the circulatory system and then reconfigured to form healthy new muscle cells. This whole process is known as protein synthesis. But as we discussed in Chapter 1, while this life-sustaining process is going on inside Dom's body, it actually hasn't kicked into gear inside yours. As we noted, the human body is constantly breaking down and building up muscle. But when the destruction of muscle outstrips its rate of repair over the long term, that eventually leads to a loss of muscle tissue. The scientific term for this gradual loss of muscle over the years is sarcopenia. For those of us at midlife and beyond, This age-related process is reshaping our bodies every day. An easy place to spot its effects is in the shoulders of older people. Once broad and strong, shoulders can narrow with time because the muscular scaffolding needed to keep the shoulders big and strong is weakened and diminished. Research findings vary, but at some point between age 30 and 40, adults begin to lose 3 to 8% of their muscle mass each decade. Sarcopenia is when this process kicks into overdrive. 72% of men and 44% of women over age 65 can be characterized as at least moderately sarcopenic, according to one study. That's what the whole body reset protects you from, sarcopenia and its even more evil twin, dynapenia. While sarcopenia is the loss of muscle mass and function, dynapenia is the loss of muscle strength. It moves on us even more quickly. In their legs alone, older adults lose muscular strength 2 to 5 times faster than they lose muscle mass, according to a study in the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition. And the effects can be devastating. We may begin struggling with the daily tasks of life, not to mention the fun stuff we want to keep doing, from hiking to biking to chasing grandkids around the yard. Research shows that about 1 in 6 women and up to 1 in 10 men aged 65 or older cannot kneel or stoop down or lift a mere 10 pounds. This is the first step toward frailty, a weakened and delicate condition none of us wants to find ourselves in. It puts us at an increased risk of injury, disability, and even death. The loss of strength is caused in part by our aging nervous system. The wires that send signals throughout our bodies may not be able to transmit those signals as efficiently as they once did. Power is generated by speed. In our youth, we said, jump, and our muscles asked, how high? As we get older, we say, jump, and our muscles say, what? When your muscles wither, so do your opportunities to enjoy the world around you. Muscles are essential to keeping you upright and moving, independent and in control for decades to come. And it's not exaggerating to say they can save your life. In one study, men with the most muscle mass at age 45 had an 81% lower risk of heart disease than those with the least muscle mass. Muscle loss also puts us at risk of weight gain and even diabetes because low muscle mass increases our risk of insulin resistance, which translates to increased glucose levels. Age-related muscle loss can also make you feel tired, cause balance problems, and increase the risk of falls. A lack of muscle puts you at greater risk for osteoporosis and life-altering disability. It has even been associated with an increase in your risk of dementia. For all those reasons and more, it's no wonder low muscle strength is associated with an elevated risk of death, regardless of general health levels, according to a study of 4,449 people ages 50 and older. Even cardio exercise, important for heart health as well as balance, doesn't appear to protect you if you allow your strength levels to deteriorate. And a predominant reason for that loss of muscle size, strength, and function has to do with our diminished ability to process protein. It's this aspect of aging that the whole body reset is designed to counteract. Of course, a lot of different factors go into determining how quickly we gain weight as we age. But the physiological changes I just described illustrate exactly why we need to treat our older bodies as high-performance vehicles. We need greater amounts of nutrition for fewer calories, and we need to time our meals so we're always in muscle-building mode. Fortunately, eating to preserve lean muscle and melt away fat doesn't require us to focus on exotic superfoods or weird ingredients. In the accompanying PDF, you'll find the quick whole body reset mix and match meal maker. It's an at-a-glance guide to fueling your body properly every time. There you can also find the complete mix and match meal maker. It's in Appendix 1. If you've got a favorite food, It's probably in the meal maker. Action step number 2, also in your PDF. The easiest way to add more nutrients into your day is to eat fewer processed foods, the stuff with lots of ingredients and empty calories, and more whole foods, the stuff with just one ingredient. Let's discover how easy this can be. Name 3 processed foods you can find in your pantry right now, and name 3 whole food options or combinations of whole foods you could substitute for them. For example, swap energy bars for a mix of nuts and berries. Exchange fruit spreads for real fruits. Toss out flavored oatmeal or yogurt for plain, topped with fruit and nuts and a sprinkle of cinnamon. Or dump the pre-made salad dressing for olive oil and vinegar. The Quick Whole Body Reset Mix and Match Meal Maker. We're blessed to live in a time when nearly every kind of comestible known to humans is a mere click or two away, and many neighborhoods offer both supermarkets and big box stores that present a glorious cornucopia of foodstuffs. There's so much good nutritious stuff to eat, you just need to put it in smart, healthy combinations that you eat throughout the day, giving your body the nutrients it needs without adding empty calories. Note, this is just a partial list of possibilities. A complete list of proteins, fibers, vegetables, fruits, and starches, and fats appears in your PDF. 2 easy steps. 1. Start with protein, 25 to 30 grams at each meal, with 2 or 3 servings of dairy a day. A 4-ounce serving of meat or fish delivers 14 to 25 grams. 2. Aim for at least 5 grams of fiber at each meal from veggies, fruits, and starches. Choose veggies of various colors to fill half your plate. Pick 2 to 4 fruits a day. Add whole grains to fill out your meals. Protein. Try to eat 2 to 3 servings of dairy a day and 2 to 3 servings of omega-3 rich foods a week, like salmon, tuna, mackerel, sardines, walnuts, or tofu. 25 to 30 grams of protein per meal, 7 grams per snack. A simple way to eyeball protein is that a cooked portion of red meat or poultry should be a little bigger than the size of a deck of playing cards, while a portion of fish is about the size of a checkbook. Fiber. Try to eat 2 to 4 servings of fruit and 1.5 to 2.5 cups of vegetables each day. At least 5 grams of fiber at each meal from a mix of veggies, fruits, and starches, 2 grams of fiber per snack. Chapter 3. Let's spend a day on the whole body reset, the how and why of this simple meal plan. Okay, folks, pencils down. Close that calorie tracking app, put away that food journal. If your idea of dieting is to count calories, it's time to discover a different way of eating. It's time to stop focusing on eating less and start focusing on eating more. More protein, especially at breakfast. More dairy, more colorful produce, more whole grains, more healthy fats, and wash it all down with more water. Your upgraded, prime-time body needs more of all of these. That is how you will help preserve muscle, halt age-related weight gain, and enjoy lifelong health. That said, it is necessary to eat fewer calories than you are expending if weight loss is a goal. But as you follow the whole body reset, you will find that empty calories are naturally pushed out of your daily diet. As you reach your protein and fiber goals and stay hydrated throughout the day, you'll experience a decrease in hunger. As you focus on the foods you need, you'll lose the desire for the foods you don't need. To make it simple, you can pick and choose options from the complete whole body reset mix and match meal maker charts in your PDF. On an average day, a woman 50 or older following the whole body reset plan will eat 75 to 100 grams of protein spread throughout the day and 20 to 25 grams of fiber, consuming about 1,600 calories a day, down from the average 2,200 calories that American women typically consume daily. Men following the whole body reset will eat 90 to 120 grams of protein spread throughout the day and 30 grams of fiber, consuming about 2,100 calories, down from an average of 2,400 for the typical American man. So what will your meals look like in a typical day? There are a lot of simple and delicious ways to enjoy the whole body reset. Here are a few samples, which you can find in your PDF. The calorie estimates shown here for each meal are general suggestions, not rules. Sometimes you'll eat more than this number of calories at a sitting, and sometimes less. That's okay. Focus on getting enough protein and fiber, including nutrient-rich produce, into your meals. The calories will take care of themselves. Breakfast. For women, at least 25 grams of protein and 5 grams of fiber, 350 to 450 calories. Omelet with 2 eggs, 1 ounce low-fat mozzarella, 1 tablespoon chopped tomato, 5 sliced mushrooms. 1 slice whole grain bread with 2 tablespoons of avocado, plus an orange. Men. At least 30 grams of protein and 5 grams of fiber, about 500 to 550 calories. Omelet with 2 eggs, 1 ounce low-fat mozzarella, 1 tablespoon chopped tomato, 5 sliced mushrooms, 2 slices whole grain bread with 4 tablespoons avocado, plus an orange. It seems that every day there's a new headline telling us that skipping breakfast will help us lose weight. Breakfast used to have an unassailable rep as the most important meal of the day. Then, somewhere along the line, we started to hear differently. Like about intermittent fasting, a trendy way of eating in which you cut calories by restricting the times of day you're allowed to eat. Or fasting on certain days of the week and eating on others. Well, while there's a lot of evidence that fasting has considerable health benefits for yeast, worms, fruit flies, and rodents, the National Institute on Aging says there's, quote, no firm conclusion on its effects on human health. What we do know, however, is that not having protein for breakfast means you're setting yourself up for a day of muscle loss, and less muscle means more fat. Plus, eating breakfast is one of the best ways to ensure that you're getting the nutrients your body needs. One recent study found that those who skip meals early in the day generally get fewer nutrients and a lower quality diet than those who skip meals later on. Another study found that we actually burn more calories digesting breakfast than we do other meals. So there is no controversy, at least among the researchers who study age-related muscle loss. If you want to stay strong and active for years to come, eat a high-protein, fiber-packed breakfast every day. I hear you night owls grumbling out there. You're not a morning person? Eating a big breakfast isn't your thing? You need more evidence? Okay. In one study, researchers put 2 sets of overweight or obese women, average age 46, on exactly the same diet, 1,400 calories a day for 12 weeks. Both sets ate 500-calorie lunches. One group ate 200 calories before lunch and 700 calories for dinner, while the other group ate 700 calories in the morning and 200 calories for dinner. At the end of 12 weeks, the big breakfast group lost 2.5 times more weight than the big dinner group, and more than 3 additional inches off their waists. Still, unless we spent the previous day chopping wood, 700 calories is a huge breakfast. As a solution, we've broken the morning meal into a breakfast and a snack. By filling the morning with high-protein, high-fiber food, we short-circuit binge eating later in the day and set ourselves up for the best possible results. Snack. Women and men. At least 7 grams of protein and 2 grams of fiber, 250 to 300 calories. 1 7-ounce container plain 2% yogurt, 1/2 ounce chia seeds, 1 tablespoon blueberries. The peak time for workplace snacking is 2 to 4 p.m., according to researchers. To break that habit, the Whole Body Reset places its emphasis on morning snacks, so our calorie intake begins to wind down after lunchtime. But don't feel locked into this timing. Adjust your snack schedule to suit your lifestyle. What you snack on, not just when you snack, will also make a big difference in your appetite, satiation, satisfaction, and health. You'll find a few quick snack ideas in your PDF. Here are some easy snacks for busy people. Each of these snacks provides at least 7 grams of protein, at least 2 grams of fiber, and between 210 and 300 calories. Trail mix of 2 tablespoons tart cherries, 2 tablespoons cashews, 20 pistachios, and a 1/4 cup wheat squares cereal. 1/2 cup Greek yogurt with 1 cup blackberries and a 1/4 cup almonds. 1 medium apple with 1 ounce of cheddar cheese. 1 medium banana with 2 tablespoons peanut butter. 2 medium celery stalks, 2 tablespoons almond butter, and a small apple. 1/3 cup hummus with sliced carrot, cucumber, and red bell pepper. Lunch. Women. At least 25 grams of protein and 5 grams of fiber, about 450 to 550 calories. Burrito bowl with chicken or vegetarian protein, cheese, guacamole, black beans, salsa, romaine lettuce, corn, and corn chips. Men. At least 30 grams of protein and 5 grams of fiber, about 550 calories. Burrito bowl with chicken or vegetarian protein, cheese, guacamole, black beans, salsa, romaine lettuce, corn, and corn chips. Midday is when most of us make our biggest nutritional mistakes. We're less than halfway through our day, we're too busy or too bored, we're distracted, and we just want the comfort of a delicious lunch to take the edge off our day. If we're not home, often the choices available are questionable at best. But you can still enjoy lunch out with friends or coworkers by finding one of dozens of reasonable choices at popular restaurant chains and convenience stores, as long as you remember to place an emphasis on getting the protein, fiber, and other nutrients that really matter. Dinner. Women and men. At least 25 grams of protein for women and 30 for men, and 5 grams of fiber, about 400 to 500 calories. 4-ounce grilled salmon, roasted potatoes, asparagus sautéed in 1 tablespoon olive oil with garlic. Optional dessert, not included in calorie count. 1/2 cup ice cream or 2 ounces of dark chocolate. By eating the Whole Body Reset way, you've eliminated a lot of added sugar from your diet. So go ahead and enjoy a modest dessert if you want to at the end of the day. The key is to keep it small and to sneak in nutrition wherever possible. Get a small ice cream or a frozen yogurt, calcium, and sprinkle some chopped peanuts, monounsaturated fats and protein, and berries, fiber and phytonutrients on top. If you love chocolate, look for high-quality dark chocolate that's at least 70% cacao. Many quality chocolate makers now put the percentage of cacao, the bean from which the chocolate is made, on the label. The greater the percentage of cacao, the greater the nutritional value. A really high-quality dark chocolate can actually have health benefits because it's low in sugar and packed with fiber and plant nutrients that have been shown to improve the health of blood vessels, reduce diabetes risk, protect nerves from inflammation, and possibly even protect against dementia. Dinner is where the majority of us currently eat more than half of our protein. But we fall down in the vegetable department. The most commonly eaten vegetable in America is some form of fried potatoes. And this ought to put you off your tots. A study of 4,440 people ages 45 to 79 found that, over an 8-year period, those who ate fried potatoes 2 or more times a week were twice as likely to die over the course of the study as those who ate less. Make French fries an occasional indulgence, and focus on getting greens and other colors onto your dinner plate. Action step number 3. This can also be found in your PDF. The whole body reset isn't about subtracting, it's about adding. In most cases, we can reach optimum eating just by adding a little more protein and a little more fiber to each meal. Think back on the last 3 meals you ate. Did each one reach at least 25 to 30 grams of protein and 5 grams of fiber? If not, what could you add to each to give it the boost it needs? A 7-day whole body reset sample menu. To show how simple and how varied the whole body reset can be, we've created an easy 7-day sample menu. You can follow this to the letter, or ignore it entirely and build your own fare from the mix and match meal maker in your PDF. Just remember the simple tenets of the program. Meals. Aim for at least 25 grams of protein for women, 30 for men, and at least 5 grams of fiber. Snacks. Aim for at least 7 grams of protein and at least 2 grams of fiber. Sunday. Breakfast. Protein punch pancakes. Recipe in your PDF. 31 grams of protein, 8 grams of fiber, 434 calories. Snack. 1 cup 2% milk with 1/3 bar of 85% cacao dark chocolate. 11 grams of protein, 4 grams of fiber, 312 calories. Lunch. Let's go watch the game at Buffalo Wild Wings. 6-count traditional wings with signature sauce, plus carrots and celery, with fat-free ranch. 32 grams of protein, 5 grams of fiber, 515 calories. Dinner. I ain't cooking tonight taco bowl with pumpkin seed guac. Recipe in your PDF. 27 grams of protein, 20 grams of fiber, 719 calories. Monday. Hey, why not try a meatless Monday? Look how easy it is. Breakfast. Muscled up oats with blueberries, almonds, and hemp seeds. Recipe in your PDF. 28 grams of protein, 9 grams of fiber, 425 calories. Snack. Tart cherry trail mix. Place 2 tablespoons dried sweetened tart cherries, 2 tablespoons cashews, 20 pistachios, and 1/4 cup wheat Chex cereal into a plastic bag and shake until all ingredients are mixed. 7 grams of protein, 4 grams of fiber, 284 calories. Lunch. Let's stop off at Chipotle for a sofritas burrito bowl with light cilantro lime brown rice, black beans, fajita vegetables, fresh tomato salsa, Monterey Jack cheese. And add a clementine for even more nutrients. 1 gram of protein, 2 grams of fiber, 45 calories. Your total? 27 grams of protein, 14 grams of fiber, 645 calories. Dinner. Stone cold soba noodles. Recipe in your PDF. 25 grams of protein, 6 grams of fiber, 456 calories. Tuesday. Breakfast. Kale and hearty smoothie. Recipe in your PDF. 25 grams of protein, 7 grams of fiber, 374 calories. Snack. 6 whole grain crackers with 1 ounce thinly sliced Swiss cheese. 11 grams of protein, 3 grams of fiber, 232 calories. Note: nutrients were calculated for Triscuit crackers. Look for a cracker with at least 2 grams of fiber per serving, such as Wassa Light Rye and Mary's Gone crackers. Lunch. Salmon I am salad. Recipe in your PDF. 39 grams of protein, 6 grams of fiber, 390 calories. Dinner. Let's grab a fast dinner at Boston Market. Turkey breast regular with bacon Brussels sprouts and cornbread. 39 grams protein, 7 grams of fiber, 560 calories. Wednesday. Breakfast. 3 egg omelet with 1 ounce feta cheese, about 3 tablespoons avocado, and 1/4 cup of spinach. Plus 1 1/4 cups strawberries. 25 grams of protein, 6 grams of fiber, 394 calories. Snack. 1/2 cup plain Greek yogurt with 1 cup blackberries and 1/4 cup almonds. 18 grams of protein, 10 grams of fiber, 278 calories. Lunch. Oh, forgot to pack lunch. Let's grab something quickly at Subway. 6-inch roast beef sub on 9-grain wheat bread with lettuce, tomatoes, green peppers, and cucumbers, plus an apple. 26 grams protein, 10 grams fiber, 394 calories. Dinner. So far, oh, so good chicken with bok choy. Recipe in your PDF. 36 grams of protein, 5 grams of fiber, 309 calories. Thursday. Breakfast. Oof, crazy morning. Let's pick up breakfast at Dunkin'. Kosher Southwest Veggie Power Breakfast Sandwich. 25 grams protein, 5 grams fiber, 420 calories. Snack. 1 apple with 2 tablespoons peanut butter. 7 grams of protein, 7 grams of fiber, 270 calories. Lunch. 3½ ounces tuna chunk light in water with 1 tablespoon mayo on 2 slices whole wheat toast, plus a peach. 35 grams of protein, 8 grams of fiber, 412 calories. Or add 3 ounces of baby carrots for 1 gram of protein, 2 grams of fiber, and 35 calories. Dinner. Steak a la chimichurri, chimichurri, chimichurri churri with totally nutty sweet potatoes. Those recipes are in your PDF. 42 grams of protein, 6 grams of fiber, 588 calories. Add 1 cup steamed broccoli for another 5 grams of protein, 4 grams of fiber, and 54 calories. Friday. Breakfast. Milky oats with strawberries, hemp seeds, and peanut butter. Recipe in your PDF. 25 grams of protein, 7 grams of fiber, 520 calories. Snack. 1 apple with 1 ounce cheddar cheese. 7 grams of protein, 4 grams of fiber, 209 calories. Lunch. 1 slice whole grain toast topped with 1/2 avocado mashed and 1/4 cup goat cheese. Plus 1/2 cup plain non-fat Greek yogurt topped with 1/2 cup blackberries. 27 grams protein, 14 grams fiber, 478 calories. Dinner. Let's treat ourselves to dinner at Olive Garden. Herb grilled salmon served with broccoli. 49 grams of protein, 9 grams of fiber, 495 calories. Saturday. Breakfast. Mas Macho Nacho Supreme. Recipe in your PDF. 27 grams of protein, 10 grams of fiber, 485 calories. Snack. A 1½ cup bowl of Oat-O's cereal with 1/2 cup skim milk and 1/4 cup blueberries. 9 grams of protein, 5 grams of fiber, 225 calories. Lunch. Busy day. Let's hit the drive-thru at Wendy's. Large chili plus Caesar side salad. 30 grams of protein, 13 grams of fiber, 580 calories. Dinner: open sesame chicken and veggies stir-fry with citrus brown rice. Recipe in your PDF. 34 grams of protein, 7 grams of fiber, 498 calories. If you want to review this 7-day whole body reset sample menu, you can view it in your PDF. Chapter 4: The 6 Simple Secrets of Better Health. Here's what your body really needs today. Once we come to see our midlife bodies for what they truly are, upgraded models that need better fuel to function optimally, then we can set about the process of tweaking our diets to get enough of the foods we need. Now that we know food impacts us differently as we get older, we can make better choices and ensure our bodies stay lean, fit, and in the best health possible for decades to come. In this chapter, we'll take an in-depth look at the foods you need more of, a few you might want to eat less of, and why it's so important to pack your days with the fat-burning, muscle-protecting, life-giving nutrients you need. The key word in the whole body reset is consistency. How your body functions isn't dictated by what you eat on any given day, but what you eat consistently, day in and day out. In fact, rather than thinking of this as a diet, think of it as a pattern of eating. Your simple goal is to select foods that deliver the nutrients your body needs. Of course, as we learned in the previous chapter, our bodies don't necessarily absorb nutrients the way they once did. And yet, our bodies need those nutrients, the vitamins, minerals, and other plant nutrients, more than ever. That's why the information in this chapter is crucial. The more you can find your way to meeting these 6 secrets of health, the better you're going to feel over the long haul. And the long haul is what we're aiming for. Simple health secret number 1. Eat 25 to 30 grams of quality protein at each meal. Most Americans eat enough protein. That's what the U.S. Department of Agriculture claims, and technically, that's true. But imagine going through your entire day without drinking a drop of fluid, and then guzzling a gallon jug of water at dinner time. You'd still be meeting the commonly recommended 8 glasses a day, but you'd be going through most of your day feeling pretty fatigued and dehydrated. And you'd spend a lot of your night running to the bathroom. Well, that's not unlike what happens to the average American when it comes to protein. The typical American diet looks like a tiny bit of protein at breakfast, milk in your cereal, maybe an egg or two, a bit more at lunch, a turkey sandwich perhaps, and then a huge infusion of protein, a steak or a couple of pork chops at dinner. All told, we may consume an average of about 90 grams of protein a day, which is about what we need, but about 2/3 of that typically comes at dinner time. And as we've learned, our bodies need 25 to 30 grams of protein, generally 25 grams for women, 30 for men, at each meal to keep the process of protein biosynthesis cranking along. Overeating protein at dinner doesn't help, because our bodies may only be able to use about 30 grams of protein at a time when at rest. Although after exercise, our muscles are able to use more, up to 40 grams according to one study. So unless you just came back from the gym, a lot of that extra nighttime protein, while delicious and satisfying, won't be used to support your muscles. It'll be used to make more belly fat. And speaking of calories, you'll notice we haven't made cutting calories a big part of this program. While the whole body reset focuses more on increasing nutrition than on cutting calories, reducing junk calories is one area where a high-protein breakfast can help us. Several small studies have found that increasing protein intake leads to an overall reduction in hunger, which means you won't be as tempted to grab something unhealthy. Protein also requires the body to expend more calories in digestion than carbs or fats do, a process known as thermogenesis. So why wouldn't you want this junk food suppressing power working its magic all day long? You'll notice in secret number 1 a Q word, quality, snuck in before protein. What's that about? Well, it's possible to eat lots of protein but still not get the essential muscle-building nutrients you need. What you're looking for are complete proteins. A complete protein is one that delivers all 9 essential amino acids. That is, those our bodies can't make. Amino acids are the building blocks of proteins, and research has indicated that, when it comes to building and maintaining muscle, leucine, one of the 9, may be the most important of these compounds. It seems as though you need about 3 grams of leucine in a meal to really trigger the whole series of metabolic steps that turn on protein synthesis, said Doug Padden-Jones, Sheridan Lorenz Distinguished Professor in Aging and Health at the Department of Nutrition and Metabolism, University of Texas Medical Branch. Padden-Jones conducted studies on how different types and doses of protein affect muscle maintenance in people of different age groups. In one study, his team found that 4 ounces of lean beef, which contains approximately 30 grams of protein and 3 grams of leucine, boosted protein synthesis by 50% in both younger and older adults. Meanwhile, a separate review of studies found that leucine significantly improves sarcopenia in older adults. And a short-term trial found that leucine, not total protein content, was the primary determinant of muscle protein anabolic response in healthy older women. That's important to note. While leucine does exist in plant foods, it's much more plentiful in animal products such as dairy, eggs, beef, and fish. That's why these foods play a significant role in the whole body reset. Okay, that and the fact that most of us love to eat them. Animal proteins deliver all the essential amino acids. Plant-based sources also tend to be lower in lysine and methionine, 2 other essential amino acids. But vegetarians and vegans have plenty of choices too. Some plants, among them soy, buckwheat, quinoa, and hemp seed, are complete proteins. Half a block of tofu yields about 2 grams of leucine, which will give you a solid start on your quest to reach at least 3 grams per meal. Otherwise, complete proteins can usually be formed by pairing grains, nuts, and seeds with a legume, like peanuts, peas, dried beans, or lentils. Many of our traditional vegetarian dishes happen to be exactly this combination: pita and hummus, corn and black bean salad, whole wheat toast with peanut butter. You'll find a list of leucine-rich foods in the muscle-building Foods for Vegans table in your PDF. For vegans and vegetarians, eating plants in these combinations is critical. You may have read that the body can store proteins from different plant sources, so that as long as you eat an array of proteins throughout the day, you're fine. That's nonsense, said Padden-Jones. While our muscle maintenance system is always humming along at some level, it can only kick in fully once it gets a jump start from the full complement of amino acids it needs. The idea that the body can store different types of amino acids and somehow put them together at the end of the day originated with a piece written in a medical journal in 1994. In the report, researchers speculated that because a certain amino acid, lysine, is stored in muscle, perhaps the body could be capable of storing and combining amino acids during the course of the day. But much of that speculation was based partly on rat and pig studies, and no research on humans has actually shown this to be true, according to Padden-Jones. In fact, his most recent studies have debunked this long-held myth and helped lay out a blueprint for people who want to pursue a vegan diet. Rice and beans is a thing for a reason, he added. People worked this out 1,000 years ago. Properly combined vegetable proteins are critical if you want to stimulate protein muscle synthesis and maintain muscle as you age. Think of the individual amino acids as essential bricks in a wall. If you lack a complete set of bricks, you can't build that wall. The body can store as much fat and carbohydrate as you need, but it can't do that with protein. So the ability to use protein to build muscle depends on eating complementary proteins. If you primarily eat a plant-based vegetarian diet, it makes sense then to incorporate eggs and dairy into most meals to get all the complete protein you need. If you are vegan, you'll need to take extra care to get large amounts of plant protein throughout the day, especially from leucine-rich foods such as tofu and seitan. Vegetarian, vegan, or not, you may also want to consider adding a plant-based protein mix in powdered form added to a milk alternative or as a ready-to-drink beverage to your diet. Look for mixes that are complete proteins, a mix of various plant sources such as pea, soy, and rice protein. In fact, protein shakes and mixes are a great idea in general, said Padden Jones. Studies show that whey protein, derived from milk, may be the single best protein source for older people who want to retain muscle or rebuild muscle they've lost. A lot of people point to whey as one of the best options because it has a high amount of leucine, said Padden Jones. Think of whey protein as a leucine delivery system that comes in chocolate. You can easily find a variety of protein supplements that include powdered protein as well as liquid protein options that range from whey to plant-based, in either plain or flavored. They're typically found in the health food or health supplement section of your supermarket or drugstore. The powdered or liquid proteins can be made into shakes or incorporated into foods such as oatmeal and baked goods. Or go the Italian route. Ricotta cheese is made primarily from whey protein and can turn your pizza or pasta into a protein delivery system. Served chilled with berries, ricotta cheese also makes a pretty nice dessert. Note: whey protein powders come in two types, concentrate and isolate. Whey concentrate is less expensive, but if you tend toward lactose sensitivity, choose whey isolate, which has had the lactose removed. Additionally, be sure to read the labels. Some protein supplements, especially protein bars and ready-to-drink mixes, are high in added sugars. Use the Magic Supermarket Label Decoder formula in your PDF to evaluate a quality product. And because protein powders are considered a supplement, they're not regulated by the FDA, meaning you don't always know what's in them. You can get an idea of how pure your product is by looking it up at cleanlabelproject.org. Top foods: fish and shellfish, eggs in moderation, poultry, nuts, seeds, and nut butters, lean meat, complete vegetable proteins including soy, buckwheat, quinoa, and hemp seed, combinations of grains and legumes that supply complete proteins, protein mixes and shakes. See Appendix 1 in your PDF for a more complete list of high-protein foods. Simple health secret number 2. Enjoy fortified dairy foods 2 to 3 times a day. Yes, you would like cheese on that. And whipped cream on top? Go for it! As a source of complete protein, dairy is hard to beat. And as we get older, the benefits of milk, cheese, yogurt, and other forms of dairy only multiply. That's due in part to dairy's protein punch. It's particularly high in leucine, but also to the many other nutrients it delivers, particularly calcium, magnesium, and vitamin D. all nutrients that our bodies have difficulty absorbing from food as we age, and all of which help to keep us healthy and strong. In one study of older women, higher consumption of milk, yogurt, and cheese was associated with greater muscle mass and greater grip strength. Calcium. Chances are you already understand the role that calcium plays in promoting strong bones. Studies suggest that approximately 1 in 2 women and as many as 1 in 4 men aged 50 and older will break a bone due to osteoporosis. In fact, 99% of the calcium in our bodies is found in our bones and teeth. And that helps to explain why it's so hard to get from food. Unless you're a giant living at the top of a beanstalk, you're probably not in the habit of grinding up bones to make your bread. Calcium comes from dairy, of course, plus non-dairy sources such as leafy greens like broccoli and kale, soybeans, and the tiny bones we unknowingly ingest whenever we eat fish like sardines, canned salmon, or anchovies. Calcium plays a key role in muscle maintenance, and it promotes heart health by helping to regulate blood pressure and blood clotting. But can't we just take a calcium supplement? Talk with your doctor about calcium supplements. But in general, studies on the effects of supplements have been inconclusive. Many doctors generally recommend that we get our vitamins and minerals from foods rather than pills, if for no other reason than nutrition is an inexact science, and whole foods provide a variety of nutrients that work synergistically to keep us healthy. It's not clear if a mineral like calcium works as effectively on its own as it does when ingested in combination with the other nutrients found in dairy and other foods. Magnesium. This often overlooked mineral, found in dairy products, helps muscles and nerves function, assists in controlling blood sugar and blood pressure, and may play a role in preventing depression and Alzheimer's and preventing and managing diabetes. Yet magnesium doesn't get the marquee status of many other nutrients. In fact, most dairy products don't even mention this nutrient on their labels, even though they're all rich in it. There are plenty of dietary sources of magnesium, yet most of us don't eat enough of them. Nuts and seeds, beans, brown rice, and whole grain cereals among them. But if you're getting dairy several times a day, chances are you'll be meeting your daily allowance for this crucial nutrient, something nearly half of all Americans currently fail to do. Vitamin D. Calcium and vitamin D go hand in hand, but, you may be surprised to learn, not naturally. Check out that milk carton in your refrigerator. On the ingredients label, you'll probably find milk and vitamin D3. Maybe the label says fortified. That's because by law, vitamin D must be added to milk. It's hard to get vitamin D from food sources other than those fortified with the vitamin, which is why the Whole Body Reset stresses fortified dairy. Breakfast cereals are another food commonly fortified with vitamin D. Ideally, we'd each get at least 600 international units, or IUs, daily, and at least 800 after age 70. Unfortunately, vitamin D is hard to find in adequate amounts in food. The average American diet yields about 274 IUs a day. The best sources, besides dairy and fortified foods, are fatty fish like salmon, mackerel, and sardines. Vitamin D is stored in the fat. And portobello mushrooms exposed to UV light. All healthy foods, but how many mackerel and mushroom exposed to UV light sandwiches have you eaten this week? You've probably also heard that we can convert sunshine into vitamin D. That's true to a certain point. But as we age, it gets harder for our bodies to manufacture vitamin D from the sun. That's partly because the skin's ability to synthesize vitamin D declines with age. We also tend to spend less time outdoors than we did when we were kids. Plus, D is fat soluble, meaning it tends to be stored in belly fat. And when it's sequestered there, it's not available for use elsewhere in our bodies. A Korean study looked at the relationship between visceral fat and vitamin D and found that in women over the age of 50, the more visceral fat they had, the lower their levels of vitamin D. People of color are at special risk. In a 2006 report, 42% of Americans overall were D deficient. But the rate escalates to 63% for Hispanics and 82% for African Americans. Because as we age, we're manufacturing less vitamin D from the sun, we need more dietary vitamin D than our younger peers. One study showed that older adults with lower concentrations of vitamin D in their blood were twice as likely to suffer muscle loss over the ensuing 3 years. Another study found that later in life, people with less vitamin D were at higher risk of having to enter a nursing home. Other studies have shown that as vitamin D levels decline, risk of Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, and cognitive impairment rise. Vitamin D also serves as an air traffic controller for calcium, essential for bone health. In one study of adults 50 and older, all of whom had recently fractured bones, 43% were deficient in both calcium and vitamin D. If you're low on vitamin D, and you probably are, ask your doctor about taking a daily supplement of 800 to 1,000 IU. Now, you might worry a bit about bloating from all this dairy, especially if you're lactose intolerant. But lactose, the natural sugar in dairy, is primarily found in milk, cottage cheese, and sugary milk products like ice cream. Hard cheese is very low in lactose. A cup of milk may have 12 to 13 grams of lactose, while cheddar and Swiss cheeses have less than 1/10 of a gram. And yogurt and kefir are generally lower in lactose and well tolerated by people with sensitivities. Because they are both fermented, they provide the added benefit of helping to support a healthy gut microbiome. You'll hear more about the importance of gut health in Chapter 5. So look for lactose-free milks, and in the meantime, experiment with other dairy products to see which cause you issues and which you can enjoy anytime. Top foods: milk, yogurt, and kefir, fortified with vitamin D, cheese, cottage cheese, and whey-based protein smoothies. See your PDF for a list of dairy products. Simple health secret number 3. Eat colorful fruits and vegetables at every meal and snack. Oh, you knew this part was coming, didn't you? The part where we tell you to eat more fruits and vegetables. Yes, and any diet plan that doesn't include heaping portions of produce should immediately be filed away as a snake oil cure. While all vegetables are good for you, assuming they're not coated with breading or deep fried in oil, it helps to think of dark leafy greens as the alpha veggies. Each day should include at least one helping, a small side salad or a half-cup serving of cooked green vegetables, ensuring that you have a dietary source of the B vitamin folate. Folate also plays a crucial role in battling dementia, hearing loss, and depression in mature adults. In a study of postmenopausal women, those who were overweight averaged 12% less folate in their blood than normal weight women. Those who were obese had 22% less. Many leafy greens, broccoli, kale, Brussels sprouts, arugula, cabbage, collards, and watercress, are also cruciferous vegetables, so named because the shape of their flowers, which have 4 petals, resembles a cross. Many root vegetables like turnips, radish, and rutabaga are also cruciferous. Studies show that these vegetables have a particularly powerful effect on our microbiome, helping to stabilize it and granting us improved immunity by lowering inflammation levels. Green is just one color. Variety is key. Scientists have identified more than 25,000 different phytonutrients, phyto means plant, in various plant foods, and these nutrients play a variety of different roles in reducing the incidence and progression of disease. The more plant foods we eat, colorful vegetables as well as fruits, the more we reap the benefits of these phytonutrients. Aim for 1.5 to 2.5 cups of vegetables a day. In fact, while you should make a habit of reaching for a piece of fruit 2 to 4 times a day, try making a particular effort to incorporate berries. Berries are among the fruits highest in fiber. 1 cup of raspberries gives you 8 grams of fiber. A cup of cantaloupe gives you just 1.4 grams. And berries may help keep both your body and your brain young and agile. One study found that those who ingested the highest amounts of blueberries and strawberries reduced their cognitive age by up to 2.5 years. And we don't necessarily think of fruits and vegetables as muscle builders, but researchers are finding that more produce means more muscle, especially as we age. For example, how would you like an additional 3.6 pounds of lean, healthy muscle? That's how much older people who ate lots of potassium-rich produce in one study had, compared to their peers who ate only half as much potassium. Another study showed that the more produce an older man consumes, fruits, vegetables, or a combination of the two, the lower his risk of sarcopenia. The same study linked greater fruit consumption among women to a lowered risk of muscle loss. These findings are likely due to the fact that fruits and vegetables help to reduce inflammation, and inflammation is muscle's enemy. Researchers have also discovered an association between higher levels of dietary vitamin C intake and greater muscle mass. More reasons to enjoy citrus fruits, as well as berries, bell peppers, kiwi, cauliflower, tomatoes, and the mighty broccoli. Keep it up and you'll see quick payoffs. One small study of adults 65 and older found that those who increased their fruit and vegetable intake from 2 to 5 portions a day showed greater grip strength after 16 weeks. Top foods? All colorful vegetables and fruits, but especially dark leafy greens like lettuce, spinach, kale. Cruciferous vegetables like broccoli, cauliflower, Brussels sprouts, arugula, cabbage, collards, and watercress. Red and orange vegetables like carrots, squash, red peppers, and tomatoes. Berries. Tree fruits such as apples, pears, and cherries. And citrus, oranges, grapefruit, lemons, and limes. See Appendix 1 in your PDF for lists of colorful fruits and veggies. Simple health secret number 4. Aim for at least 5 grams of fiber at each meal. Chances are you don't eat enough fiber. In fact, the average American eats about 15 grams of fiber a day. That's about the amount you'd find in a cup of black beans, or 2 cups of bran flakes, or 3 oat bran muffins, or 5 bananas, or 10 carrots, or 13 cups of popcorn. That may seem like a lot of fiber. It's not. In fact, it's about half of what experts believe we need to eat daily to ensure good health and a leaner, fitter body. One study looked at the dietary habits of middle-aged women. When the researchers followed up 20 months later, they found that every additional gram of fiber the subjects ate correlated with a 0.5 pound less in total weight and 0.25% less fat. The study suggests that increasing fiber may have been the cause of that weight loss. If accurate, that means that if you went from eating 15 grams a day, like the average American, to eating 30 grams a day, you could drop 7.5 pounds regardless of exercise levels or calorie reduction. How can that be? Well, here's one explanation. fiber can help block calorie absorption. A study found that people who ate the recommended daily allowance of fiber in the form of whole grains reduced their overall calorie balance by about 100 calories per day compared to people who ate refined grains, thanks to a combination of reduced calorie absorption and increased metabolism. Pretty nifty trick, huh? Another long-term study followed African Americans and Hispanic Americans for 5 years and found that those who ate the most fiber had the lowest accumulation of belly fat. But how to get those extra grams? Fruits and vegetables are excellent sources of fiber, but chomping 20 carrots a day does not sound like a fun or sustainable eating plan. And a glass of fiber supplement isn't going to cut it. Fiber supplements alone were ineffective at helping shed weight, according to one large study. The key is to pack our diet with fiber from a variety of grains, beans, and other plant foods. And beans are efficient muscle builders as well. When the Cleveland Clinic polled dietitians about their most recommended sources of protein, Greek yogurt, eggs, and wild salmon were, predictably, in the top 4. But their number 1 recommendation? Beans, lentils, and split peas. Legumes provide protein and fiber. They even contain modest amounts of the crucial muscle-building amino acid leucine. And, like leafy greens, they're high in the B vitamin folate. In one study of older people with diabetes, the higher a person's folate levels, the greater their leg strength and grip strength. To get the amount you need to keep your digestive system in top form, eat a whole grain and 2 servings of vegetables or fruit at each meal. Then top that off with high-fiber snacks, nuts, beans, fruits, and whole grain crackers throughout the day. You can view the PDF for some yummy and easy ideas. Top foods: whole wheat pasta, bread, tortillas, and crackers. Oats, brown rice, quinoa, kasha, barley, beans, lentils, vegetables such as potatoes with the skin on, Brussels sprouts, peas, broccoli, and corn, and fruits, especially berries and tree fruits such as apples and pears. See Appendix 1 in your PDF for a list of high-fiber foods. Simple health secret number 5. Enjoy more healthy fats. If you've been trying to lose weight by eating less fat, we have 6 key words of advice. Stop trying to eat less fat. In fact, look at each meal as a chance to consume some healthy fats, between 15 and 30 grams per meal. That means some guacamole on your tacos, some olive oil on your salad, and, yes, some 2% or even whole milk with your cereal. In fact, there are 3 types of healthy fats you should be enjoying more of. 1. Dairy fats. Wow, really? Yep, it's true. While you've been told to avoid saturated fats from whole-fat dairy, the real deal is more complicated. Fat from dairy may offer protection from cardiovascular disease, according to a recent study. Plus, and you may want to sit down with your curds and whey for this one, it turns out that full-fat dairy has been linked to a reduced risk of obesity. That's partly because of all the nice, healthy protein, vitamins, and minerals that dairy comes with, but it may also be because the creamy fats are satisfying and reduce the desire to snack later on. But that's full-fat milk, cheeses, and unsweetened yogurts. That doesn't mean you can max out on frozen yogurt or ice cream every evening. Sugar changes everything. 2. Omega-3 fatty acids. These healthy fats have been shown to play a role in reducing belly fat and in promoting muscle preservation in older adults. You'll find them primarily in fatty fish such as salmon, mackerel, sardines, and tuna, and eating fish even twice a week affords these benefits. But again, it's from food. Before you spend your hard-earned money on supplements, stop and consider the science. While studies link foods rich in this fat to a lower risk of cardiovascular disease, results of studies assessing omega-3 pills have been mixed. It's possible that, to be effective, omega-3 needs to be taken in combination with some of the other nutrients found in the omega-3 rich fish, soybeans, walnuts, flax seeds, or chia seeds. 3. Fruit and nut oils. Olive oil is the go-to here. Yep, olives are a fruit, as are avocados, because so much research has been conducted on it. Indeed, recent animal studies have shown that extra virgin olive oil may reduce the risk of dementia by flushing out the proteins that gum up the communications channels between brain cells. The secret is in the olive's special nutrient, a polyphenol called oleocanthal. You know that bite you get at the back of your throat when you taste a really good olive oil? The oleocanthal causes it. It's a sign that your brain is getting a boost. You'll hear more about this secret nutrient in Chapter 7. To get an olive oil that's rich in this nutrient, always select extra virgin and look for a brand that comes in a dark green bottle or tin. These packages help protect the oil from sun damage. The type of fat in your diet impacts the type of fat in your muscles. Opting for monounsaturated fats is like hitting the Tin Man with a healthy oil can, leading to healthier, better functioning muscles. Nuts, seeds, avocado, and olives are also excellent sources of vitamin E, which, like other antioxidants, help to protect the health of bodily tissues. Another crucial nutrient healthy fats deliver? Magnesium, which is found in high levels in pumpkin seeds, almonds, cashews, and peanuts. One study found higher blood levels of magnesium were associated with stronger grip strength and leg muscle power in older adults. Top foods: seafood, oils like olive, safflower, peanut, and sesame oils, nuts, seeds, avocados, and olives. Simple health secret number 6. Don't drink your calories or chemicals. Ever hear that term, recharge your batteries? It's not a metaphor. Your body really does have batteries, untold trillions of them, actually. These batteries are known as mitochondria, and they're found in cells throughout the body. Fully functioning mitochondria may help prevent the onset of Alzheimer's, heart disease, Parkinson's, and diabetes, among other common ills. And in addition to eating good food and getting enough sleep, there's a third way to recharge them: drinking enough water. In fact, studies suggest that as our cells expand with proper fluid intake, the mitochondria may become more active, possibly increasing the rate of fat burning and helping to lead to weight loss. But when it comes to fluids, extra calories can be trouble. A significant source of empty calories in the American diet is beverages. Soda, iced teas, specialty coffee drinks, sports drinks, oversized smoothies and shakes, even fruit juices. They are, for the most part, loaded with sugar. And this idea ought to make you rethink your next cafe mocha. Liquid sugars move through the digestive tract more quickly than solids, allowing more of them to enter the colon, where they can literally feed precancerous growths called polyps. The Whole Body Reset avoids calorie-laced drinks as well as diet sodas, which have been shown to increase appetite and, in some studies, have been linked to an increase in the risk of heart disease, dementia, and stroke. They may also hurt our microbiome, which is really, other than skin, our first-line defense against infection and oh so important for continuing to absorb nutrients from the food we eat. Instead, the Whole Body Reset promotes increased consumption of water, unsweetened tea and coffee, and dairy. That's because drinking more fluids will lead to better overall health and even weight loss. In one study of adults aged 55 to 75 who were on calorie-controlled diets, those who drank 17 ounces of water 30 minutes before each daily meal lost on average about 4.5 pounds more than those who didn't drink water beforehand. But as we've already stated, drinking substantial amounts of water and other calorie-free drinks reduces your risk of obesity. Plus, being properly hydrated helps to aid in the absorption of nutrients, another concern as we get older. We have all sorts of excuses not to drink water. We're too busy. We forget. We prefer the taste of sweet drinks. We're not so thirsty. Which may be true. Our thirst sensation tends to diminish with age. One study found that more than half of adults in the United States don't drink enough water. And by the time we reach 60, we tend to drink less, about 2 fewer cups of liquid every day than younger people do. Which brings us back to your drinking habit. Start now by accompanying every meal with a big glass of water, sparkling water, or unsweetened coffee or tea. You'll start another healthy habit for life. Top calorie-free drinks? Water, still or sparkling, plain or flavored with fruit slices, unsweetened tea, and coffee. Action step number 4, also in your PDF. While protein is essential, one particular source of protein, dairy foods, provides a nutritional 1-2 punch. When we eat dairy, we're also getting a number of crucial vitamins and minerals that are hard to find in other foods. Name 4 dairy foods you can add this week to increase your overall intake and where they might fit into your diet. For example, cheese on my pasta. For a cheat sheet, see the complete whole body reset mix and match meal maker in your PDF. Chapter 5. The inside story of your gut. What exactly is belly fat, and where does it come from? At the beginning of Chapter 1, I asked you to look down at your belly. You probably think you know that belly pretty good, its rolls, its creases, whether you're sporting an innie or an outie. But most of us actually know very little about our belly fat. For example, did you know that it used to be somewhere else? Think of yourself back when you were a baby. You've seen the pictures, how you used to have fat all over the place, chubby cheeks, chubby thighs, even chubby wrists. As we grow into our teens and 20s and 30s, that fat spreads throughout our bodies, often gathering in pleasing ways right where we want it to be. But as we get older, the fat begins to shift again, consolidating itself around our midsections. So that expanding waistline isn't a mark of sloth, gluttony, or any of the other deadly sins. It's just some old friends who have moved to a different neighborhood. Weird, right? But that's not the only strange fact about your belly. You see, belly fat isn't just sitting there mocking you as you try to button your jeans. While it may seem stubborn and unmoving, belly fat is, in fact, tremendously active. It is very, very busy trying to ruin your health. Why belly fat makes your whole body angry. There's a sort of triad of unhealthy aging, an axis of evil, as George W. Bush might put it. It's the combination of diminished muscle quality, increased inflammation, and expanding belly fat. They're the 3 stooges of illness, each of them egging the others on to greater and greater mischief. But in this confederacy of dunces, belly fat is the ringleader. Belly fat cells are, in essence, miniature endocrine organs, releasing hormones and other pesky chemicals into your body. Among them are inflammatory proteins called cytokines, which contribute to a number of inflammation-related problems. Harvard researchers have also found that visceral fat cells secrete higher levels of a molecule called RBP4, which increases insulin resistance, putting us at greater risk of diabetes and weight gain. Yes, belly fat causes you to gain belly fat. The COVID-19 crisis laid this out for us clearly. In a study of how the stay-at-home orders impacted people, researchers in the journal Obesity found that 27.5% of the 7,753 people surveyed said they gained weight during the lockdown. But among people who were already obese, that number jumped to 33.4%. The more visceral fat you have, the harder it is to prevent future weight gain, unless you make a change. And we've already established that inflammation plays a role in reducing muscle volume. Muscle happens to be very good at storing excess calories. So when we have less muscle, we have more free calories that can be turned into, wait for it, belly fat. So more belly fat equals more inflammation equals less muscle equals more belly fat. As belly fat-inspired inflammation rises, our risk of just about everything increases. Researchers at Kaiser Permanente found that those with the greatest levels of abdominal fat in their 40s were nearly 3 times more likely to develop dementia in their 70s or 80s than those who had the least belly fat. Did you say that my belly fat is making me fat? Yes, we did. Fat, especially belly fat, is a highly inflammatory tissue, says Dana DiRenzo, a rheumatologist and instructor of medicine at Penn Medicine in Philadelphia. Every day, your belly fat is creating and releasing inflammatory compounds with Bond villain names such as interleukin-6 and tumor necrosis factor alpha, DiRenzo explains. That's why lifestyle factors such as not sleeping well can cause weight gain. It's not just about calories, but about inflammation as well. Remember, inflammation is a response to cell damage, and fat cells are the body's damsels in distress. They're bloated with triglycerides, a substance similar to diesel fuel, and as a result, they are very fragile and can easily burst and die. When they do, they trigger an inflammatory response as the immune system sends white blood cells to clean up the spilled fuel. Your belly is changing on the inside, too. You can think of an expanding waistline as both the cause and the symptom of poor health. But there's even more mischief happening deep inside your gut. As we age, the way our digestive system absorbs nutrients changes. It becomes harder and harder for us to get the vital nutrients we need from food, particularly due to increased inflammation. And that creates a feedback loop. The bigger your belly, the more your digestive system struggles, Catherine Tucker, director of the Center for Population Health at the University of Massachusetts in Lowell, told me. Indeed, it helps to think of belly fat as one giant inflammation marker. The lower your inflammation, the smaller your belly, and vice versa. That's why belly fat is linked so directly to so many illnesses. Depending on your health, malabsorption issues can arise at different ages, but generally, people should start being concerned about it after age 50, says Tucker. The term malabsorption refers to the body's inability to turn all the good stuff in food into fuel the body can use. Malabsorption happens partly because the contents of our stomachs change as we begin to produce less stomach acid. But stomach acid is critical for digestion, particularly when it comes to extracting certain nutrients from food. Take vitamin B12. Found exclusively in animal foods, B12 is essential for producing healthy red blood cells and preserving nerve function. It also seems to play a role in preventing depression in older adults. Research shows that while the vast majority of us eat enough B12-rich foods to meet our recommended daily allowance, as many as 1 in 5 older adults have gastric issues that may interfere with their ability to absorb B12. Think back to that breakfast you and your child shared in Chapter 2. While you may have consumed the same amount of B12-rich egg protein, you may well have netted out at very different doses of this vitamin. Vitamins B6 and B2, both crucial to helping the body process protein and manage inflammation, are 2 other nutrients the older body may have difficulty absorbing, says Tucker. But it's not just stomach acid levels that differentiate your gut from that of your child. With age, the very biology of our bellies changes. As infants, we inherit a diverse array of trillions of bacteria located primarily in the digestive tract. These bacteria, known as the microbiome, are our best friends for life. They help digest food, manage inflammation, protect against disease, and perform dozens of other useful tasks. They're the ultimate live-in help. But over the course of our lives, we don't necessarily treat our BFFs as well as we should. Stress, poor diet, especially a lack of fiber, and the use of antibiotics and other medications damage the diverse ecosystem within our guts. Meanwhile, too much sugar and too many artificial chemicals, including artificial sweeteners, disrupt the balance of bacteria in our guts. The bacteria that thrive in this disrupted environment play a role in increasing inflammation throughout our bodies. And the more unhealthy bacteria there are, the more they overwhelm the helpful bacteria that keep inflammation in check. Over time, this disruption damages our gut, which may make it even more difficult for our bodies to absorb the vitamins and minerals we need from our otherwise nutritious and delicious eggs and toast breakfast. And an altered microbiome also seems to lead to excess calorie absorption, meaning you absorb more calories from food than a person with a healthier gut. Our gut microbiome plays a role in countless physiologic processes throughout the body. A healthy gut is one that maintains a balance between good and bad bacteria. Imbalance might lead to trouble, as an imbalanced gut has been associated with metabolic diseases, pulmonary diseases, nervous system conditions, and Alzheimer's, among other disorders. As changes in our digestive system and our microbiome make it harder for us to absorb and use the nutrients in our food, we've got to give our bodies the opportunity to pack in more and more nutrition with our meals, particularly the vitamins and minerals we're becoming resistant to. The whole body reset is built around these crucial, life-giving nutrients. Gutsy decisions, foods that spark and soothe inflammation. You can find this also in your PDF. Spark, white bread. A diet low in fiber can allow unhealthy bacteria to gain the upper hand in your digestive system, contributing to a leaky gut in which toxins are allowed to pass through into your body rather than being swept away by the digestive system. Soothe, whole grain bread. As the body digests fiber, like that found in whole grains, it creates butyrate, a beneficial fatty acid with anti-inflammatory powers. Butyrate may help prevent neurological decline. Spark, deep fryers. Inflammation-causing compounds called advanced glycation end products, or AGEs, are produced when meats and grains are cooked at high heat. Think donuts, French fries, and fried chicken. Soothe, fruit bowls. Dark-colored fruits as well as vegetables and beans contain polyphenols, plant compounds with antioxidant and anti-inflammatory properties. Spark, pudding. Most processed foods, especially desserts, are low in fiber, high in sugar, and packed with chemicals, all of which are bad for the gut. The more you cook at home with unprocessed food, the better. Soothe, yogurt. Live culture yogurts contain healthy bacteria called probiotics, which help keep the bad gut bacteria in check. Spark, bottled salad dressings. Look at the label of your favorite dressing. The first 3 ingredients are probably water, sugar, and soybean oil. Soybean and vegetable oils are high in omega-6 fatty acids, which we tend to eat a lot of. Make your own salad dressings with olive oil, lemon or vinegar, and spices. Soothe, big, colorful salads. The vitamins, minerals, and phytonutrients found in fruits and vegetables help prevent cell damage via oxidative stress, In other words, they fight inflammation. There are hundreds of antioxidants, such as vitamins A, C, and E, as well as lycopene and selenium. The care and feeding of your belly. What your dysregulated little belly buggers crave is more fiber. Fiber is the edible but undigestible parts of the plant. Our early ancestors ate about 100 grams of fiber per day, one researcher has estimated. The average American eats about 16. That's a big drop-off, and it hasn't been kind to us. The more fiber you eat, the lower your risk of the 6 most deadly diseases known to humans: heart disease, cancer, chronic respiratory disease, stroke, Alzheimer's, and diabetes. Which makes you think, if it's indigestible, how can it make a difference to my health? In part, it's because what's indigestible to you isn't necessarily indigestible to your little friends, the microbiome. The billions of bacteria in your gut feast on these morsels, breaking them down into what are called short-chain fatty acids, compounds that disperse into the bloodstream and help to quell chronic inflammation. The Mayo Clinic recommends at least 3 grams of fiber at breakfast, but says 5 grams or more is even better. The piece of whole grain toast you ate provided you with less than half of that. So while protein is job 1 in the whole body reset, fiber plays a crucial role as well. Coming up, you'll discover not just how this program can help you drop pounds, but how the whole body reset can help turn around the direction of your health and your life. Action step number 5, also in your PDF. Fiber helps maintain gut health and, in doing so, lowers our risk of disease, helps our bodies maintain muscle, and even encourages weight loss. But the average American only gets about half the fiber needed each day. Let's tackle that problem right now. Name 3 fiber-rich foods you've eaten in the past week and 3 you can add this week to increase your overall intake. For a cheat sheet, you'll find the complete whole body reset mix and match meal maker in your PDF. Chapter 6. How the whole body reset can help fight disease and save your life over and over again. You'll not only look better, you'll live better too. If the whole body reset seems to appeal to our vanity, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with wanting to look our best. But a sleeker body is just the cherry on top of this program, because it's likely that your greatest and most lasting impact will be on your health, your longevity, and your overall quality of life. That's partly because simply by seizing control of your food and your weight, you automatically seize more control over your health as well. You've been told this a bazillion times, but it bears repeating, this time with a series of definitive reports to prove it. One looked at 189 studies conducted with 4 million people on 4 continents and found that being overweight or obese increased your risk of death from all causes combined. In another study, researchers followed older people, average age 63, for 24 years and found that even accounting for pre-existing health conditions and lifestyle choices like smoking, being obese was independently responsible for a significantly higher death rate. Stop age-related weight gain and muscle loss, and you're taking a huge step towards saving your own life. But you already knew that, didn't you? Well, you might not know that eating more protein, specifically more plant protein, was linked to lower risk of death from any cause, including cancer and heart disease, according to a review of 32 separate studies. Okay, so this program can help you live longer, and it can help you live leaner. But those are just 2 legs of the overall health stool. The 3rd leg is to live healthier, to have an active, enjoyable life brimming with rewarding adventures and fulfilling relationships. In this chapter, we'll explain how the food and fitness components of this plan have been shown to reduce our risk of a remarkable number of health conditions and concerns, and can reduce our risk of pain, disability, and disease. Think inflammation, colds, flu, even the coronavirus. Think diabetes, heart disease, and dementia, which is covered in the next chapter. And more. Just look at all the whole body reset can do for you. You'll slow inflammaging. As grown-ups, the changes in our gut microbiome, the reduced levels of muscle, and the inability of our bodies to fully absorb nutrients are all related to one massive bodily insult: chronic inflammation. We've mentioned its role in weight gain in earlier chapters, but more and more experts are looking at inflammation as the master manipulator of age-related health woes. In fact, there's even a relatively new term for the increase in inflammation as we get older: inflammaging. Think about when you catch the flu and your body temperature rises to fight the virus. That's the result of inflammation. So is the redness and warmth that occur when an injury is healing. It's the process your body uses to provide the restorative chemicals and nutrients needed to help repair the damage. These are examples of acute inflammation, a temporary, helpful response to an injury or illness. Once the danger goes away, so does the inflammation. Chronic inflammation, on the other hand, is a slow, creeping condition caused by a misfiring of the immune system that keeps your body in a constant, long-term state of high alert. Low-grade inflammation is linked to a multitude of diseases, from diabetes to cancer, but its effect on the immune system can be like a prankster who's constantly pulling the fire alarm. Your immune system responds, often inappropriately, attacking harmless invaders. Think of how some people get allergic reactions to harmless substances, from pollen to peanuts, and even healthy body tissue. After years of chasing all these false calls, the immune system gets exhausted and distracted, and hence is less capable of responding properly when a real fire is unleashed. Over time, inflammation damages healthy cells. Roma Pawa, a researcher for the National Institutes of Health who specializes in the inflammatory response, told AARP. Here's why. When cells are in distress, they release chemicals that alert the immune system. White blood cells then flood the scene, where they work to eat up bacteria, viruses, damaged cells, and debris from an infection or injury. If the damage is too great, they call in a backup type of white blood cells known as neutrophils, which are the hand grenades of the immune system. They blow up everything in sight, healthy or not. Neutrophils have a short lifespan, but in chronic inflammation, they continue to be sent in long after the real threat is gone, causing damage to the healthy tissue that remains. The inflammation can start attacking the linings of your arteries or intestines, the cells in your liver and brain, or the tissues of your muscles and joints. This inflammation-caused cellular damage can trigger diseases like diabetes, cancer, dementia, heart disease, arthritis, and depression. And because the inflammation is low-grade, its slow and secret nature makes it hard to diagnose in day-to-day life, Pawa says. You have no idea it's even happening until those conditions show symptoms. A variety of things can trigger that low-grade inflammation, including genetics, diseases, and pollution. But age is the biggest contributor of all. It's not just the natural changes in our bodies, but the accumulation of challenges we've put ourselves through. Years of stress, lack of exercise, poor sleep, late nights and smoky bars. The bad-for-you stuff adds up over the decades. Some foods also play a role in increasing inflammation, and you can probably guess what they are. They're the same foods that everyone from your dentist to your cardiologist has warned you about. And that's no surprise because gingivitis and sclerotic arteries are both inflammatory conditions. Foods high in sugar, yummy cakes and cookies and candy, or high in unhealthy fats, fried anything, top the list, as well as deli meats and processed foods that have been stripped of their natural fiber, think white rice, potato chips, refined flour products such as white bread, pretzels, and pancakes. In a study following 2,735 people starting at age 49 for 13 years, women who ate the most sugary foods and the least amount of fiber were 2.9 times as likely to die from inflammation-based diseases such as heart disease. Real food, food in its natural, unprocessed form, actually helps to fight inflammation, thanks to its vitamins, minerals, proteins, fiber, healthy fats, and phytochemicals. Phytochemicals, by the way, are the nutrients that give plants their bright colors, making blackberries black, blueberries blue, oranges orange, and red onions, purple. But as our bodies age, and we have difficulty processing many of these nutrients, specifically vitamins, minerals, protein, and phytochemicals, those foods become less effective in helping us battle inflammation. We may be fighting disease with the same lightsaber, but the batteries aren't fully charged. So, inflammation makes it harder for the body to extract nutrients. A lack of nutrients causes an increase in inflammation. It's a punishing cycle, and it requires us to take greater care to ensure we're getting the nutrients we need to keep inflammation under control. That's why the whole body reset is packed with anti-inflammatory foods. A diet rich in polyphenols reduced inflammation and improved overall gut health in one small study of people 60 and older. Researchers have also recently discovered that the more fruits and vegetables older adults eat, the lower their degree of sarcopenia as they age. Polyphenols discourage inflammation, and inflammation is toxic to muscle. One study of obese older adults found a significant link between reduced lean muscle tissue and 3 markers of chronic inflammation. And that, in turn, leads to more levels of fat, especially belly fat. But when you build muscle, you lower inflammation. Imagine belly fat and skeletal muscle in an all-out tug of war. The more you have of one, the less you are likely to have of the other. In fact, muscle is a major immune regulatory organ, according to a 2019 study. And it does its best firefighting when we exercise, especially when we exercise the large muscles of the body, like the thighs and butt. Think squats and stair climbing. With lower inflammation, you lower the risk of chronic inflammatory diseases, such as atherosclerosis, diabetes mellitus, and insulin resistance. Exercise may even boost the immune system by improving gut health. You're going to hear about the I word, inflammation, throughout this chapter and throughout this book. It really is, in many ways, the king of all our physical woes. The crown prince of cardiovascular disease, the duke of diabetes, the Kaiser of cancer, and the emperor of Alzheimer's, which you'll hear more about in the next chapter. By lowering chronic inflammation, you help to reduce the risk and impact of infectious diseases like COVID-19, as well as heart disease, diabetes, dementia, and more than 100 other serious conditions, among them rheumatoid arthritis, celiac disease, psoriasis, Crohn's disease, Raynaud's disease, restless leg syndrome, ulcerative colitis, and endometriosis. You'll help protect yourself from colds, flu, and coronaviruses. When we think of the immune system, we often think in terms of antibodies and white blood cells, stuff we learned about in junior high, and then read even more about during the COVID-19 crisis. And yes, one aspect of our immune system encompasses these little armies of intrepid defenders traveling about our blood vessels looking for some troublemaking virus or bacteria to tussle with. We don't necessarily associate the immune system with inflammation, but we should. Because while chronic inflammation can mess up a lot of things for us as we age, it also has the secondary effect of distracting and confusing the immune system, thereby hampering our ability to fight off disease. Consider this. Among the 57,000 patients who were hospitalized for the coronavirus in the spring of 2020 in the New York City area, 34% had diabetes, 42% were obese, and 57% had high blood pressure, according to a study published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, JAMA. A common factor for all three conditions is chronic inflammation, which causes your immune system to pump out white blood cells and chemical messengers, keeping your defenses actively engaged 24/7. As a result, when a viral infection, cold, or flu sets in, your immune system is already otherwise engaged. It may not be able to muster an appropriate response. In addition to throwing a wet blanket on chronic inflammation, the whole body reset can help you keep your immune system healthy in several other ways. By boosting fiber intake. Fiber feeds the good bacteria in your gut. When you help keep the little buggers happy, they help keep your immune system functioning at its peak. By upping your beta-carotene. Beta-carotene is what your body uses to create vitamin A, a crucial vitamin in the creation of several different immune cells. Orange foods, like carrots, cantaloupe, and sweet potatoes, and leafy greens like spinach, romaine lettuce, and kale are among the best sources. By enjoying more cruciferous vegetables. We've talked about these in earlier chapters, but they're a crucial part of any diet. Broccoli, cauliflower, and cabbage, among others, contain an amino acid called cysteine, which helps your body produce an antioxidant called glutathione, a powerful immune system regulator. In fact, why don't you just order the coleslaw and get all three of these taken care of in one meal? By eating more fish. Omega-3 fatty acids from oily fish such as sardines and salmon can cut inflammation in older adults, which means a healthier immune system. By increasing your vitamin C intake the right way. Okay, you know that vitamin C is linked to immunity. You've seen those megadose vitamin C tablets in your local pharmacy, or perhaps come across those dissolvable packets you're supposed to drink when you feel a slight cold coming on. But here's the thing. Some vitamins, like vitamin A, D, E, and K, are fat-soluble. That means you store them in your body. Others, like B vitamins and vitamin C, are not. Whatever your body can't use in the moment just flushes through your system and follows Nemo down the drain. That's why vitamin C throughout the day, consumed from natural sources like fruits and vegetables with each meal, is a far better choice than simply popping a supplement, or downing a big calorie-laden glass of orange juice with breakfast, and thinking you've got it covered. If you're an OJ fan, trade in the big morning glass for several small servings throughout the day to keep yourself covered and reduce that big sugar load. By providing you with more foods rich in zinc. The protein that powers the whole body reset also ensures that you'll be topped off in this important immunity nutrient. Beef, shellfish, pork, beans, and tofu are all rich in zinc. By helping you build and maintain muscle. When you improve immune system function and reduce inflammation, you don't just protect against viruses. You also give your body the ability to fend off other serious health threats, specifically cancer. Breast cancer patients who have high muscle mass have a greater chance of surviving the disease than those who have lower muscle mass, according to a study of 3,241 women, median age 54, with stage 2 or 3 breast cancer. And in a study of men who had undergone a radical prostatectomy to treat prostate cancer, researchers found that those with the lowest levels of muscle were more likely to see a recurrence of the cancer and more likely to eventually die of the disease. You'll protect yourself from heart disease. Cardiovascular health isn't a singular issue. It's a complex interchange of several factors: controlled blood pressure, a well-balanced cholesterol profile, and healthy blood vessels free of plaque buildup. Each of these pillars is essential to keeping your cardiovascular system in fine working order, as is a strong heart muscle, which you can help to build with the exercise program in Chapter 12, Your Whole Body Fitness Plan. But as we've already pointed out, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and plaque buildup in the arteries are all symptoms of the larger underlying issue of inflammation. Indeed, a study showed that in people who had suffered a previous heart attack, reducing inflammation cut their risk of subsequent heart attack or stroke by 15%, even if their cholesterol levels stayed the same. By following the nutritional recommendations in this book, you'll reduce inflammation and hence reduce your risk of heart disease. But you'll also help to reduce your blood pressure. One major contributor to our epidemic of high blood pressure is that so much of our food, particularly the prepackaged processed stuff like sandwich meats and snacks, is too high in sodium, the mineral that boosts blood pressure, and too low in potassium, the mineral that helps lower it. In fact, if you think of your blood pressure as a seesaw, sodium would sit on one end, looking to send it spiking into the sky. Potassium sits on the other end, trying to even it out. By reducing the junk food and eating whole, natural plants and proteins, you'll dramatically reduce sodium while boosting potassium and calcium. Calcium and potassium come readily in the form of dairy, and you'll also find potassium in fruits and vegetables, particularly bananas, grapefruit, oranges, avocados, zucchini, beans, and potatoes. And other foods you'll be enjoying on the Whole Body Reset, from probiotic-rich yogurt to fiber-filled almonds to nutrient-dense dark chocolate, can play a role in keeping blood pressure in check. You'll also improve your cholesterol numbers and the health of your arteries. Inflammation plays an enormous role in the health of your arteries, which is just one reason why loading your plate with a wide variety of colorful fruits and vegetables can make a big impact on whether or not your cardiologist gives you a passing grade. In a study involving 115 older adults, average age 63, who had metabolic conditions, those who ate 1 cup of blueberries each day for 6 months showed improved vascular function and higher levels of heart-healthy HDL cholesterol. The study's authors credited an antioxidant called anthocyanin, which is also found in cherries, blackberries, and other red, purple, and blue foods. Betalain is another powerful plant pigment. It makes beets red, and in one study, supplementing with the compound resulted in lower levels of homocysteine, an amino acid that can damage the lining of the arteries, as well as improved levels of blood glucose and unhealthy LDL cholesterol. It lowered blood pressure as well. And finally, you'll reduce your risk of stroke. The same factors that endanger our hearts, unhealthy cholesterol, high blood pressure, stiffened arteries, put us at risk of stroke as well. And the same remedies that protect our hearts protect us from these terrifying brain attacks. For example, we know that fiber is good for our hearts, and food marketers know that you know, which is why they love putting those little red hearts on the packaging of their high-fiber breakfast cereals. But lift your fiber intake, and you also dramatically slash your risk of stroke, according to a review of studies from around the world. Another analysis of studies got even more specific. For every additional 10 grams of fiber you eat per day, you reduce your risk of stroke by 12%. But perhaps the most surprising way the Whole Body Reset protects your heart is by helping you grow and maintain muscle mass. In one study, high levels of muscular strength appear to protect men with high blood pressure from premature death. And in another study of men, average age 43, researchers found that among those with prehypertension, higher levels of muscular strength were associated with a reduced risk of developing full-blown hypertension in the ensuing years. Muscle lowers your risks from metabolic syndrome, obesity, and inflammation as well. You'll bar the door against diabetes. If type 2 diabetes, that is, dangerously high blood sugar, is a concern for you, and it should be, since 1 in 6 Americans ages 45 to 64, and 1 in 4 over age 65 has the disease, and more than 1 in 3 American adults is pre-diabetic, then you should probably be thinking, what's the single best nutritional step I can take to lower my risk? The answer may be incredibly simple. Eat a protein-rich breakfast every day. Let me repeat those final 2 words. Every day. Whether you're diabetic, pre-diabetic, or just never want to have the disease. Researchers conducted a meta-analysis of studies encompassing more than 96,000 participants and discovered that for every day of the week you skip breakfast, your risk of diabetes grows bigger. Those who skipped 1 day a week had a greater risk than those who ate breakfast every day. Those who skipped 2 days had a greater risk than those who skipped just 1, and up the risk went to 5 days. Each day that you wake up and decide something more important than breakfast is happening, your diabetes risk grows. And a protein-rich breakfast has been shown to help control blood sugar levels in people with type 2 diabetes, not just in the morning, but during subsequent meals later in the day. Each day when you wake up, you make the choice. A protein-rich breakfast, the foundation of the whole body reset, sets you on a path to retaining and building muscle, and muscle, by providing a storage space for blood sugar, plays an enormous role in helping to control diabetes. One study of 13,644 subjects found that those with the lowest percentage of muscle were 63% more likely to have diabetes than those with the highest percentage. But as we age and begin to lose muscle, we have less storage space. Blood sugar builds up, and the body, frantic to manage this buildup of blood sugar, makes the second best choice. It turns that excess blood sugar into belly fat. Belly fat, as you know, increases inflammation, and diabetes is an inflammatory disease. So begins the vicious cycle in which our risks from diabetes, from blindness to organ failure to heart disease, just grow and grow. You'll maintain mobility and reduce your risk of falls and broken bones. When AARP surveyed adults 50 and older about their top health concerns, we got many of the usual suspects. Cancer, 24%, dementia and Alzheimer's, 23%, vision loss, 19%, heart disease, 18%, and stroke, 16%. They're the big scary things that doctors have been warning us about from the moment we got our first cholesterol test. But our number one health concern isn't one of those well-publicized conditions. It's just as scary, but something doctors don't really talk to us about. Losing mobility. 30% of those surveyed listed it among their top health concerns, while an additional 14% listed falls and injuries. And losing mobility isn't a worry just for the oldest among us. It's the number one health concern among people ages 50 to 59. And that makes sense. Studies show that the speed at which we walk, known as our gait speed, starts to decline in our mid-50s, while our fast gait speed, essentially how quickly we can go when we're really hustling, starts declining in our mid-40s. Our fears are justified. Every 11 seconds, an older adult goes to an emergency department to treat an injury from a fall, according to the National Council on Aging, and every 19 minutes, an older adult dies from a fall. It turns out that among older Americans, falls are the leading cause of both fatal and non-fatal injuries requiring hospitalization. Mobility is a vulnerable asset, and its loss isn't always sudden. It starts with a creaky knee or a painful hip or an achy shoulder, and we learn to live with it and adjust. But over time, those accommodations to age pile up until we're no longer engaging in the physical activities we once enjoyed, whether it's tennis or basketball or jogging or just gardening or taking long walks on the beach. It's often because we've gained weight in midlife, which takes a particular toll on the lower back, hips, and knees. A lack of movement increases our risk of weight gain, which makes us even less mobile. Studies show that a body mass index over 30 increases an older person's risk of falling by as much as 78%. Gaining back mobility and preserving what you have is one of the promises of the whole body reset. By stopping age-related weight gain and bringing your weight back under control, you'll directly impact your mobility by reducing strain on your joints. By reducing inflammation, you'll significantly reduce your risk of joint pain. And by improving your overall health through both diet and exercise, you'll take back control of your gait, your balance, and your life. A leaner, fitter body, a longer, healthier life, and a physical vitality that keeps us active and having fun well into our later years. This is what the whole body reset can deliver for you. Your body wants and needs the healthy approach to nutrition and weight management that is the foundation of this program. Follow it, not religiously, but consciously to the best of your ability, and the rewards will be extraordinary. Still, few of us go through life without bearing painful witness to the mental decline of someone we love, someone who may remain physically strong, but whose mind has been slowly stolen from them. That's why feeding the body is only part of our mission. The whole body reset will also feed your mind, reducing your risk of age-related mental decline. In the next chapter, we'll explain how. Action step number 6, also in your PDF. When it comes to improving your health, eating better is move number 1. But once you take charge of your diet, you're going to feel empowered to make other healthy changes as well, especially if you see the kind of improved energy levels our test panel reported. Research says that the best way to form a new, life-improving habit is to write down your goal, choose a simple action plan for getting there, and then set up a trigger that prompts you to perform the action at a certain place and time. So if your goal is to spend less time sitting, for example, you write down that goal, then add your plan, say, to move around more at work. Then add a trigger. For instance, every time I answer the phone, I'll stand up and walk around for a few minutes. Try this simple pledge, or add your own particular life goal. Try writing it out like this. My goal is, my plan is, my trigger is, I will. Chapter 7. How the Whole Body Reset Can Help Keep Your Mind Sharp. The Untold Love Story of Your Belly and Your Brain. When we think of cognitive decline, we tend to think of it as an inevitable result of aging, a genetic ticket that sooner or later gets punched. But if we think of Alzheimer's disease and other forms of dementia as a natural byproduct of aging, we fail to see how much impact our choices today can have on our brains tomorrow. And one of the biggest life choices we make several times a day is the choice of what to eat. How we exercise, too, impacts brain health. We get into that in Chapter 12, Your Whole Body Fitness Plan. Understanding the interaction between nutrition and brain function is crucial as we age, Jean Wu, a member of the Global Council on Brain Health, told me. Wu is the Henry G. Leong Research Professor of Gerontology and Geriatrics and Director of the Center for Nutritional Studies at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Eating for a Healthy Brain. Nearly every single one of us has a story about a loved one lost to dementia. Let me tell you about one particular woman, the mother of a colleague of mine. She was one of those people who was an indomitable force of nature, and she remained so well into her later years. Long after retirement, she held seasons tickets to theater, ushered at the symphony, raised money for local candidates. She was active, engaged, involved, all the hallmarks of a stimulating, brain-healthy lifestyle. But eating well was never a priority for her. She'd sip black coffee for breakfast, maybe eat a light lunch, and like many of us, consume most of her calories and protein at dinner, never skimping on dessert. Nighttime, you'd find her with a massive dish of ice cream, chocolate ripple, Rocky Road, Moose Tracks, anything chocolate. Catching up on her magazines, mail, and email. She kept her mind active and social network wide, but her body grew larger, and her blood pressure and cholesterol levels responded accordingly. In her 70s, she complained to her doctor that she was getting lost driving places she'd been going to for 40 years. She couldn't remember if she'd taken her pills that morning. Neurologists ran tests, but her recall of the year and the president was excellent, and she could count backwards from 100 by sevens faster than her daughter could. Doctors asked if she was getting enough sleep and mental stimulation, but never asked about her diet, despite her obvious weight problem. In her early 80s, doctors diagnosed mild cognitive disorder. They prescribed medications to slow the progression of brain decline, but again, no questions about her diet. Ditto when, 2 years later, the diagnosis was dementia. Those of us who have lost loved ones to dementia, and who, quite reasonably, worry about the same fate, understand how painful the loss of brain power can be, both to the sufferer and to those around them. That's one reason why, over the past several years, the world has focused more and more attention on understanding the brain, how it ages, and what we can do to slow its decline. And diet, experts have concluded, is one of the most powerful drivers of brain health. The Global Council on Brain Health, an international collaborative of scientists and health experts convened by AARP, found that among people 50 and older, 3/4 of those who said they ate well 5 to 7 times a week reported their brain health and mental sharpness as excellent or very good. Of those who said they rarely or never ate healthfully, only 38% reported their brain health as high. And here's the best news. It's never too late to start eating a healthy diet. Improvements in your diet can help your brain health and lower your risks of cognitive decline whenever you decide to start, says Sarah Lenz-Locke, the executive director of the Global Council on Brain Health. So, what's a healthy diet in terms of your brain? The Council has found that what's good for the heart is good for the brain. Not surprising, then, that the Mediterranean and DASH diets, long proven to improve heart health, look a lot like what you'll find in this book. So start now. Here's how the Whole Body Reset can help you stay sharp for decades to come, reduce your risk of age-related brain diseases, and stave off mood swings and depression. Brain foods. This list can also be found in your PDF. Eat regularly. Fresh vegetables. In particular, leafy greens such as spinach, kale, arugula, collard greens, mustard greens, romaine lettuce, Swiss chard, turnip greens. Whole berries, not juice. Fish and seafood. Healthy fats, for example, extra virgin olive oil, avocados, whole eggs. Nuts and seeds. Include beans and other legumes, whole fruits in addition to berries, low sugar, low fat dairy, for example, plain yogurt, cottage cheese, poultry, whole grains. Limit fried foods, pastries, sugary foods, processed foods, red meat, for example, beef, lamb, pork, buffalo, and duck, red meat products, for example, bacon, whole-fat dairy high in saturated fats such as cheese and butter, and salt. The source is the Global Council on Brain Health convened by AARP. Worried about your memory? When you lose your car keys, do you worry that you're losing your mind? 3/4 of adults aged 40 and over are concerned about their brain health declining in the future, according to an AARP survey. And about 1 in 3 say they've noticed that their ability to remember things has decreased over the past 5 years. Keep sharp, build a better brain at any age, an AARP-supported book by Sanjay Gupta, MD, based in part on the work of AARP's Global Council on Brain Health, offers simple solutions for brain health. For a brain assessment and challenges, visit stayingsharp.org. A healthy brain needs plenty of fruits and vegetables. One of the most significant effects of a plant-rich diet is its ability to feed the microbiome, the trillions of microscopic bacteria, fungi, and viruses that live in your gut and help with everything from digesting food to regulating the immune system. The microbiome also has a profound influence on the central nervous system. Dysregulated microbiomes have been linked to Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, depression, and other brain diseases. The gut influences the brain through 2 different pathways, Jean Wu told me. One is through inflammation and a leaky gut, in which toxins leak from the gut and find a way to the brain. Inflammation is believed to play a crucial role in the development of dementia and other age-related brain diseases. The chemicals produced by the microbiome in the gut also stimulate the vagus nerve, which directly connects the brain and the digestive system, and may also play a role in influencing our mood, our levels of inflammation, and our stress levels, among other crucial mind-body issues. A study by Wu and other researchers found that a higher intake of fruits and vegetables was tied to a reduced risk of age-related cognitive decline. A brain-healthy diet means a wide array of plant foods, with a particular emphasis on leafy greens, which are rich in the brain-boosting nutrient folate, as well as vitamin K, lutein, and beta-carotene, all of which have been linked to slowing cognitive decline. Nutrition researcher Catherine Tucker emphasizes the importance of getting not just a lot of plants, but a wide variety of plants into your daily regimen for physical and brain health. To keep down your inflammation and your oxidative stress, which are the 2 major things that damage your muscles and organs and contribute to the development of chronic disease, you want to have not only the vitamins and minerals, but also the phytochemicals and fiber that are found in fruits and vegetables and whole grains as well. For that reason, it's plants, 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 not pills, pills, pills. You can buy folate in pill form, as folic acid, but Tucker says research simply doesn't show that the pill form is effective. Almost all the evidence shows that when you take things out of the food matrix and you put a single ingredient into a pill, it doesn't have the same effect, she says. For example, we thought vitamin E was a major antioxidant, so in the 1990s everybody started taking vitamin E, and it turns out that it does not work. Many people continue to take vitamin E today, despite the fact that the Global Council on Brain Health has found that vitamin E in supplement form is not effective for brain health. Get your nutrients from food, especially a variety of plant foods, and you reap all of the brain benefits. For brain health, the Whole Body Reset has you covered. You can't go wrong with having at least one mixed salad a day, topped with a protein source or served alongside a protein-rich meal. Strive for 1.5 to 2.5 cups of vegetables a day, of all different colors, and 2 to 4 servings of fruit each day as well. Which fruits? As with vegetables, variety is your best approach, although research seems to suggest that berries have a special place in the brain health pantheon. Scores of studies on animals have shown that strawberries, blackberries, blueberries, black currants, and mulberries all reduce inflammation in the nervous system. A healthy brain needs less sugar. Fruit punch could shrink your brain. No, this is not a frantic Facebook message from your overly anxious Aunt Mary. This is actual scientific research. Regularly consuming sugary drinks leads to spiking blood sugar and an exaggerated insulin response, which can trigger chronic inflammation in the brain, making it vulnerable to Alzheimer's. A 2017 study linked high sugary beverage consumption to lower total brain volume, hippocampal volume, and poorer episodic memory. But sugary drinks doesn't just mean the obvious culprits like sodas and sweet teas. That 2017 study also looked at fruit punch and other fruit drinks and found them to be just as culpable. Be super careful of sugar hidden in healthy beverages such as juices and smoothies, sport drinks, and energy drinks, as well as specialty coffees. Some energy drinks can pack up to 60 grams of sugar in a 16-ounce can, while a 16-ounce vanilla latte may contain 35 grams. Frozen coffee drinks? Some pack more than 180 grams of sugar. That's more than you'd get if you ate a whole dozen apple cider donuts. Now consider that one study of people with diabetes found that both memory and cognitive function decline faster with rising blood glucose levels. The American Heart Association recommends that men consume no more than 150 calories, about 37.5 grams of added sugar per day, and that women should limit their intake to no more than 100 calories or 25 grams. And yet one smoothie chain offers a fitness blend smoothie with 128 grams of sugar in it. That's 512 calories of pure sugary not-so-goodness. Sugar in drinks damages the brain in the same way that sugary food damages the body by, among other things, raising your levels of inflammation. And the whole body reset reduces your sugar intake in 2 ways. First, by cutting calorie-laden drinks from your daily menu. And second, by filling you up with high-fiber, high-protein, high-nutrition foods that will tamp down hunger and sweet cravings and keep you safe from sugar. Boost your mood with the whole body reset. Most of what's thought of as comfort food, macaroni and cheese, mashed potatoes and gravy, grilled cheese sandwiches, and French fries, ought to be called discomfort food, especially if it's processed or fried in oil derived from corn or soy. Those oils are high in omega-6 fatty acids, a type of fat linked to inflammation and depression. In older adults, high levels of omega-6 fatty acids were associated with a higher rate of depression, according to a study in psychosomatic medicine. So instead of grabbing something fatty and sad, reach for something lean and happy. Leafy greens. Having low levels of magnesium and a low intake of magnesium from foods are both associated with an increased risk of depression. Fill up on magnesium-rich dark, leafy greens such as spinach, as well as pumpkin seeds, almonds, peanut butter, and legumes. Protein in the morning. Protein may help synthesize serotonin, a brain hormone responsible for helping to lower anxiety and to boost mood. Fatty fish. It's rich in the omega-3 fatty acids EPA and DHA, which have been shown to improve symptoms of moderate and major depression and to reduce anxiety significantly. A healthy brain needs less salt and more potassium and calcium. High blood pressure can damage small vessels in the brain, hindering our memory and our thinking ability. That's why controlling it is so important. In fact, researchers report that when people with high blood pressure take potassium-sparing diuretics or thiazide diuretics, their risk of developing Alzheimer's is significantly reduced. And since we know that sodium can play an enormous role in elevating blood pressure, it's no surprise that health organizations continue to urge us to avoid the white stuff. In one study, a 50% reduction in salt cut the risk of a fatal stroke by 85%. The American Heart Association recommends no more than 1,500 milligrams of sodium a day. That's a little less than 3/4 teaspoon of salt, while the dietary guidelines suggests no more than 2,300 milligrams, a full teaspoon. Problem is, sticking to those guidelines is extremely difficult, especially when you're eating at a restaurant or getting takeout. Just about every chain hamburger or sub you can find weighs in at close to 1,000 milligrams of sodium. Some hit twice that amount, and that's before the fries. Soups, sandwiches, burritos, and pizza are among the top sources of sodium in the American diet, according to the Centers for Disease Control, which pretty much wipes out most fast food joints. And even making lunch at home is tough. A simple turkey sandwich with mustard, lettuce, and cheese can cost you more than 1,500 milligrams of sodium, 690 milligrams from the turkey, and as much as an additional 300 milligrams from the 2 slices of bread. We give you lots of options that go light on salt while heavy on taste. See the recipes in Chapter 14, included in your PDF. On the Whole Body Reset, you'll naturally cut your sodium level. But honestly, controlling sodium intake is not always possible. You will go out to eat. You will eat bread and burgers and pizza. And you know we're not about deprivation. Fortunately, even as you watch your sodium intake, the Whole Body Reset gives you a number of weapons to lower blood pressure. Follow this program, and you'll take real steps toward lowering your blood pressure naturally by controlling your weight and exercising more. But just as important, you'll boost your intake of calcium and potassium, both of which, as we learned in the previous chapter, help to control blood pressure. Meanwhile, it's important to see your doctor regularly and monitor your blood pressure. If you're prescribed blood pressure medicine, take it. The risks to your heart and your brain from uncontrolled blood pressure is simply too high to fool around with. A healthy brain needs more fish and more healthy fats. Among people living in olive-growing regions, the incidence of cognitive decline, along with heart disease, cancer, and type 2 diabetes, is very low. We've known for 50 or 60 years that the Mediterranean diet is beneficial for health, but olive oil is emerging as the most important ingredient, says Domenico Pratico, MD, director of the Alzheimer's Center at Temple University. Take people in the Sacani mountain region of Sicily, marked by rolling hills covered with olive trees. These mountain folk eat a Mediterranean diet high in fish, whole grains, and fruits and vegetables. But their community and their daily diet revolves around olive trees. They snack on olives and use the fruit's unprocessed oil, what we know as extra virgin olive oil, or EVOO, to prepare dinner. As a result, their arteries are as supple as those of people 10 years younger, researchers say. And that helps keep their brains younger too, says Wu. Brain health and heart health are both mediated by blood vessels, and what you eat determines whether those vessels will clog up or not. The same things that give rise to the clogging of the vessels in the heart may also give rise to clogging in the brain. But, she says, the brain is even more vulnerable to this process than the heart is. While both organs have the ability to grow new blood vessels that circumnavigate clogged arteries, the brain is less capable of utilizing this vascular superpower because its network of blood vessels is more complex. Healthy fats like EVOO can do more than just keep your blood vessels pristine. Researchers have recently discovered that compounds in the fat of this high-grade oil can flush out proteins that gum up the communication channels between brain cells, slowing disease progression. One particular compound that seems to drive this effect is an olive-derived polyphenol called oleocanthal. In animal studies at Auburn University, oleocanthal demonstrated an ability to rinse out amyloids, which form the plaques associated with Alzheimer's. In mice, EVOO can flush out tau, a protein that hinders language skills and memory in humans. Of course, there's a huge gap between promising animal studies and hard evidence that EVOO has the same effect on our human brains. But it's promising, and also delicious. Note that important acronym, EVOO, extra virgin olive oil. The difference between EVOO and your everyday olive oil is sort of like the difference between whole grain bread and processed white bread. EVOO is higher in polyphenols, those heart-healthy, brain-healthy nutrients. Regular olive oil is processed and has much lower levels of these essential nutrients. The very factors that make EVOO a brain-healthy fat, it's plant-based and the least processed, extend to other types of fat as well. Avocados, nuts, seeds, and peanuts are all brain-healthy because they're loaded with monounsaturated fats, and so too are the oils derived from those plants. A study of more than 15,000 older women found that eating nuts 5 or more times a week correlated with a lower rate of cognitive decline compared to women who never ate nuts. The study was partially funded by the California Walnuts Commission, but also by the highly respected National Institute on Aging. Omega-3 fatty acids are also among the good fats you should know about if you're concerned about shrinking brains. And really, who wouldn't be? Reduced brain volume that comes with age is correlated to increased incidence of Alzheimer's disease. Research shows that omega-3s fight inflammation and support the structure of brain cells. A 2011 report in Neurology by researchers at Oregon Health and Science University found that study participants who had high blood levels of healthy fats, including omega-3s, low levels of trans fats, plus a variety of vitamins, including B, C, D, and E, had less brain shrinkage and scored better on cognitive tests than those who ate less nutritious diets. The bottom line is this. We have a considerable amount of influence on the direction of our short and long-term brain health. And one of the most potent arrows in our quiver is diet. To stay sharp now and long into the future, you've come to the right place. Progress, not perfection. With each meal, you have the power to make a healthy choice for your brain, even if your diet isn't exactly perfect. In a study of subjects following a brain-healthy diet, researchers found that those who followed the diet most closely, an average score of 9.6 points out of a possible 15, saw the biggest drop in their Alzheimer's risk. But those whose adherence was a little sketchy, scoring 7.5 points out of 15, still cut their risk by over a third. A healthy brain needs more fiber. Yes, you're getting older, and so is your microbiome, a collection of trillions of bacteria that live in and on your body, primarily in your gut. And the health of those bugs in your belly can have a big impact on your brain. If you've ever felt your stomach tied up in knots when you sit in traffic or filled up with butterflies before giving a talk, you've experienced the powerful effects of the enteric nervous system, often called the brain in your gut. This system is made up of the thousands of nerves that line the digestive tract and the same neurotransmitters, such as serotonin, that govern mood. This intricate gut-brain connection sends electrical messages back and forth, signaling whether you're hungry, stressed, depressed, or feeling just fine. For example, Australian researchers found that students had lower levels of lactic acid bacteria, a good type of gut bacteria, during exam week, compared with less stressful times in the semester. On the other hand, your digestive tract also manufactures as much as 90% of the body's serotonin, the feel-good hormone that regulates mood. To carry out these complicated tasks, the gut uses beneficial bacteria called probiotics. We get probiotics from certain foods, particularly fermented foods like yogurt and kimchi, that are rich in these types of bacteria. But we also nourish our existing probiotics by feeding them fiber, which helps them grow and flourish. The Whole Body Reset is rich in whole grains, fruits, vegetables, and other fiber-rich foods that support the gut. But for an extra brain boost, invest in the following. 1. Yogurt. UCLA researchers gave a group of healthy women either probiotic-rich yogurt, a probiotic-free milk product, or neither. At the start of the study, the women had MRI scans of the brain measuring the reaction to pictures of people with angry or frightened faces. After 4 weeks, the MRI scans were repeated using the same pictures. Overall, the women who ate yogurt responded more calmly, while the other groups tended to show either the same response they had originally had or a heightened response. Kefir, a yogurt-like beverage, is also rich in probiotics. 2. Cold-cooked potatoes. Potatoes are high in the kind of starch the body digests quickly, causing blood pressure and insulin to surge and then dip. But cooking and then chilling the spuds alters their chemical makeup. They develop a specific type of starch that resists digestion in the small intestine. This resistant starch passes to the colon undigested and, once there, serves as a prebiotic to feed the healthy bacteria that live in the gut. 3. Onions, leeks, and garlic. This dynamic prebiotic trio, members of the allium family, is one of the best sources of a soluble fiber called oligofructose, a natural source of inulin. Studies show that inulin stimulates the growth of healthy bacteria, which forces out potentially harmful bugs trying to gain a toehold. In addition, some research suggests that alliums may help the body resist infection, boost brain performance, help protect the heart, and control cholesterol. 4. Refrigerated sauerkraut. This tangy probiotic and its cousins kimchi and sour pickles are a great way to restore healthy gut bacteria after a course of antibiotics. They contain live bacteria that can help repopulate the gut, as well as bacteria and enzymes that help the body absorb some nutrients more readily. Look for fermented vegetables that are refrigerated, not shelf-stable canned or bottled products, which have been preserved using vinegar, a process that kills off most of the healthy bacteria. Kombucha tea is another source of healthy gut bacteria. A healthy brain needs healthy muscles, too. What do you think of when you hear the word muscles? Sylvester Stallone, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and other strangely sinuous septuagenarians? Strains, sprains, and pains? A bucket of steamy black shellfish? Or a proven key to extending your mental wellness far into the future? The Whole Body Reset is focused on helping you preserve muscles as you grow older, and it's not just because we want you to look good in a t-shirt. In a study of 3,000 adults ages 54 to 89, researchers found that having a strong grip was inversely related to symptoms of depression. The stronger you are, the less likely you are to be clinically depressed. But the power of muscle can go beyond just our mood. Studies also show that having strong muscles may help protect us against the loss of cognitive function as we age. One study looked at 970 people living in senior communities who had no evidence of cognitive decline. Researchers put the subjects through a series of strength tests, measuring their upper and lower extremities. Adjusting for variables like sex and age, the researchers ranked participants' strength on a scale of -1.6, weakest, to 3.3, strongest. Over the next 3.6 years, 15% of the subjects developed Alzheimer's. But their risk was largely determined by where they fell on the strength scale. For every 1 point increase in muscle strength, a subject's risk of Alzheimer's dropped by 43%. In another study of adults, average age 63, researchers used PET and CT scans to determine how much lean muscle subjects had. They found that increased muscle mass was linked to a lower risk of Alzheimer's. And it's not just your risk of future decline that's at stake. One study found that having low muscle mass was an indicator of low executive function, meaning the ability to focus, stay organized, and generally run your life. It's ironic, when you consider the stereotype of dumb jocks, to see how clearly retaining muscle mass is linked to retaining smarts. Action step number 7, also in your PDF. More and more research is finding that healthy fats, such as monounsaturated fats from olives, avocados, and nuts, as well as omega-3 fatty acids from fish, soy, walnuts, and seeds, play a crucial role in warding off cognitive decline. Pick 5 ways you can incorporate healthy fats into your diet to help keep your brain functioning at its very best. For example, use olive oil in place of corn oil, or add walnuts to your salad, or have a tuna instead of a turkey sandwich. Chapter 8, Your Magic Supermarket Label Decoder. How to find the best foods for your body. There's a very simple mantra that diet experts like to repeat. Eat whole foods. They're talking about foods that have only one ingredient. Apples, chicken, broccoli, brown rice, almonds, that sort of thing. And if you want to reset your whole body, then for sure you want to eat more whole foods. But that's not how the real world operates. Sometimes we need to buy something that's prepared and then packaged in a box, bag, or can, and there is simply no such thing as a one-ingredient pasta sauce or salad dressing or loaf of bread. But there are simple ways to select the most nutritious packaged foods on the market, whether we're buying a necessity or an indulgence. So join us on a trip through the grocery store and discover how easy it is to upgrade your shopping cart. But before we leave, you want to make a list of all that you need to buy and do your best to actually stick to the list. As you'll hear, supermarkets are brilliant when it comes to getting you to buy stuff you didn't intend to buy. And if you make a smart list, you're going to come away with a lot of nutritious foods. Studies show that list makers are more prone to make healthy choices. Planning, as the old generals used to say, is everything. Supermarket Treasure Map. Ever make a shopping list, then discover that what's in your cart at checkout is about twice of what you intended to buy? Or pop into the supermarket for milk and bread and come out with a box of weird chocolate doohickeys? Supermarkets are data-driven Venus flytraps designed to lure us in and then envelop us in an inescapable embrace of consumerism. Their very layouts are cleverly designed to play with our minds. Consider. The produce is always right by the front door. Why? Because when you see it, you're immediately given a boost of confidence in your health-focused shopping plan. In fact, You feel so good about those fruits and vegetables that you don't mind piling a few extra boxes of snacks in your cart as you cruise the aisles. The milk and eggs are always at the back. Don't supermarkets realize that we all need to purchase dairy items on pretty much every trip? They do, which is why they want us to have to traverse a maze of brightly colored snackables before we find what we came for, all the better to tempt us with. You'll also find the meat and seafood along the walls. The middle of the store is a big wasteland. The perimeter of the store is where the most nutritious foods are found, while the center aisles, where it's easy to get lost and confused, contain most of the refined foods. Here's where a shopping list can really save you. When you dive into the middle passages, try to stick to what you're there to buy and read labels carefully. The checkout aisle is the last temptation. Easy grab-and-go food is usually placed there, so even if you've stayed on mission shopping healthy, you'll be tempted to get a last-minute treat. The ultimate supermarket label trick. You can view a breakdown of a sample nutrition facts label in your PDF. Okay, now let's go down those middle aisles. We've been trained by the media and well-intentioned nutrition experts to focus on calories. When picking a product off the shelf, we might look at which one has the lowest calories and put that in our cart. Or we might be lured in by labels that say light or diet or low fat. But eating fewer calories isn't the goal of the whole body reset. Sure, we want to cut out empty calories, replacing foods that are light on nutritional value with those that are packed with vitamins, minerals, protein, fiber, and healthy fats. But putting too much emphasis on calories is a real mistake. Indeed, you might say there are 3 pillars that form the very heart of the whole body reset. Eat more protein, eat more fiber, eat less sugar. Obviously, there's a lot more to eating healthfully than just these 3 guidelines. Eating a variety of produce, for example, and getting plenty of heart-healthy fats. But when it comes to determining the quality of a packaged food, these 3 considerations can guide you through the supermarket aisles. It works this way. When you are evaluating any product, look at the grams of protein and the grams of fiber. Add them together. Now look at the grams of sugar. Which number is higher, the protein plus fiber number or the sugar number? Most packaged foods have sugar in them, but some really wallop you with sugar at the expense of protein and fiber. The healthiest choices, on the other hand, have higher totals of protein and fiber than sugar. For example, consider breakfast cereals. Here are some of the healthy breakfast cereals with more protein plus fiber totals than sugar. You can view these in your PDF as well. Fiber 1 Honey Clusters Lightly Sweetened Flakes. 4 grams of protein plus 10 grams of fiber equals 14 grams. Sugars, just 9 grams. Kellogg's All-Bran Original. 4 grams of protein plus 10 grams of fiber, 14 grams. Sugars, just 6 grams. Cheerios. Protein, 5 grams, plus 4 grams of fiber equals 9 grams. Sugars, just 2 grams. Unfortunately, most cereals on the market don't meet this standard. And be careful even within brands. For example, compare regular Cheerios with Honey Nut Cheerios. Honey Nut Cheerios, protein, 3 grams, plus fiber, 3 grams, equals 6 grams. Sugars, 12 grams. A lot of products are naturally loaded with protein and fiber, and you'd probably assume they'd fit within this formula. But never underestimate food manufacturers' ability to take something good and make it not as good. For example, baked beans. How could beans, rich with protein and fiber, not be a smart choice? Let's take a look. Bush's Steakhouse Recipe Grillin' Beans. 7 grams of protein and 5 grams of fiber, that's 12 grams. Sugars, 19 grams. Heinz Kentucky-style bourbon and molasses barbecue baked beans. 7 grams of protein and 5 grams of fiber get you 12 grams, but it's got 18 grams of sugar. Hanover country-style baked beans. 7 grams of protein and 6 grams of fiber, that's 13 grams, but it's got 14 grams of sugar. Let's note here that each of these manufacturers also makes plenty of healthier bean products. For example, Hanover Great Northern beans, 7 grams of protein, 7 grams of fiber, that's 14 grams, and sugars, 0 grams. The point is, get used to reading the labels and looking at these 3 data points. It will help guide you when choosing between products that look similar. For example, let's say you're shopping for a carb to accompany your morning eggs. Here are 3 sets of products that look almost identical, but they're not. Let's start with tortillas. Mission Garden Spinach Herb Wraps. Protein 6 grams plus fiber 1 gram, that's 7 grams. Sugars just 1 gram. Mission Carb Balance Spinach Wrap. Protein 6 grams, fiber 15 grams, that's 21 grams. Sugars 0. Both products will wrap your huevos rancheros nicely, but the Carb Balance version crushes it with far more fiber and a little less sugar. What about just some sliced bread for toast? Arnold Country-Style Oatmeal Bread, 2 slices. Protein, 10 grams, plus fiber, 2 grams, 12 grams. Sugars, 6 grams. Arnold Whole Grains 12-grain bread, 2 slices. Protein, 10 grams, plus fiber, 6 grams, that's 16 grams. Sugars, just 4 grams. Both seem worthy of a visit to your toaster, but the 12-grain bread has more protein, more fiber, and less sugar. Why wouldn't you make this choice? Rather have an English muffin? Let's check these out. Thomas's Cinnamon Raisin English Muffins. Protein 4 grams, plus fiber 2 grams, equals 6 grams. Sugars 8 grams. Thomas's Whole Wheat English Muffins. Protein 5 grams plus fiber 3 grams, that's 8 grams. Sugars, just 1 gram. Both muffins have similar protein and fiber counts, but the cinnamon raisin has 8 times the sugar. By applying this mathematical formula, you may even find healthy choices in unexpected places. For example, can you imagine a healthy candy bar? Well, here are 3. Green and Black's Organic Dark Chocolate Bar, 85% cacao. 10 squares. 3 grams of protein plus 4 grams of fiber. That's a total of 7 grams. Sugars, just 4 grams. Lindt Excellence 85% Dark Chocolate Bar, 4 squares. Protein 5 grams plus fiber 6 grams is 11 grams. Sugar, just 5 grams. Ghirardelli 86% Cacao Midnight Reverie Bar, 2.5 squares. Protein 2 grams plus fiber 4 grams for 6 grams. Sugars, just 3 grams. These are intensely dark chocolate and not to everyone's taste, but they show how the most unexpected foods really do qualify as health foods if you look at them through this simple mathematical lens. This doesn't mean all foods that have more fiber and protein than sugar are good for you. You could live within this guideline on a diet of salted chips and bacon. But when you're choosing between products or trying to decide if a packaged food is the best choice, doing this quick calculation can serve as a foundation. What does this word mean? If you want to evaluate any given food product, it helps to ignore all the meaningless words in marketing lingo. For example, multigrain just means there's a lot of different types of carbs, but it doesn't mean they're whole grain or healthy. Diet. Reduced calorie products often contain fewer nutrients and more fillers. avoid products with diet labels and choose based on what you see on the nutrition panels. Premium. At best, this means more expensive. Natural. So's bird poop. Natural is meaningless as a marketing term, with no definition established by the U.S. government. Artisanal. Seems to imply there's a secret cache of Italian grandmothers being held captive in the factory. Beyond that, it's pretty vague. Homemade. This is only true if the Italian grandmothers are forced to live in the same factory where they work. Hey, that's just cruel. On the other hand, some words do have meaning, signaling that you're making healthier choices. For example, low sodium. This is a government-regulated term that means the product has less than 140 milligrams of sodium per serving. Reduced sodium, on the other hand, means only that the product has at least 25% less than the original product, meaning it could still be loaded with the salty stuff. Low fat. This means 3 grams or less of fat per serving. But then again, reduced fat means that the product has at least 25% less fat than the original product, and these products tend to be higher in sugar. Light, L-I-T-E or L-I-G-H-T. The FDA lets manufacturers use these terms if the food has less fat, calories, or sodium than similar foods. But like low fat, beware of added sugars to compensate. 100% whole grains or 100% whole wheat. Look for the whole grain stamp, which indicates the percentage of carbs that are whole grain. A 100% stamp means it's all whole grain, with at least 16 grams per labeled serving. A 50% plus stamp means at least half is whole grain, with at least 8 grams per labeled serving. A basic stamp says the product contains at least 8 grams of whole grain. Understanding added sugars. One more stop before we move out of those middle aisles. Starting in 2020, the USDA required all packaged foods to reflect not just total sugars, but, quote, added sugars. Added sugar refers to what's not normally found in the food itself, but rather added by the manufacturer. A glass of milk contains a certain amount of naturally occurring sugar, known as lactose. Stir in some chocolate mix, and you've got added sugars. This requirement is a great step forward for those of us who are looking to fully understand how nutritious or not our food is. Many of our most nutritious foods, particularly fruit and dairy, come with a decent amount of natural sugar, which is nature's way of encouraging us to eat them. The term added sugars refers to when manufacturers improve our food by adding one of many different types of sweeteners with little to no nutritional value. A sampling of added sugars you can find snuck into your favorite foods can be found in your PDF. Let's see how added sugars help change the nature of what would normally be a healthy food choice. Start with something simple. Chobani low-fat plain Greek yogurt, 3/4 cup serving. Calories, 130. Total sugars, 4 grams. Added sugars, 0 grams. Fiber, 0 grams. Protein, 17 grams. This is a pretty unadulterated food, just low-fat yogurt, nothing added. And notice it has 4 grams of naturally occurring sugar from the milk itself. Now, what happens when the manufacturer adds sugar? Chobani 2% Greek yogurt mango, 2/3 cup serving. Calories 130. Total sugars 14 grams. Added sugars 9 grams. Fiber 0 grams. Protein 11 grams. Whoa! What just happened? Well, after yogurt and mango, the third ingredient on the nutrition label is cane sugar. And because of that, you've crossed the Rubicon into less healthy territory. On the other hand, If you had cut up 1/3 cup of mango yourself and added it to the plain yogurt, you would have added 8 grams of natural sugar and a gram of fiber, so your protein plus fiber content would still outweigh your sugar content. Chobani low-fat plain Greek yogurt plus 1/3 cup of mango, calories 165, dairy sugar 4 grams, plus mango sugars 8 grams equals a total sugar amount of 12 grams. Added sugars 0, fiber 1 gram, protein 17 grams. The dairy case. If you're health conscious, you may instinctively reach for low-fat versions of your favorite dairy foods. You may even sometimes wrestle with yourself or members of your family over how low you can go. Is coffee still palatable with skim milk? Does fat-free plain yogurt still taste good? Or should you go with 1% or 2% versions as a compromise? Stop having these arguments, because the truth is, low-fat versions of dairy products, besides cutting calories, may not offer any other real benefits. One study, for example, found that those who ate 3 servings of dairy had lower risks of heart disease and stroke than those who ate 1 serving, regardless of whether they ate whole-fat or reduced-fat versions. The fact is that there are many conflicting studies about the impact of dairy fat on heart health. What we do know is that calcium and vitamin D are hard to get anywhere else and crucial for your overall health, regardless of what form of dairy you choose. This doesn't mean you should be drinking cream and melted butter. A cup of whole milk has 8 grams of fat, while a cup of butter has 184 grams. And it doesn't mean ice cream is now a health food. Frozen dairy desserts are usually loaded with unhealthy added sugars, regardless of fat content. But it does mean that if you like whole-fat dairy, feel free to skip the skim, especially if the extra fat inspires you to have cottage cheese, Greek yogurt, a slice of cheese, or a cup of milk more often. Of course, plenty of people can't stomach milk or other lactose-containing dairy foods. If that's you, don't be fooled into thinking that all dairy alternatives are the same. Most are very low in protein, so they aren't really substitutes at all. If you choose to go with a non-dairy alternative, opt for soy milk or a pea protein blend, both of which deliver about 3/4 of the protein of regular milk. Be sure to pick a brand that is fortified with calcium and, ideally, vitamin D as well. To view a chart of how skim and whole milk stack up to milk alternatives, take a look at your PDF. Meat, poultry, and seafood. The very idea of meat on the plate stands for prosperity. Like apple pie, Superman, and Chevy convertibles, meat on the dinner plate is straight up Americana. But too much meat isn't a good thing. When you're ordering that 22-ounce steak at the popular chain restaurant, you're actually getting more than 4 times the protein that your body needs and can use. Remember, we can only process about 30 to 40 grams of protein at a time. All that money, all those calories, for naught. That's one reason why cooking meat at home is not only a less expensive option, but a healthier one as well. Red meat. The USDA requires most commercially sold red meat to be labeled as either prime, choice, or select. All of those sound pretty good, but what do they mean? The rankings have to do with how much fat or marbling is in the meat itself. But regardless of the grade of meat, the protein, vitamin, and mineral contents are similar. Prime, abundant marbling, which means the meat is deeply flavorful and juicy, but also higher in fat than other grades. Choice, less marbling than prime, but still relatively well flecked with fat. Select, leaner than higher grades, still tender but lower in fat. Usually cuts with round, chuck, or loin in their name. Extra lean, least amount of fat. These keywords indicate a lower fat cut of meat. For beef, eye of round, top round, sirloin, top loin, tenderloin. For pork, tenderloin, top loin, sirloin, loin chop, rib chop. For lamb, leg of lamb, arm, loin. So if flavor is your primary focus and cost isn't an issue, it may make sense to stick with one of the higher grades. But if you want meat that's leaner and less expensive, select might be the way to go, especially if you're dressing it up with marinades or mixing it into another dish. Game meats such as bison or venison are very lean and rich in zinc and iron. Depending on where you are in the country, you may find game meat in the market, or you may have to order online. You do not have to hunt them to eat them. And now, more than ever, you can find meat substitutes loaded with protein. To see how meat-free burger alternatives stack up to ground beef, check out the chart in your PDF. Poultry. Chicken is the inexpensive go-to for lean meat. But unlike red meat, which offers so many different grades and cuts, your chicken choice is pretty much limited: breast or legs. Of course, food marketers hate clarity. Hence, you'll find other terms on packages of chicken, many of which will lead you to believe that your dinner was recently running wild on verdant acres of natural farmland. The truth is a little less idyllic. Here's how to decode a package of chicken. Air chilled. It's standard for slaughtered chickens during processing to be dunked in frigid bath water to keep bacteria at a minimum. When immersed in their cold water baths, poultry can absorb up to 12% of their weight in water, which dilutes flavor and is, yes, kinda icky. Plus, that means 12% of your money is going to water, not chicken. Air-chilled means the processor skipped this step and instead chilled the chicken in a refrigerator unit. This cools the chicken more slowly, which may render the meat more tender and less water-saturated. Look also for the term no retained water. Free range. Technically, a free-range bird must have access to the outdoors, but the USDA does not strictly define outdoors, so the range may have just been a puny hole in the coop from which the chicken could stick out its head. Organic. A truly organic chicken was raised on organic feed and had access to pasture. Look for the USDA organic seal, which guarantees you're getting what's advertised. Seafood. On one hand, you know that seafood delivers lean protein and that many types of seafood contain a healthy serving of omega-3 fatty acids, which have been linked to improved brain and cardiovascular health. On the other hand, you've probably heard plenty of scary stories about mercury and other contaminants in fish, enough that you're wondering whether meat without feet really is a healthy alternative. The fact is, most commercial seafood is relatively low in contaminants and safe enough to eat on a weekly basis, with only a handful that should give you real pause. As you're going down the seafood aisle, whether fresh or frozen, consider the following list, which is also available in your PDF. It's adapted from the Berkeley Wellness newsletter, ranking seafood according to its omega-3 content. More than 1,500 milligrams omega-3. The following are very low in contaminants and can be eaten several times a week. Wild Atlantic and Pacific herring, farmed Atlantic salmon, wild king salmon, wild Pacific and jack mackerel. 1,000 to 1,500 milligrams omega-3. Very low in contaminants. Canned pink sockeye and chum salmon, canned jack mackerel, wild Atlantic mackerel. These others have moderate levels of contaminants but are still safe to eat even on a weekly basis. Wild Atlantic and Spanish mackerel, wild bluefin tuna. 500 to 1,000 milligrams omega-3. Very low in contaminants. Wild sockeye, coho, chum, and pink salmon, canned sardines, canned white albacore tuna, moderate in contaminants, farmed rainbow trout, wild and farmed oysters, wild swordfish, wild and farmed mussels. 200 to 500 milligrams omega-3s. Very low in contaminants, canned light tuna, wild skipjack tuna, wild Alaskan pollock, moderate levels of contaminants, wild Pacific rockfish, wild snapper, wild grouper, wild Pacific and Atlantic halibut, wild ocean perch, breaded fish sticks. Less than 200 milligrams omega-3s, very low in contaminants, wild scallops, wild and farmed shrimp, wild northern lobster, wild blue crab, wild cod, wild haddock, farmed tilapia, farmed catfish. Moderate in contaminants, wild mahi-mahi, wild yellowfin tuna, wild orange roughy, surimi or imitation crab. Pregnant women, women who might become pregnant, and young children should avoid big-eye tuna, king mackerel, marlin, orange roughy, shark, swordfish, and tilefish from the Gulf of Mexico. You may have read about issues of overfishing in our oceans and how poor fishing practices threaten the health of our oceans. Check out seafoodwatch.org/recommendations to find sustainable seafood choices. Action step number 8, also available in your PDF. Even if you love food and you love shopping, chances are you don't love food shopping. Weird, right? And yet, we spend more time doing it now than ever before. The average food shopper spends about 46 minutes each day they shop, up 6% from a decade earlier, according to the USDA. Let's make your next grocery shopping, whether it's at the supermarket, the big box store, or simply online, both easier and healthier. List 3 supermarket products you commonly buy, and then play a little like Nancy Drew. Identify product swaps you can make to increase the amount of nutrients you're eating while enjoying the same kind of food. For example, instead of your usual brand name pasta, maybe you can try a whole wheat or pulse pasta version, meaning a type of high-protein pasta made from chickpeas, lentils, or other legume, to up your whole grain intake. Or find a similar packaged product that has less sugar, more fiber, or more protein, or all of the above. The Whole Body Reset shopping list, and some health foods that are not on your list. Never say never. The occasional candy bar, slice of bacon, or bowl of cereal with a cartoon on the box won't hurt you. But with this shopping list filled with tasty foods, you'll feel truly satisfied, strengthen your body, and lose weight or prevent age-related weight gain. To view this starter shopping list, with foods you should and shouldn't put in your shopping cart, take a look at your PDF. Chapter 9. Take your whole body out to eat. What to eat and not eat in all your favorite restaurants. Yes, even fast food. In an ideal world, every meal would be home-cooked or thoughtfully prepared by chefs who had your health top of mind. In the real world, the taste buds want what they want, and sometimes that means grabbing a quick meal out of a cardboard box or a clown's mouth, or at the place you and your best pals have met at for 20 years. And this is where so many traditional eating plans fail us. If you're racing through town, hungry as a horse, and your local fast food joint doesn't offer a meal that fits with your fancy zero-carb, coconut oil-based, cauliflower and octopus-only fad diet, you're out of luck. That means you have to break your diet. That feels like failure. And it's one common reason that people often give up on fad diets. That's not going to happen on this plan. You don't need to worry about specialty or forbidden foods. You just need to ensure that you're getting the protein and fiber you need. While you can't always control for calories or sodium when you're dining out, you can hit the whole body reset nutritional guidelines almost anywhere you choose to dine. Just focus on getting at least 25 to 30 grams of protein and 5 grams of fiber. You'll be shocked to learn how many options are available, even at those fast food outlets that have become synonymous with unhealthy eating. We've scoured the menus of some of the most popular chain restaurants to find perfect whole-body reset combinations. Granted, many of them don't offer even unadulterated fruit to reach our 4 to 6 servings a day, so it never hurts to stick an apple or an orange in your bag or stash one in your car to have as a snack. If you don't see your go-to joint here, remember that at many restaurants, you're usually safe ordering a green salad with protein or a simple grilled piece of chicken or fish with vegetables and brown rice. A couple of popular fast food joints didn't make the list, usually because there weren't any fiber-rich options on the menu. But again, if you're grabbing a burger at a chain not found here, add a fruit salad if it's on the menu, or your own apple or orange for a quick dessert. In most cases, that will round out your meal and ensure that you're hitting both your protein and fiber needs. Remember, the whole body reset is about more nutrition, not less food. Note: menus are subject to change. Often there are seasonal items that rotate and new items added, with some old ones dropped. Most chain restaurants offer the nutritional information of all their items online, and many include nutrition calculators that allow you to see the nutritional impact if you modify your selection. The menu examples to follow can all be found in your accompanying PDF. Applebee's 6-ounce select sirloin plus fire-grilled vegetables and a small Caesar salad. 41 grams of protein, 5 grams fiber, 580 calories. Blackened Cajun salmon with garlicky green beans and fire-grilled veggies plus fat-free Italian dressing. 40 grams of protein, 8 grams of fiber, 580 calories. Arby's roast buffalo chicken and curly fries, snack size, plus a side salad. 32 grams of protein, 7 grams of fiber, 680 calories. Roast chicken salad plus jalapeno bites, 5 of them, and a side salad. 35 grams of protein, 6 grams of fiber, 610 calories. Au bon pain, classic oatmeal, small, plus a Greek vanilla yogurt and wild blueberry parfait. 29 grams of protein, 8 grams of fiber, 490 calories. 2 eggs, cheddar and ham on skinny wheat bagel. 26 grams of protein, 7 grams of fiber, 350 calories. A half a tuna salad sandwich plus Swiss chard and turkey chili, large, 16 ounces. 26 grams of protein, 21 grams of fiber, 450 calories. Mayan chicken harvest hot bowl, 31 grams of protein, 7 grams of fiber, 670 calories. Boston Market, turkey breast regular with bacon Brussels sprouts and cornbread. 39 grams of protein, 7 grams of fiber, 560 calories. Buffalo Wild Wings, brisket tacos and slaw, 32 grams of protein, 6 grams of fiber, 630 calories. 6-count traditional wings with signature sauce plus carrots and celery with fat-free ranch. 32 grams of protein, 5 grams of fiber, 515 calories. Burger King, garden chicken salad with crispy chicken with a half a packet of Ken's Light Honey Balsamic Vinaigrette dressing. 25 grams of protein, 3 grams of fiber, 500 calories. Note, you'll need to add a piece of fruit to this meal for at least 2 more grams of fiber. You'll find a list of options in your PDF. Chick-fil-A. Egg white grill with sunflower multigrain bagel. 33 grams of protein, 5 grams of fiber, 560 calories. Chick-fil-A Cool Wrap. 32 grams of protein, 13 grams of fiber, 350 calories. Spicy Southwest Salad. 33 grams of protein, 8 grams of fiber, 450 calories. Chili's. A bowl of chicken enchilada soup with a lunch combo house salad and ranch dressing, 1.5 ounces. 24 grams of protein, 4 grams of fiber, 660 calories. 6-ounce sirloin plus a small side of fresh guacamole and a side of steamed broccoli. 38 grams of protein, 8 grams of fiber, 410 calories. Chipotle. Sofritas burrito bowl with light cilantro lime brown rice, black beans, fajita vegetables, fresh tomato salsa, and Monterey Jack cheese. 27 grams of protein, 14 grams of fiber, 645 calories. Steak salad with light cilantro lime brown rice, light black beans, light Monterey Jack cheese, tomatillo red chili salsa, chipotle honey vinaigrette dressing. 31 grams of protein, 7.5 grams of fiber, 625 calories. Cracker Barrel Old Country Store. Cracker Barrel Country Boy Breakfast. 27 grams of protein, 9 grams of fiber, 660 calories. Fresh Start Sampler with turkey sausage. 35 grams of protein, 6 grams of fiber, 600 calories. Lemon grilled rainbow trout with turnip greens bowl. 67 grams of protein, 8 grams of fiber, 580 calories. Denny's. Loaded veggie omelet with seasonal fruit and English muffin. 34 grams of protein, 6 grams of fiber, 750 calories. Cobb salad with wild Alaskan salmon and light Italian dressing. 53 grams of protein, 6 grams of fiber, 790 calories. Dunkin'. Kosher Southwest Veggie Power Breakfast Sandwich. 25 grams of protein, 5 grams fiber, 420 calories. IHOP. 2 fried eggs with whole wheat toast and 2 pieces of turkey sausage. 30 grams of protein, 5 grams of fiber, 410 calories. Chicken and veggie salad. 38 grams protein, 9 grams fiber, 600 calories. 55 plus turkey and Swiss sandwich with a house salad and 1/2 packet balsamic vinaigrette. 45 grams protein, 8 grams fiber, 670 calories. Jack in the Box. Chicken fajita pita with salsa and a side salad plus low-fat balsamic vinaigrette. 28 grams of protein, 6 grams of fiber, 375 calories. Grilled chicken salad with low-fat balsamic vinaigrette. 26 grams of protein, 7 grams of fiber, 500 calories. KFC. Crispy Kernels Sandwich, buffalo style, with barbecue baked beans. 35 grams of protein, 8 grams of fiber, 690 calories. Original recipe chicken breast on the bone plus coleslaw. 40 grams of protein, 6 grams fiber, 560 calories. McDonald's. Premium Southwest salad with grilled chicken. 30 grams of protein, 6 grams of fiber, 320 calories. Olive Garden. Grilled chicken margarita served with Parmesan garlic broccoli. 65 grams of protein, 6 grams of fiber, 540 calories. herb-grilled salmon with broccoli. 49 grams of protein, 9 grams fiber, 495 calories. Outback Steakhouse. 5-ounce lobster tail steamed and served with fresh mixed veggies and seasoned rice, plus sweet potato. 32 grams of protein, 10 grams of fiber, 750 calories. Outback center-cut sirloin, 6 ounces, plus fresh steamed broccoli. 44 grams of protein, 5 grams of fiber, 360 calories. Steakhouse salad. 57 grams of protein, 7 grams of fiber, 750 calories. Panda Express. Vegetable spring roll appetizer, plus honey walnut shrimp and super greens. 22 grams of protein, 9 grams of fiber, 640 calories. String bean chicken breast with a half order of fried rice and super greens. 31 grams of protein, 10 grams of fiber, 540 calories. Panera bread. Avocado, egg white, and spinach on a sprouted grain bagel flat. Add bacon. 22 grams protein, 5 grams of fiber, 420 calories. Green Goddess Cobb salad with chicken, whole serving. 41 grams of protein, 8 grams of fiber, 530 calories. Turkey on rustic sourdough, whole serving, plus a cup of 10 vegetable soup. 32 grams of protein, 4 grams of fiber, 470 calories. Popeyes. 1 bona fide chicken breast with 1 corn on the cob cobbette. 35 grams of protein, 6 grams of fiber, 590 calories. 2 pieces bona fide chicken leg, plus regular onion rings and regular green beans. 34 grams of protein, 7 grams of fiber, 653 calories. 2-piece catfish fillet with red beans and rice, regular. 29 grams of protein, 7 grams of fiber, 707 calories. Starbucks. Hearty blueberry oatmeal with a spinach, feta, and cage-free egg white breakfast wrap. 25 grams of protein, 8 grams of fiber, 510 calories. Chipotle chicken wrap box. 29 grams of protein, 8 grams fiber, 630 calories. Subway. New Southwest Chicken Club. 34 grams of protein, 5 grams of fiber, 550 calories. Roast beef sub. 25 grams of protein, 6 grams of fiber, 290 calories. Turkey and bacon guacamole sub. 49 grams of protein, 9 grams of fiber, and 511 calories. All these sandwich nutrients are based on a 6-inch sub on 9-grain wheat bread with lettuce, tomatoes, green peppers, and cucumbers. Steak Club salad. 45 grams of protein, 6 grams of fiber, 480 calories. Taco Bell. Power Menu Bowl, chicken. 26 grams protein, 7 grams fiber, 470 calories. Steak quesadilla with black beans and rice. 31 grams of protein, 8 grams of fiber, 690 calories. Texas Roadhouse. California chicken salad. 78 grams of protein, 11 grams of fiber, 740 calories. 6-ounce Dallas filet with fire-roasted green chili smother and buttered corn. 50 grams of protein, 6 grams of fiber, 560 calories. Grilled shrimp house salad. 65 grams of protein, 6 grams of fiber, 730 calories. Texas red chili bowl. 35 grams of protein, 6 grams of fiber, 490 calories. Wendy's. Apple pecan chicken salad. 39 grams of protein, 7 grams of fiber, 460 calories. Add 60 calories per packet of dressing. Chili, large, plus half an order of Southwest avocado chicken salad. 43 grams of protein, 14 grams of fiber, 550 calories. Add 80 calories per packet of dressing. Parmesan Caesar chicken salad. 49 grams of protein, 5 grams of fiber, 400 calories. Add 80 calories per packet of dressing. Action step number 9, also available in your PDF. Arm yourself before the next time you go out to eat. List what you eat at 3 favorite restaurants, and then write down a perfect whole body reset meal you can create at each one. Use our suggestions from this chapter or find your own combos by checking the nutrition section of your Go-To Joints website. Don't forget that you can bring a piece of fruit or a small packet of nuts from home to add fiber and/or protein and cheat your way to a perfect whole body reset meal. Chapter 10. Toss out your old diet books. Why the old standby plans won't work anymore. In 1985, Wilford Brimley starred as an over-the-hill retiree who finds his vitality restored in the classic film Cocoon. He was 50 years old. In 2022, Tom Cruise stars in and does many of his own stunts for his 7th Mission Impossible film as the hyper-athletic secret agent Ethan Hunt. He will be 60. These 2 Hollywood anecdotes illustrate an important fact. We are simply a different generation than those who came before us, and we have wildly different expectations of what people our age should look like, feel like, and act like. Remember the saying, life begins at 40? That phrase dates back to the 1930s, popularized by a best-selling self-help book by psychologist Walter Pitkin. Today, 40 feels more like a warm-up. We're still finding our footing when we hit that milestone. The late 40s and beyond is where the action is. Anybody who watched Jennifer Lopez, born 1969, rock the 2020 Super Bowl halftime show, or appreciated Brad Pitt, born 1963, bearing his abs as a stuntman in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, or enjoyed Meryl Streep, born 1949, sliding down the banister in Mamma Mia, Here We Go Again, knows that we don't need an invasion of cocoon-like alien eggs to restore our youthful powers. All we need is the knowledge of how to feed and care for our bodies and the motivation to see it through. And yet, smart nutritional guidelines and effective weight management programs for people our age are still difficult to come by. Why? Where the confusion starts. A lot happened in the year 1980. John Lennon, patron saint of 60s idealism, was murdered, and Ronald Reagan, patron saint of the modern conservative movement, was elected president. CNN launched, ushering in the era of 24-hour news, and we were all riveted by TV coverage of the Iranian hostage crisis, the eruption of Mount St. Helens, and the U.S. Olympic hockey team's nearly impossible miracle on ice. And while all that was going on, another watershed moment slipped quietly into American society that year. 2 government agencies, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, USDA, and the Department of Health and Human Services, HHS, jointly released a 20-page pamphlet called Nutrition and Your Health, Dietary Guidelines for Americans. The guidelines were pretty simple, listing 5 major food groups: fruits and vegetables, grains, meats, poultry, fish, and eggs, legumes, and dairy. And it would be hard to argue with any of its original 7 dietary directives. Eat a variety of foods. Avoid too much sugar. that sort of thing. Every 5 years since then, the USDA and HHS have issued a revised set of guidelines, each growing longer and more complex. The original food groups became a food pyramid and then a food plate. While you've probably never read the dietary guidelines for Americans, you can be sure it affects your life. Educators, nutritionists, and policymakers use its guidelines to make recommendations and guide federally funded food programs. Remember the ketchup is a vegetable school lunch controversy? While manufacturers update their package labels and health claims to reflect the latest recommendations. With each update, institutions from schools to senior centers adjust their menus, and those nutrition facts panels you find on packages in the grocery store get a refresh. And, as we discussed in Chapter 8, those informative panels can be effective tools in helping us suss out which packaged foods belong in our grocery carts. But as explained in the introduction to this book, the dietary guidelines now includes specific recommended daily allowances, RDAs, for each age category. For toddlers, teens, young adults, and folks in their 20s and 30s and 40s, broken out by gender and carefully curated up to age 50. But there, the dietary guidelines, which outlined our changing nutritional requirements through the first half-century of life, suddenly becomes non-specific, which means that we're no longer getting the detailed, decade-by-decade information we need to make smart choices. How the dietary guidelines shortchanges us. Given what we know about our changing bodies and our changing nutritional needs, we can see 3 distinct areas where people at midlife need to diverge from these guidelines. And here's where the whole body reset becomes so important. Protein. The dietary guidelines assigns the same RDAs for everyone over the age 18. About 46 grams of protein per day for women and 56 grams per day for men. But our changing bodies lose muscle faster and digest protein less efficiently, as we discussed in Chapter 1. So while those numbers may be sensible recommendations for people looking to maintain general health in their 20s, 30s, and early 40s, they're dramatically lower than what our bodies need as we age. I'm very comfortable saying that the RDA for protein is probably too low for older people, Catherine Tucker told me. Tucker sits on the Food and Nutrition Board of the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, which develops the RDAs. She says it will be several years before government guidelines can catch up to current research. The dietary guidelines also indicates nothing about protein timing and the science that shows having adequate amounts at each meal is crucial for older adults. So the problems that plague the 2020 to 2025 dietary guidelines may exist well into the future. The protein recommendation remains low, while people our age will continue to struggle with issues related to weight gain and muscle loss. Fiber. The dietary guidelines recommends that women 50 plus drop their fiber intake from 25 to 22 grams a day, men from 31 grams per day down to 28 grams. But to lose weight, eating 30 grams of fiber per day was nearly as effective as cutting out fat, sugar, salt, and alcohol, according to a recent study of people with metabolic syndrome. Those with a combination of health factors including high cholesterol, blood pressure and blood sugar, and excess belly fat. And in another study, an extra 10 grams of fiber per 1,000 calories predicted a reduction of about 4.3 years in biologic aging. The researcher from Brigham Young University looked at more than 5,600 U.S. adults and found a link between fiber intake and longer telomeres, which are strands of nucleotides that help protect your DNA from damage and may help to forecast how long you'll live. The recommendation of less fiber is in part a function of the reduced calories that the dietary guidelines advises. It suggests that women and men cut about 200 calories per day out of their diets after age 50. But reducing calories shouldn't mean reducing nutrition. Instead, we should switch to a diet higher in fruits and vegetables to compensate for a slowing metabolism, which, as we point out in Chapter 2, may be based more on myth than science. That would naturally lead to an increased intake of fiber. Many people experience bloating or other side effects when they eat too much fiber, but in most cases, 30 grams per day should not be an issue. Vitamins. As we age, our ability to absorb and utilize B vitamins changes as well, primarily due to the changes in our digestive systems. We manufacture less stomach acid, reducing our ability to pull these vitamins out of our food. Vitamin B12 becomes harder for us to access, while B6 deficiencies are common as well. So, logically, we'd have to eat more of these nutrients to get the same benefit that we did when we were in our 30s. But the guidelines don't yet recommend increased B12, despite the fact that one national survey found that more than 16% of older adults have low vitamin B12 concentrations in their blood. Vitamin B6 intake does get a little bit of a boost from the USDA, from 1.3 milligrams per day for both men and women, to 1.5 milligrams daily for females over age 50, and 1.7 milligrams for men over that age. Fortunately, some smart guidelines for people over 50 do exist. My Plate for Older Adults, created by Tufts University in conjunction with AARP Foundation, takes much of the guessing out of the USDA's guidelines and shows how to eat proportionately at every meal. It's a good visual guideline to what a standard meal should look like, and whereas the dietary guidelines just gives nutrition totals, My Plate for Older Adults breaks down those nutrients into actual foods you might eat at meals. As long as you remember to build on the My Plate recommendations by making sure you get 25 to 30 grams of protein at each meal, particularly breakfast, you can't go wrong. Dumbest diet ideas ever. Yes, these are real. Struggles with weight can cause us to make questionable choices. And there's no shortage of hucksters out there who would be happy to supply gimmicky solutions, knowing that no matter how wacky they may sound, someone, somewhere, just might pay for them. Here are a few that people actually fell for in descending order of difficulty and/or disgustingness. Baby food diet. Supposedly created by a celebrity trainer, this diet proposes that you replace 2 meals a day with, yes, jars of baby food. Beyond the obvious lack of flavor or common sense involved in this diet, the impact on your social life, assuming you're not in daycare, is going to be pretty severe. Fletcherizing diet. Devised by a guy named Horace Fletcher after he was denied health insurance because of his obesity, this plan lets you eat whatever you want, whenever you want. The catch? Whatever you put in your mouth, you have to chew until it turns completely to liquid, then drink it down. Just imagine how much chewing it would take to turn Mom's pot roast into pot roast juice. Clay diet. Popularized by an actress who had to portray an anorexic bulimic, this one involves stirring clay into a glass of water and drinking it down. The diet supposedly cleanses you of toxins, but it also deprives you of necessary nutrients. Air diet. Can you taste the apple pie? The chocolate brownie sundae? The Philly cheesesteak? Yes, you can, if you use your imagination, since following this diet involves only pretending to eat food when what you're actually eating is nothing but air. Tapeworm diet. In some corners of the dark web, You can order capsules filled with tapeworm eggs. Swallow them, and in addition to ingesting a parasite, you've also put yourself at risk for endless bouts of debilitating pain, nausea, and diarrhea, as well as possible organ failure and dementia. We all love having a dinner companion, but ideally, that companion would not actually be inside your body. Bottom line, if it involves eating something weird or eating in a weird way, it's not a healthy or sustainable approach to managing your weight. Let common sense be your guide. Why most diet plans don't lead to permanent weight loss. While government guidelines for protein and fiber may be less than optimal, the diet industry offers no end of additional, sometimes confounding, often contradictory, and sometimes downright crazy nutritional advice. And most popular eating plans, even if they're relatively solid in terms of their overall contribution to wellness, fail to address the way our bodies change as we age. From Atkins to Paleo to South Beach, most diets are created for the general public, but they don't take into consideration the needs of the mature physique. Here, we'll look at some of the most influential diets of the last few decades and explain why our bodies need something different. Keto diet and intermittent fasting. Maybe you know someone who snarfs down piles of bacon but thinks toast is evil. Perhaps you have friends who won't go to dinner after 7 p.m. because the time falls outside their food window. These behaviors are all linked to popular weight loss programs that share a common approach to make your body achieve ketosis, a metabolic state that switches your body's engine from sugar burner to fat burner. But ketosis happens naturally for most of us every day. After about 6 hours of not eating, during which we're probably asleep, the body naturally begins using fat for energy, says Pamela Peake, MD, Pew Foundation Scholar in Nutrition and Metabolism, and Assistant Professor of Medicine at the University of Maryland. The keto diet tries to trick the body into ketosis for longer periods by limiting the amount of protein one eats to about 15% of calories and consuming no more than 50 grams of carbs a day, about as much as you'd get in a serving of rice and beans, a couple of apples, or 2 ears of corn. Keto is a great example of a diet that may seem to work for some people, but is absolutely inappropriate for people at midlife and older. The biggest risk of keto dieting is that you're often depriving your body of the protein it needs to build and maintain muscle mass. By limiting yourself to 20% of calories from protein, you're automatically falling short of what you need to maintain muscle mass and setting yourself up for eventual rebound weight gain, as well as a long-term risk of falls and fractures. In addition, carbs, in the forms of fruits, vegetables, legumes, and whole grains, are where we get a vast array of nutrients, including fiber, vitamins, minerals, and phytonutrients. And reducing nutrition at this stage of the game just isn't good dietary advice. And while some studies have shown ketogenic diets to be effective for weight loss, that's in part because, as Carla Prado, an associate professor of nutrition at the University of Alberta in Edmonton, says, the diet is very monotonous. There just isn't much that you can eat, so you wind up eating less. When government researchers designed a study to hold calorie intakes constant, they found no advantage to keto versus a balanced diet with carbohydrates. Plus, much of what people lose in keto is, at least initially, water weight. Here's why. Sugar stored in your body, glycogen, is bound with H2O. So when you start cutting carbs, your body grabs that sugar for energy and releases the water. What appears to be fat loss is, in fact, a rapid loss of water. There's another trend that's linked to the idea of ketosis: intermittent fasting. It comes in many different styles and permutations. One approach calls for dramatically cutting calories on regular days throughout the week, known as the 5-2 diet, 5 days on, 2 off. The idea here is to eat no more than 500 calories on fasting days and to eat normally during the rest of the week. Then there's time-restricted eating, in which you're only allowed to eat for a period of 4 or 6 or 8 hours out of every 24. In most cases, the idea is to skip or at least delay breakfast and or lunch, then close the kitchen by 8 p.m. or earlier. And finally, for the hardcore who really wants to play Hunger Games, there's complete fasting for 24-hour periods. A study in mice found that intermittent fasting had some particular health and aging benefits, but those findings haven't been duplicated in humans at midlife and beyond. When it comes to weight management, however, intermittent fasting is just another way of restricting calories. There's nothing magical about it, regardless of what method one chooses. I've watched intermittent fasters scarf down a day's worth of food at one sitting. Intermittent fasting works no better or worse than a traditional calorie-restrictive diet, according to a review of 11 different trials. Worse, a small study in the Journal of the American Medical Association, JAMA, found that intermittent fasting was harder for people to stick to than traditional diets. Which makes sense. Hunger signals can be distracting, not to mention miserable. And meals don't just fuel our bodies. They're social events. Whether it's checking in with your partner at the breakfast table, networking with colleagues over lunch, or meeting friends for dinner at the end of the day. And who wants to drop their relationships just to drop a few pounds? And while you're losing relationships, you may also be losing muscle. Another JAMA study published in 2020 found that time-restricted eating could exacerbate muscle loss. That said, there is a solid argument for setting a reasonable cutoff time for eating, at least on most days, according to Peak. What's happening today with people 50 and older is their diets are a chaotic mess, Peak told me. We eat when we feel like eating. We get into rotten habits like Netflixing late into the night with snacks. In a study she conducted, when people cut their eating time to just 12 hours a day, starting breakfast at 8 a.m., say, and finishing their last meal by 8 p.m., they naturally lose about 11 pounds over the course of 4 weeks. The reason is that giving your body that 12-hour break between meals extends the ketosis process naturally, without draconian restrictions or having to turn healthy carbs and muscle-protecting proteins into an enemy. Peak recommends making 12 hours of not eating your go-to approach, but maybe tweaking that to 10 hours of eating and 14 hours of not eating on days when your schedule allows. Bottom line, we need protein throughout the day, which these programs often forbid. You can fast simply by limiting your eating to 12 hours a day or less, but otherwise leave keto and fasting to the crash dieters. The Mediterranean diet. The Mediterranean diet is consistently ranked as the healthiest diet in the world by the U.S. News and World Report. And for good reason. It lowers the risk of heart disease and overall death in people who had coronary heart disease, according to a 2018 study. Equally important, it may slow the decline of mental acuity as well as the growth of beta-amyloid deposits, a marker of Alzheimer's disease. There's no one exact Mediterranean diet. If there were, French, Italian, Lebanese, and Greek restaurants would all offer the same food. Instead, it more reflects an approach to eating based on whole grains, fruits and vegetables, olive oil, and seafood. Moderate amounts of yogurt, eggs, milk, and lean meats like poultry, reduced red meat consumption, and far fewer sweets and processed foods than Americans typically eat. Sounds a lot like the whole body reset? Yep. Both approaches advocate reducing junk food, focusing on healthy oils and high-fiber fruits, vegetables, and grains, and making lean meats, dairy, and seafood our primary sources of protein. The primary difference, in fact, is simply timing. Ideally, you'd be eating in a Mediterranean style while still being sure to eat quality protein and fiber in the morning and afternoon as well as at night to keep your muscle maintenance in high gear. Bottom line, follow the Mediterranean way of eating and you may reduce your risk of heart disease and other conditions, but make sure you spread adequate fiber and protein throughout the day. The DASH diet. No, this is not a diet in which you eat an expensive meal at a restaurant and then run out the door before the check comes. DASH, in this instance, stands for Dietary Approaches to Stop Hypertension, and it was developed by the National Institutes of Health to help people lower their blood pressure without the use of medications. Its primary approach is to help you lower your sodium intake while increasing the amount of heart-healthy potassium, calcium, and magnesium you take in. These minerals are critical to relaxing the blood vessels and counteracting the effects of sodium. DASH, another top-ranked diet, is very similar to the Mediterranean diet. DASH emphasizes fruits, vegetables, nuts, seeds, legumes, and whole grains, allows moderate amounts of dairy and lean meats, although you'll eat less seafood than on the Mediterranean diet, and limits sweets to just 5 or fewer servings per week. And like the Mediterranean diet, DASH can help reduce the risk of heart disease and may reduce the risk of age-related dementia, according to the Alzheimer's Association. When the Mayo Clinic put together a sample daily menu on the DASH diet, it came out looking a lot like the Whole Body Reset, with 90 grams of protein, 39 grams of fiber, and plenty of heart-healthy monounsaturated fats. But the DASH diet doesn't emphasize proteins throughout the day, and that's a real failing for us grown-ups who want not only healthy hearts, but healthy muscles and bones as well. Bottom line, as the DASH diet recommends, the best dietary approach to reducing high blood pressure is to cut down on sodium and processed foods and to eat more fruits, vegetables, and dairy. But if you're watching your salt intake, read labels when you shop and beware of sneaky sources of sodium. Beware of hidden treasures. More fruits, vegetables, dairy, legumes, and nuts are going to lead automatically to more calcium, potassium, and magnesium. That's great, but cutting salt, that once valued treasure, is harder. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the number one source of sodium in the American diet isn't the salt shaker, nor is it potato chips and French fries. It's bread. In fact, breads and rolls is number 1, and sandwiches is number 3 on the list of sodium sources. Pizza, cold cuts, and cured meats and soups round out the top 5. White sandwich bread in particular tends to be high in salt. A single slice of bread, for example, can give you 230 milligrams of sodium, which is 10% of all the sodium you're allowed per day by the dietary guidelines. A 2018 study named dozens of bread brands, from Whole Foods to Nature's Own, as particularly high in sodium. Yes, you can still enjoy a sandwich, but you might want to reconsider that enticing basket of fresh rolls while waiting for your meal to arrive, and vary your starches with sweet potatoes, brown rice, and whole wheat pastas. The Mind Diet. Think of the Mind Diet as a mashup of the Mediterranean and DASH diets, with a specific focus on foods that are particularly effective in promoting brain health. Research indicates that the Mind Diet is effective in slowing age-related cognitive decline and, in the best-case scenario, helping your brain perform as if it were 7.5 years younger. Like the Whole Body Reset, The Mind diet emphasizes leafy green vegetables, berries, nuts, olive oil, seafood, and beans. Bottom line, much like the Mediterranean and DASH approaches, Mind is a healthy way of eating that easily conforms to the whole body reset approach. But again, be mindful, pun intended, of getting enough high fiber foods and spreading your protein throughout the day. The blue zones. Move more. Stress less. Love your friends and family. Eat more plants. There are few recommendations from the Blue Zones Project that anyone can object to. The Blue Zones Project came from a study of areas of the world where people tend to live longer. Places in the Mediterranean, such as Ikaria, Greece, and the Ogliastra region of Sardinia, Okinawa, Japan, Loma Linda, California, and the Nicoya Peninsula in Costa Rica. In each place, people tended to eat plant-based Mediterranean-style diets, enjoy moderate exercise, and maintain close social ties. The results of this lifestyle can be striking. In Loma Linda, where the highest population of Seventh-day Adventists lives, some people enjoy an average of 10 additional healthy years of life compared to the average American. Bottom line, eating more plants, which means more vitamins and minerals and fiber, is a great way to improve almost any diet. But note that plant-based is not necessarily plants only. Following the whole body reset will naturally up your intake of these blue zone foods while also ensuring you're getting enough protein throughout the day to stay lean and strong. And because the whole body reset requires no weird time restrictions, forbidden foods, or expensive specialty items, you'll be likely to follow one particularly welcome recommendation of the Blue Zones approach: to share the whole body reset experience with friends and family. Paleo. The general concept behind the paleo diet is that we evolved as hunter-gatherers, and so we should eat in that manner, focusing on game meats, fish, and plants that can grow wild, while eschewing not only processed foods, but grains such as wheat, rice, and corn, beans, lentils, and peanuts, dairy foods such as milk, yogurt, and cheese, and other products of modern agriculture. In fact, though, most of what we're sold as paleo bears little, if any, resemblance to what our ancient ancestors ate. Wild plants and animals are simply different from what's available in the grocery store today. In fact, if you really want to follow a paleo diet, go out into your backyard, turn over a rock, and eat whatever comes crawling out. Because as mighty as those ancient hunters may have been in bringing down woolly mammoths, in reality, insects, especially grubs, caterpillars, and grasshoppers, probably made up a considerable part of their protein intake. Oh, and you'll need to up your fiber intake a bit more as well. Ancient humans may have eaten up to 100 grams of fiber per day, according to some research, because wild plants tend to be more fibrous than today's cultivated versions. But let's say you were able to stay clear of the grocery store and live only on what you could hunt or forage. Does following an ancient diet help you live longer and more healthfully? It's hard to tell, since few paleo people made it into their later years. But interestingly, a 2013 study of 137 mummies from hunter-gatherer societies around the world, average age at death 43, found that a third of them showed signs of atherosclerosis. Bottom line, cutting out processed foods and sweets, that makes sense. Cutting out healthy foods such as whole grains, dairy, and beans, no. Too many studies have shown the importance of these foods in maintaining overall health and keeping our weight under control. And as for the bugs, well, that's up to you. The Whole 30. For 30 days, you give up sugar, sounds good, alcohol, can't hurt, grains and legumes, uh-oh, and dairy, oh boy. As with other phase diets, the Whole30 is designed to crash your system with a massive reduction in carbohydrates while also eliminating foods you might be sensitive to, like alcohol, gluten from wheat, or lactose from dairy. You eat only lean meats, eggs, and seafood, fruits and vegetables, and healthy sources of fat such as nuts and avocados. By the end of the 30 days, you'll have hopefully dropped pounds and identified some unhealthy foods that you can start living without. As with any elimination diet, especially one that cuts out carbs, the Whole30 will probably cause you to drop a few pounds in water weight quickly. And any diet that restricts what you can eat or when you can eat will give you, at least temporarily, a sense of control over your food intake. But there's no scientific evidence that this approach will result in long-term weight loss. Plus, eliminating both dairy and high-fiber grains and legumes means you're dramatically cutting your intake of calcium, fiber, and gut-healthy probiotics, all necessary for lowering inflammation, improving heart health, and regulating immune function. It also makes it nearly impossible to follow a plant-based diet, because it cuts out the most nutritious plant foods around, traditional healthy foods such as tofu and rice and beans. Bottom line, the Whole30 is a classic crash diet that you go on and then go off. It's not a sustainable way of eating. If you're interested in eliminating certain food groups to see if they're causing bloating or other physical issues, it makes sense to consult your doctor first. Experts sometimes recommend eliminating foods one by one rather than all together. Atkins, South Beach, and other low-carb diets. Atkins and the South Beach diet are among the most popular of the low-carb diets. And since many of the carbs we eat today are refined, white rice, white bread, pretzels, crackers, fried in oil, potato chips, corn chips, fries, and loaded with sugar, cookies, candy, cakes, muffins, cutting down dramatically on carbs makes an awful lot of sense. But those diets begin to make a lot less sense when you're cutting down on fruits, vegetables, and whole grains, an unfortunate aspect of both programs. Atkins and South Beach both rely on a gimmick called phases. In Atkins, for example, you start by cutting carbs down to just 20 grams a day, most of it from vegetables, such as celery, cucumber, and asparagus, while eating protein and fat at every meal. But you eliminate most fruits, nuts, and grains. This phase lasts for at least 2 weeks, after which you're allowed some fruits and seeds until you come within 10 pounds of your eventual weight loss goal, at which point the diet begins to become a bit more forgiving. The South Beach diet follows a similar format. No fruits or grains for the first 2 weeks, although you can add back some fruits and whole grains after that initial period. Diet plans that use phases are designed to trigger quick, noticeable weight loss. But as we now know, the first thing that happens when you cut carbs is that your body releases stored water. Much of the initial weight loss is really just water loss. And studies show that when people lose weight rapidly, they typically gain back about half of it within 2 years, and about 80% of the weight within 5 years. The whole body reset, on the other hand, is a way of life, a long-term lifestyle solution designed to change not just your food, but your vitality, physical, mental, and emotional. But more important, when we cut out whole grains, we lose some important B vitamins, vitamins our bodies are already having trouble accessing because of our changing digestive system. When we cut out fruits, we reduce our intake of thousands of phytochemicals that our bodies need to help fight advancing inflammation. And cutting both whole grains and fruit causes our intake of fiber to drop. While the high protein emphasis of plans like this are useful for those of us in middle age who are concerned about holding on to muscle mass, protein is only one part of our battle plan against age-related muscle loss. We also need to pack our days with high fiber, high nutrition foods that help to support our immune systems, reduce inflammation, and turn back the tide of premature aging. And that's where many of these programs can fall short. Bottom line, low carb often means low nutrition. Aim for a protein-rich diet that also arms you with the vitamins and minerals your body craves, and avoid diets that offer gimmicky phases and quick, temporary results. Noom and cognitive behavioral therapy. Noom is a cuddly, app-based weight loss program that's grounded in the principles of cognitive behavioral therapy, where you learn to listen and talk back to your negative thoughts. Join Noom for a fee, sometimes a free trial, so long as you hand over your credit card, and you begin by building a lifestyle and psychological profile designed to help you overcome the emotional barriers that prevent weight loss and lead to overeating. This approach is designed to help keep you on track and feeling supported in your weight loss journey. Can't argue with that. The food aspect of the program, however, comes down to a very simple strategy. Eat less calorie-dense food. And the way you do that is to reduce fat by eating low-fat dairy instead of full-fat dairy, or by choosing air-popped popcorn over fried chips, or to eat foods with more water in them, grapes instead of raisins, salads instead of burgers. This is not a bad strategy at all, especially if you're aggressively choosing fruits and vegetables over burgers and fries. And by emphasizing sustainability over rapid weight loss, Noom takes a healthy, long-term approach that's designed to minimize the yo-yo dieting effect. But there are 3 problems with the Noom approach that make it less than ideal for people at midlife and beyond. First, there's the focus on weight. Noom wants you to weigh yourself every day, putting the emphasis on body size, not shape. As a result, there's no real way to tell if that weight loss is from a reduction in water weight, a loss of muscle tissue, or actual fat loss. And as we know, the scale tells only one part of the story. Second, there's no real acknowledgement of how our bodies change as we age. While the profiling aspect really helps you work through your food issues, keeps you focused on your goals, and challenges your existing misconceptions, the prescriptive aspect of the program is pretty standard. Eat fewer calories. And because protein sources tend to contain fat, and hence be more calorie dense, there's a real danger that protein may get the short shrift. In the end, weight loss plus less protein equals muscle loss, and we've already learned just how unhealthy that can be. Finally, while cognitive behavioral therapy is proven effective in treating binge eating disorders, its efficacy in terms of weight loss for the average person is not as clear. Bottom line, knowing what to eat is one thing. Actually eating what you know to be healthy is something different. The whole body reset is designed as a very simple, lifelong approach to eating that can and will deliver results by reducing hunger and packing in nutrition. But for those who find themselves mindlessly snacking in ways they can't control, cognitive behavioral therapies may be a useful addition to a well-balanced diet program. If foods got you beat. A friend in her late 50s has been a yo-yo dieter since grade school. No matter the diet, she couldn't stick to it. Food called out to her relentlessly, and she lost the battle daily. Finally, she heard about Overeaters Anonymous, similar to Alcoholics Anonymous, and tried it. OA doesn't give you a specific food plan, she explains. It just helps you stop crazy food behaviors. For the first time in my life, I can eat sanely. Learn more at OA.org. Chronic overeating, eating compulsion, binging, purging, and restricting can all be symptoms of an eating disorder. Reach out to the National Eating Disorder Association to find help near where you live. nationaleatingdisorders.org. Another option is to work with a qualified professional who can help you tailor a food plan that works for you. You can search for experts who offer in-person and virtual guidance at eatright.org. Throughout this chapter, you've no doubt spotted a couple of familiar themes. First, dietary guidelines and most modern diet programs don't take into consideration the specific needs of people in midlife and beyond. Second, a lot of weight loss programs are geared towards short-term results at the expense of long-term wellness. No wonder we've spent most of our lives confused about what to eat, when to eat, and how to eat. But there is something we can do, something that is good for the long haul. It's not a fad. It's a nutrition and weight management program designed for our bodies, one that is easy to do today and every day, one that addresses and even reverses some of the effects of aging while stopping weight gain in its tracks and setting us back on the path to a leaner, healthier, longer life. It is, of course, the whole body reset. Action step number 10, also in your PDF. When stress or boredom hits, it's hard to make smart food choices. That's why they call it comfort food. If eating when you're stressed or bored is one of your major obstacles, try writing down your go-to unhealthy escapes, and then, next to it, list a healthier alternative or upgrade. For example, if you tend to snack on potato chips, what about corn chips and guacamole? Or if you tend to grab a handful of pretzels, try getting the same crunch from carrot sticks and hummus. This program isn't about eating less food. It's about eating more nutrition. Slowing down and eating more mindfully and trying other coping activities such as deep breathing, listening to music, and meditating can be helpful alternatives when we're eating because of stress or boredom instead of hunger. Chapter 11. The Metabolism Myth. Exercise isn't great for weight loss. It's true. So why should we do it? Wait, what? What did we just say? Exercise isn't great for weight loss? That's right. At least not in the way we think it is. Exercise doesn't burn calories. At least not in the way we think it does. It doesn't dramatically cause you to lose weight, and it doesn't boost your metabolism. Indeed, pretty much everything you've been told about the value of exercise is wrong. Let's say you're an average person in his or her 50s, and yesterday you woke up late, went to work, ate lunch at your desk, then came home and watched TV all night. In that case, your body burned about 2,500 calories. Today, you got up early, spent half an hour on the treadmill, worked all day, and took an hour-long yoga class before dinner. Today, your body burned about 2,500 calories. All that extra activity and not a whit of calorie-burning impact. How is this possible? What about those cool digital readouts on the stair climbing machine that tell us we burned hundreds of calories in each sweat session? Well, it's true that our bodies expend a lot of calories during exercise. The problem is, Our daily metabolism is pretty set. If we burn more calories exercising, our bodies compensate. When you exercise more, your body simply lowers the number of calories it burns performing other functions, such as inflammation or hormone production, says researcher Herman Poncer, associate professor of evolutionary anthropology at Duke University and author of Burn, New Research Blows the Lid Off How We Really Burn Calories, Lose Weight, and Stay Healthy. So the number of calories you burn per day, your metabolism, remains constant whether you work out or not. It's true. Poncer came about these findings in part by studying primitive cultures, such as the Hadza tribe in Tanzania. The Hadza hunt their food with simple tools and build their huts from grass. Because they work day and night for survival, scientists assumed they must burn a lot of calories. But when Poncer measured their metabolic rates, he discovered that the average Hadza burns no more calories in a day than the average American couch potato. Perhaps you've read about workouts or even diets that are designed to boost your metabolism? Malarkey, Poncer says. Think about it from an evolutionary standpoint. Our metabolism is set by the number of calories we need to survive. If we turned up our metabolism, we'd be increasing our risk of starvation. So nature protects us from that by keeping our metabolic rate constant in spite of our attempts to burn calories through exercise. Unfortunately, that starts to change as we age and begin to lose muscle mass and gain fat. As we mentioned earlier in this book, muscle is simply more metabolically active than fat. There's more news, and it's not good news. If we do indeed face a dramatic shortage of calories, our bodies are capable of turning our metabolic rates down, causing us to burn fewer calories. That way, we're protected from times of famine. Which is great, unless the famine is artificially manufactured by a calorie reduction diet. Deprive yourself of enough calories and you reset your metabolic rate lower, which sets you up for future weight gain. In fact, that's exactly what happens when we follow a traditional diet, one that restricts calories and, in many cases, leads to muscle loss. It's one of the reasons a study of 14 Biggest Loser contestants, conducted by the National Institutes of Health, found that 13 of them had gained a significant amount of the weight back within 6 years. On average, the resting metabolic rate for contestants was 1,900 calories a day, down from an average of 2,607 before they started their diet. That's why the whole body reset doesn't ask you to restrict calories dramatically. In the long run, restricting calories causes weight gain. Instead, we only lightly tweak your normal eating patterns, shifting to a higher protein content for muscle maintenance and hunger reduction, more fiber and high nutrient foods to battle inflammation, and less junk. When you follow the whole body reset, you may eat slightly fewer calories than you burn each day, but only slightly. And you'll still eat enough to keep your metabolism at its normal, healthy pace. Burn calories, stay healthy, and lose weight. Our bodies do best with a minimum of 150 minutes a week of moderate intensity aerobic physical activity, or 75 minutes a week of vigorous intensity exercise, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. That's about 30 minutes of moderate exercise 5 days a week, or 20 minutes of vigorous exercise 4 days a week. And that activity can be spread throughout the day. Does 30 minutes sound like a lot? It's not. In fact, 30 minutes is about 1/10 the amount of time the average baby boomer spends on a smartphone every single day, or 1/6 the amount of time the average American spends watching TV every day. The fact is, you can do much of what's suggested here while catching up on the latest Netflix sensation, rocking to your favorite beat, or listening to an audiobook or podcast. Or grab a workout buddy or find a group, in person or remote, and get stronger together. Why exercise matters. So, if exercise doesn't cause us to burn additional calories, why should we do it? Because you are an athlete, and an athlete is always training. Yes, this means you. Every day, when you get out of bed, you set about training your body. Just as Tom Brady makes choices that train him to play the position of quarterback, practicing to throw a football and dodge lunging tacklers, so too do you make daily choices that train your body to do certain things. And both you and Brady face serious dangers from your chosen lifestyles. Brady can get crushed by a linebacker or damage a knee trying to sprint to safety. The dangers that you face, on the other hand, come along less suddenly. Sitting for long periods, be it at a desk, behind the wheel, or in a comfy chair, can cause muscles such as the hamstrings, the long muscles at the back of your thighs, to atrophy, while increasing your risk of peripheral vascular disease and blood clots. Meanwhile, the discs in your back are slowly compressed, leading to an increased risk of back pain. Over time, too much sitting can lead to higher cholesterol, higher blood pressure, and higher blood sugar. In fact, studies show that sitting all day with no physical activity is as hazardous to your health as obesity and smoking. And we already know how age can take a toll on our muscular strength, and just how dangerous that can be for our overall well-being. Which is why, as an athlete, you need to train your body. What we call exercise isn't different from your daily life, explains Jay Cardiello, personal trainer in New York City and co-founder of Off the Scale, Mount Sinai Hospital's Obesity and Disease Intervention Program. Exercise is simply adapting your daily life into different positions and different stressors. If you're behind a desk all day, that's your field of play. You have to train to meet that daily challenge. But training your body in a different way, by adding moderately intense exercise, can reduce the risks of too much sitting, just as training to improve his quickness and agility helps Brady reduce the risks of getting smeared across the football field. These ideas, not weight loss, explain why exercise is important. And these are the ideas that inform your whole body fitness plan, a program that begins in the next chapter. You're already using elements of fitness in your daily life, elements like strength, power, speed, endurance, flexibility. And the more you simply move during the day, the healthier you'll be. You test your fitness when you run to catch a closing elevator, lift and carry your grocery bags, pull open the refrigerator door, bend to pick up something you dropped, or just scratch your own back. Training will help you do all you want to do with more ease and grace. By training, we mean 3 different things. The first is strength training, also called resistance training, which helps you build and retain muscle. The second is cardio training, which will keep your heart and lungs strong. Strength and cardio training are like peanut butter and jelly. They're both good, but doing them both is unbeatable. A variation on these two is high-intensity interval training, or HIIT, which is a clever, if demanding, way of combining strength and cardio for maximum benefit. Beyond muscular and cardiovascular fitness, you're going to be focusing on a third aspect of overall physical health: balance and flexibility, an area that even avid exercisers often ignore, but that can bestow upon you some remarkable benefits in the years to come. To keep you loose and centered, we've created a simple routine called the Whole Body Balance and Stretch, covered in the next chapter. This program won't eat up hours of your day, and you won't need any special equipment or training. But it will help you withstand the demands of daily life, releasing you from the aches and pains that can come from sitting too much, and it will help you prevent dozens of diseases. During the COVID-19 crisis, exercise was even linked to helping people avoid severe cases. The Whole Body Fitness Plan will help your joints withstand walking the town at night or exploring the city if you travel. Get down on the floor and up again when playing with your grandchildren. Not be breathless when taking the stairs. It will help you ski or play tennis or golf more competitively while reducing your risk of injury. And study after study shows that it will also help prevent cognitive decline and keep your brain sharp. Exercise also has positive effects on our microbiome. Plus, some studies link exercise, particularly high-intensity interval training, to increased cellular activity. More muscle plus less inflammation plus more cellular activity equals a healthier metabolism. You may not be able to boost your metabolism, but exercise can prevent it from slowing even further with age, and hence help prevent illness and age-related weight gain. With the Whole Body Fitness Plan, as you get stronger, fitter, and more mobile, you will feel better in and about your body. And beyond that, you will feel more energized and happier. That is a lot of return for just 30 minutes of exercise each day. Besides, if you weren't at least willing to entertain the idea of changing your daily routine, you would have already skipped over this chapter, and you'd be otherwise occupied exploring some of those delicious recipes in your PDF. But you didn't skip over this chapter. You're here. You're game, and that's great. Now, all you need is a plan. You'll find that in the next chapter. Dozens of reasons to exercise. Don't be a sitting duck. Inactivity is a primary contributor to dozens of conditions, according to the American Physiological Society. The dangers include accelerated aging and premature death, low cardiorespiratory fitness, accelerated sarcopenia, metabolic syndrome, obesity, insulin resistance, prediabetes, type 2 diabetes, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, coronary heart disease, peripheral artery disease, hypertension, stroke, congestive heart failure, endothelial dysfunction, arterial dyslipidemia, hemostasis, deep vein thrombosis, cognitive dysfunction, depression and anxiety, osteoporosis, osteoarthritis, balance issues, bone fractures and falls, rheumatoid arthritis, colon cancer, breast cancer, endometrial cancer, polycystic ovary syndrome, erectile dysfunction, pain, diverticulitis, constipation, and gallbladder disease. Action step number 11, also in your PDF. Why exercise? Because it will help you achieve the goals you've set for your future, whether those goals include traveling the world, taking up a new sport, or simply keeping up with current or future grandkids. Exercise is the ultimate expression of optimism. So let's lay out exactly why you should change into your gym shorts right now. Go ahead and write down 3 goals you have that require you to be healthy and mobile. Chapter 12, Your Whole Body Fitness Plan. The no equipment, No excuses plan to take your strength and stamina to a whole new level. Okay, rock star, let's go and get this. You're at an age where you've earned the right to carve out half an hour a day for yourself. And here's what you're going to do with it. You're going to take care of your body and mind through exercise. And you're going to come away feeling good, because moving your body is how you had fun as a kid. And the more you play as an adult, the more you're going to feel like a kid again. What you're not going to do, however, is worry about getting it exactly right. Every marathon starts with a first step. What matters right now is that you get into the habit of carving out time. Start with something easy, light, and fun, and take the first week or two to establish your exercise time of the day. Then you can focus on quality and intensity. Before we begin, though, the workouts in this chapter range from relatively easy to really quite challenging, particularly the high-intensity interval training section. Check with your doctor before beginning any fitness regimen. That goes doubly so if you have significant mobility or cardiac health issues. Outline your plan for your doctor and ask whether it's appropriate for your current health status and what you need to do to ensure you'll get the most benefit from exercise with the least amount of worry. Your magic muscles. Strongest? Your jaw muscle, or masseter. The Guinness World Record for the strongest bite, set by a Florida man, was 975 pounds. Fastest muscle? The eyelid muscle, or orbicularis oculi. A blink of an eye, measured by researchers, lasts about 0.3 seconds. Biggest? The butt muscle, or gluteus maximus. While we're back here, a tushy fat fact. Researchers suggest butt fat may boost cognitive performance because it tends to be higher in brain-boosting omega-3 fatty acids, while belly fat is higher in brain-inhibiting inflammatory compounds. Twerk it! The essentials of strength resistance, cardio, and high-intensity interval training, or HIIT. Each part of the whole body fitness plan brings its own benefits. Mixing them together provides even more, by cutting down on overuse injuries that can happen when doing longer, repetitive movements often. By pushing you to elevated levels of fitness. By burning stored carbohydrates, fats, and oxygen to create overall better metabolic health. By keeping your interest level high and avoiding burnout. Try a variety of movements throughout the week. Varying your workouts, says Polly DeMille, Director of Performance Services at the Hospital for Special Surgery in New York, is like varying your meals. Perhaps one day, go on a long bike ride, another a walk in the woods, one day HIIT training, and another day swim. Aim for at least 2 days of strength training. Sports like Tai Chi and other martial arts are also great ways for people who haven't been active in a while to improve their strength, balance, and flexibility. Strength or resistance training. If we told you that you could be stronger today than you've ever been in your life, even if you're in your 50s or beyond, would you believe us? Maybe not. After all, we've been taught to think that a slow and steady decline is part of growing older. But it doesn't have to be that way. We're surrounded by examples of people in their 50s and beyond who are in peak physical condition. From Halle Berry to Amazon founder Jeff Bezos to Shark Tank celeb and real estate mogul Barbara Corcoran, thanks to their embrace of fitness and muscle maintenance. Strength training is paramount to keeping your biological age younger than your chronological age, says Brad Schoenfeld, Ph.D., Associate Professor of Exercise Science at City University of New York Lehman College. The key is to know your own body, understand where you're starting from, and work forward from that point. Strength or resistance training is simply a practice of putting additional strain or resistance on your muscles. When our muscles meet resistance, our muscle fibers respond by getting stronger and, in the process, helping to keep our bones and muscles strong and to slash our risk of a number of diseases. We discussed in Chapter 6 how muscle protects against heart disease, stroke, diabetes, cancer, infectious diseases, and pretty much anything else that's out to get you. If your first thought about strength training is that you don't have a gym membership, feel uncomfortable lifting weights, and dislike the sound of overgrown men grunting like hogs at a trough, don't worry. You never need to walk into a weight room or even pick up a heavy object to do resistance training. Resistance training can utilize body weight, dumbbells, kettlebells, resistance bands, laundry soap containers, cans of soup, even cast iron frying pans, says Mark Nutting, certified personal trainer and co-owner of Jiva Fitness in Easton, Pennsylvania. Yoga and Pilates are both forms of resistance training because they call on us to put strain on our muscles, lengthening and strengthening them. Even some forms of endurance exercise, such as calisthenics, mountain biking, rowing, and stair climbing, anything that challenges your muscles, may incorporate resistance training. You'll know you're getting strong when your body becomes capable of doing more than it could before. The key term is progression. What's important is that you become capable of doing more in the near future. Keep challenging yourself, either with heavier weights or more repetitions. This is known as progressive resistance training, or PRT, because you're progressively getting stronger. Or by mixing up your workout with new and different exercises. Cardio training. Cardio, short for cardiovascular and also known as aerobic, meaning with oxygen, means any form of exercise that puts a prolonged demand on your heart and lungs. Walking briskly, running a 5K, swimming, biking, dancing, exercising on a machine such as an elliptical trainer, stair climber, or rowing machine, they all qualify as cardiovascular training. As your heart rate increases to meet the demands of the activity, you pump more blood and oxygen through your system. In response to this training, your heart gets stronger and more efficient. It is able to pump more blood with each heartbeat, and you can do more and more activity without it feeling like it is difficult, like taking the stairs without being out of breath. Cardiovascular activity lowers resting blood pressure, strengthens blood vessels, lowers bad cholesterol, and improves blood sugar regulation. Your heart and lung system becomes stronger, as does your immune system. Since the hallmark of a cardio workout includes moving intensely enough to get your heart rate higher than your resting level, you can see that a gentle stroll around the local park doesn't quite cut it. While walking is absolutely a healthy activity that we should all do more of, including those of us who are going to the gym every day, it doesn't count as a cardio workout unless your heart rate and breathing rate rise. When you push yourself enough to feel that increase in breathing, you're getting an aerobic workout. So, up that gentle walk to a brisk walk. Take steps, climb a hill if your knees and back allow, intersperse a jog, any which way to increase your heart rate so that you adapt and get stronger and fitter. That is exactly what training is. You are training your body to be able to do more, and you will have a greater capacity. High-intensity interval training, or HIIT. HIIT is a workout that combines periods of slow, steady exercise with short bursts of fast, intense exercise. Because it can be both a cardio workout and a strength or resistance workout at the same time, interval training can give you the greatest bang for your buck, maximizing the benefits in less time than it would take to complete 2 separate workouts. HIIT intersperses periods of all-out effort, think sprinting, with longer periods of lower intensity effort. HIIT seems to be particularly effective, especially for older people, but it can be a challenge if you're not used to regular exercise. That said, remember that high intensity and sprinting means something different to Usain Bolt than they do to you. You don't need to charge all out. You just need to work a little bit harder for brief periods of time. We'll go deeper into HIIT a little later in this chapter and even prepare you for it. But first, let's start getting ready to get fit. Tom Brady, stand aside. Warming up to work out. When we talk about warming up, we don't mean a long, slow slog on the treadmill. We just mean a few easy, breezy moves that experts call dynamic motion. These very simple exercises involve moving our bodies across a range of motion for a period of 60 to 90 seconds each. Chances are you've done a lot of these movements pretty regularly in the past. These warm-ups are also great whenever you want to shake loose the physical stress or mental cobwebs. Leg swing. With one hand holding onto a table or wall for balance. Swing one leg within your comfort zone, backward, forward, and across your body side to side. You don't need to go high, just within your comfort zone. Repeat with the opposite leg. Arm circles. Stretch your arms out to the sides and draw circles in the air with your hands. These circles don't need to be wide, you're just warming up. Arm swings. Stretch your arms out to the sides and then, keeping them straight, swing left across your body and then back out to your sides. Now stretch right and then back facing forward. Lunge. Standing with your feet hip width apart, take a big step forward with one foot. Lower your hips to feel a bit of a stretch on the top of your forward leg. Then push back up to a standing position. Repeat with the opposite leg. Lower back twist. Stand with your feet hip width apart and your hands on your hips. Slowly twist your torso as far as you can to one side, keeping your feet flat on the floor. Then twist back to the opposite side. Cat stretch. Get on the floor on all fours, hands shoulder width apart, hips over your knees. Arch your back up and hollow out your stomach and hold for a second. Then lower your back and belly toward the floor and hold for a second. The whole body strength resistance workout. Do the whole body strength resistance workout 2 to 3 times a week, not more, because your body needs time to recover between sessions. Warm up before, using the exercises we just mentioned, and take 5 to 10 minutes after for the whole body balance and stretch, which you'll hear about later in this chapter. Each of the workouts consists of a series of isolated exercises, meaning it targets just one muscle, example, a leg extension, and compound exercises, meaning they involve more than one muscle and joint, example, a squat. Isolated exercises are easier to master and great for beginners, while compound exercises are more efficient because they exercise several muscles at the same time. Start first by focusing on making sure your form is correct, says personal trainer Mark Nutting. Be sure you can follow the motion exactly as is explained, without pain. If an exercise calls for weights, first try it without weights to make sure you have the range of motion needed. Nutting helped create the workout progression you're about to hear. For beginner and intermediate weight training, the best recipe for strength is to do 1 to 3 sets of 8 to 12 repetitions, according to the American College of Sports Medicine. It could be sets of the same exercise, that's the simplest way, or 1 set each of 3 different exercises targeting the same muscle group. To start, Pick the workout that best describes your current exercise level: beginner, intermediate, or advanced. Beginner? You have a primarily sedentary lifestyle and don't engage in any sort of strenuous activity more than once a week or so. Intermediate. You have an active lifestyle, but seldom engage in activities that involve lifting, throwing, or jogging. Advanced. You actively exercise or play sports several times a week and are familiar with basic calisthenics and weight training. At each level, start with one set of each exercise 8 times. Once you're comfortable with 8 repetitions and feel no pain, especially in joints like your shoulders and hips, try increasing your repetitions to 12. Once that feels comfortable, aim to do 2 sets of each exercise 8 times. Then progress to 2 sets of 12 repetitions. Once you're comfortable with that, move to 3 sets of each exercise 8 times. Then progress to 3 sets of 12. When you've mastered this, you can do one of 2 things. If you really like the workout, try increasing the amount of weight you're lifting. Go back to doing 3 sets of 8 repetitions, and then work your way up to 3 sets of 12 repetitions. Mastered that? Up the weights again. If you're ready to try something different, you can move on to the next level. When you feel confident doing the advanced workout 3 times a week, it's time to continue your progression. That may mean consulting a personal trainer, joining a gym, or checking out the many resources available online and in bookstores to help you advance your fitness goals. To view these beginner, intermediate, and advanced workouts, please refer to the included PDF. The Whole Body Cardio Plan, also in your PDF. Do the whole body cardio workout 2 to 3 times a week, or more if you prefer. Warm up before and take 3 to 10 minutes to cool down afterward by slowing your pace until your heart rate and blood pressure return to normal. Then take 5 to 10 minutes after for the whole body balance and stretch. As we said previously, any form of exercise that raises your heart rate and breathing rate qualifies as a cardio workout. Jogging? Cardio workout. Trail hiking? Cardio workout. Dance party? Cardio workout. Getting jiggy with it? Cardio workout. And if you can get 150 minutes of that a week, we salute you. The explosion in online classes, check out YouTube, apps, and social media resources has made access to home cardio workouts easier than ever. Many gyms also offer remote classes, and some towns and organizations offer remote classes free. You could probably string together a series of TikTok dances and have yourself a fine cardio workout. While you're looking to do a cardio workout 2 to 3 times a week, if you want more, go for it. Strength and resistance training requires you to rest your muscles for a day after each workout to see maximum results, but you can do cardio 6 days a week if you'd like. What's great is that we've built this plan with an eye toward maximum flexibility. Whatever your chosen activity, you can do it in a way that helps your body get progressively fitter. Beginner. Start here if you do not currently engage in any sort of cardiovascular fitness activity. Work up to 20 to 30 minutes of walking briskly, riding a bike, swimming, participating in an easy dance class, or enjoying any other aerobic activity at a pace where your breathing is easy and you can still talk comfortably. Once you reach a point where 30 minutes of exercise at this level becomes comfortable, progress to intermediate. Intermediate. You're at the intermediate level if you can comfortably walk briskly, ride a bike, swim, or engage in other cardiovascular fitness activity for 30 minutes at a time, at least twice a week. Work up to 30 to 40 minutes of brisk walking, easy running, moderately intense bike riding, exercising using a machine, or enjoying any other aerobic activity at a pace where your breathing is lightly labored. You can still carry on a conversation, but it is challenging. Once you reach a point where 30 to 40 minutes at this pace becomes comfortable, progress to advanced. Advanced. You are at the advanced level if you can comfortably run, hike, or bike briskly, take spin or aerobics classes, or engage in other demanding cardiovascular fitness activity for at least 30 minutes at a time, and if you do so at least twice a week. First, congratulations! You have a solid foundation in cardiovascular fitness. Keep up the good work. To up your game even more, consider integrating high-intensity interval training, or HIIT, into your weekly workouts. You'll hear more about HIIT coming up. The whole body high-intensity interval workout. Research shows that just 10 minutes of high-intensity interval training, exercise that combines brief periods of intense work with longer periods of easier exercise, can have a dramatic impact. And for people just starting HIIT, it may take as little as 1 minute of hard work 3 times a week to see marked improvements. And here's the crazy part. This plan has been shown to work better on older bodies than it does on teenagers. You can apply this approach to any kind of exercise. If you're a runner, swimmer, hiker, cycler, or walker, HIIT can be part of your workout. And you can apply HIIT to weight training, calisthenics, even Pilates. We'll walk you through strength resistance and cardio HIIT workouts here. HIIT may offer benefits beyond fitness. A 2018 study found that higher intensity workouts may blunt immune system decline in older adults as well. And that's not all. HIIT can also recharge your cells. Researchers at the Mayo Clinic found that people ages 65 to 80 who incorporated HIIT into their walking or biking programs made more proteins for their energy-producing mitochondria, effectively slowing down aging at a cellular level. And the older you are, the greater its impact, according to studies. Flatten your belly. Another study of sedentary women compared 20 minutes of HIIT with 40 minutes of steady-state exercise. The HIIT subjects were the only ones who lost fat, primarily belly fat. Protect your heart. In a study of nearly 5,000 people with heart disease, researchers found that HIIT did more to protect the subjects from future heart problems than traditional moderate workouts. Keep you active longer. A Japanese study put 696 people of middle age or older on a walking program that incorporated HIIT workouts. 70% were still doing the workout 22 months later. Boost testosterone. A study of 22 sedentary men in their 60s found that regular exercise plus HIIT sprints on a bike increased their testosterone by 17% in 12 weeks. Parts of your brain may also get a greater boost from this type of exercise than from either resistance training or straight cardio. When researchers studied MRIs of people during exercise, they found that low-intensity periods seemed to trigger parts of the brain used in cognition and attention, while high-intensity periods activated neurological networks involved in emotional processing. One caveat: with interval training, it is especially important to do warm-up exercises. If you are doing something with repetitive motion, such as walking, running, biking, swimming, or training on the elliptical, you can warm up by starting slow and building up speed. If you are going to do a calisthenics-style strength training mixed movement HIIT, listen again to Warming Up to Work Out, which is also available in your PDF. Is HIIT for you? Before going for HIIT, Make sure you have a foundational fitness level and the mobility to do the moves. Also, even though HIIT is appealing, it may not be for everyone. Some people like the meandering time spent outdoors hiking or cycling through towns, getting lost in the rhythm of movement, and taking time to problem solve and think creatively. HIIT is quick and intense and requires a focus on your form and your next step. It can be exhilarating and satisfying to know how hard you worked. Check it out and see what works best for you. Interval training. How much is enough? You may want to do HIIT only once or twice a week, as it can take time for you to recover. HIIT strength resistance training. For an example of how to integrate HIIT and strength resistance training, refer to your PDF. Since intensity is key, start with the beginner level, even if you consider yourself already fit. You can use any combination of the resistance exercises in this chapter, but try to hit an array of both upper and lower body moves. HIIT cardio training. HIIT workouts can also be applied to cardio. In your PDF, you'll find 3 simple HIIT workouts. They're demanding, so if you haven't done HIIT before, you'll probably want to start at the beginner level. The whole body balance and stretch. A lot of us labor, literally, under the impression that if we're not working hard and breaking a sweat, we're not really exercising. But that's not at all true. 2 crucial aspects of fitness require little, if any, huffing and puffing, yet they're essential to our overall well-being. Flexibility, achieved through stretching, and balance. Let's take a look at each. Flexibility through stretching. Joint flexibility decreases as we age. Shoulder flexibility, in particular, drops about 6 degrees per decade in women and 5 degrees per decade in men between the ages of 55 and 86. Imagine starting from the point where you can reach both hands straight up into the air and touch them together over your head. As time goes by, your elbows will need to bend more and more to get those hands to touch. But with flexible joints, we can tie our shoes, put on a sweater, and reach that high shelf in the pantry. And flexibility goes hand in hand with strength. Tight muscles can't generate the sort of explosive force needed to move quickly and with power. A diminished range of motion can hinder our walking speed and increase our risk of falls. It can also increase our chances of back pain because stiff muscles often don't get enough nutrients, which leads to the development of trigger points or sore spots along our spine. There are 2 ways to improve flexibility. The first is dynamic movement, covered in our warm-ups. Prior to each workout, first thing in the morning, or after sitting for long periods of time, try some of those dynamic warm-ups. The second is static stretching. A static stretch involves holding a stretched position for 30 to 60 seconds. This type of stretching is best done after a cardio, strength resistance, or HIIT workout, when your muscles are already warmed up. Run through the following series for 5 to 10 minutes. Here are some to try. Shoulder corner stretch. Stand facing the corner of a room, a little less than arm's length from each wall. Bend both arms at the elbow 45 degrees and press each elbow against a wall. Lean in toward the corner so you feel a stretch across your chest. Hold for 30 to 60 seconds. Relax and repeat. Standing quadriceps stretch. Stand about a foot away from a wall, facing the wall. Rest your left arm against the wall for balance. Bend your right knee and lift your right foot up behind you so your lower leg is about parallel with the floor. Now, with your right hand, reach down and grab your right foot. Gently pull upward on the foot so you can feel a light stretch in the front of your right thigh. Hold for 30 to 60 seconds, Then gently release your foot and lower it to the floor. Using your right arm for balance, switch to your left leg. Relax and repeat. Hip and thigh stretch. Stand tall with your feet about 2 shoulder widths apart. Turn your feet, hips, and shoulders to the right. Now, bend your right leg and lower your body so that your right thigh is parallel with the floor and your right calf is vertical. Lower your body as much as you feel comfortable until you feel a stretch in the muscles on the inside of your right thigh. Hold for 30 to 60 seconds, then straighten back up to the starting position. Repeat the motion on the left side. Relax and repeat. Iliotibial band stretch. Did you know your body comes with its own band? 2 of them actually, called the iliotibial or ITB bands. The ITB is a thick band of tissue that runs down the outside of each of your thighs, connecting your hips to your knees. When an ITB gets tight, it can cause hip pain, knee pain, or both. To stretch the ITBs, sit on the floor with your legs stretched out in front of you and your back straight. Place your hands on the floor next to you for balance. Bend your right knee and place your right foot on the floor on the outside of your left knee. Turn your head and shoulders so you are facing toward the right. Lift your left arm and place it against the outside of your right knee. Now gently press your left arm against your right knee, pulling it farther across your body. You should feel a stretch along the right side of your hip and spine. Hold for 30 to 60 seconds, then repeat on the opposite side. Relax and repeat. Lying figure 4. Lie on your back with your knees bent. Cross your right ankle over your left knee and rest it there. Now reach both hands up and grasp your left leg just below the knee. Gently pull your left leg towards you, being sure to keep your upper body flat against the floor. Hold for 30 to 60 seconds. Repeat on the opposite side. Relax and repeat. Balance. Falls are the second biggest cause of accidental death after traffic injuries, according to the World Health Organization. The Centers for Disease Control reports that more than 1 in 4 Americans over 65 experiences a fall each year, and falls are the leading cause of head injuries and broken hips. So the time to focus on balance is now, not when you're older and at risk. Don't wait until it starts raining to fix the roof. Balance is a surprisingly complex function. It requires many different systems in the body to work well together. To balance properly, we need strength, especially in the lower body and core, and flexibility, especially in the hips and lower back. These become more important as we age, because aging presents several other challenges. The vestibular system, a complex system of sensory organs that helps us detect where we are in space, also declines with age, as does our reaction time. Our eyesight, especially our peripheral vision and our ability to detect subtle changes in shadows, diminishes. This is why walking at dusk on an uneven ground can become challenging. Medications may also interfere with stability and balance. In essence, a multitude of control mechanisms all converge to throw us off balance. But we can train for it. We can get stronger and more prepared. In other words, do not blow off this particular part of the fitness program. Years from now, your body will thank you. We recommend adding a few minutes of stretch and balance to each workout, simply because you're more likely to remember to do it then. But the truth is, you can do the balance exercises at any time, before, after, or between workouts. They do not require a warm-up. You can even do them at random times within a day, like while waiting in line or online or brushing your teeth. But remember that, like any other type of fitness training, this series of exercises is designed to challenge your body and stimulate your muscles and your brain to adapt and get better. Here's how to do it. Weight shifting. Stand upright with your feet hip-width apart. Keep your back straight and tighten your abdominal muscles. Now simply shift weight from one foot to the other. As you do this, keep your abdominals tight. Try not to slouch or let your hips tilt toward one side or the other. When you shift your weight, pause and hold, building up to 30 seconds on each side before you shift to the other. As you get stronger, try these progressions. Shift weight onto one leg and bend your other leg, bringing your knee up. Balance on one foot. Repeat on the opposite side. Stand facing a wall, resting your right hand on the wall for support. Lift your left leg. Remove your right hand from the wall so that you're balancing on your right foot. Now, close your eyes. Keep close to the wall in case you need to reach out for support. Repeat on the opposite side. Single leg dynamic movement. Stand with your feet hip-width apart with a table or a wall on your right, about a foot away. Shift your weight onto your right foot. Now reach your left leg out to the front, then back to neutral without touching the floor. Then to the side, back to neutral, and to the back, and back to neutral. If you need to touch your left foot down briefly to restabilize, do so. Don't be shy about grabbing the wall or table for balance if you need it. Now, turn around so the wall or table is to your left and perform the same motions with your right leg. As you progress, rotate through a continuous progression of front, side, and back extensions as you stand on one leg, without having to touch the opposite foot down between movements. March in place. March in place and, as you lift one knee, reach the alternate arm straight overhead. So lift your right knee and left arm, then left knee and right arm. Seesaw. Stand upright with a table or wall at your right, about a foot away. Lift your right knee so your right thigh is parallel to the floor. Bend your elbows at 45-degree angles. Lean forward carefully as you push your right leg back behind you. Simultaneously bring your right elbow forward and your left elbow back, mimicking a running motion. Now, bring your right leg to the front as your right elbow moves backward and your left elbow moves forward. Reach out to grab the wall or table for extra balance if you need it. Repeat this motion 5 times, then turn around so the wall is at your left, and repeat the entire exercise with your left leg. Heel-to-toe walk. Stand next to a wall or kitchen counter so that you can touch it to help you balance. Place one foot directly in line and in front of the other so that the heel of your forward foot barely touches the toes of your back foot. Balance this way without moving. Try taking your hand off of the wall or counter. When you feel comfortable, try walking forward slowly, heel to toe, heel to toe. When you reach the end of the counter, turn around and walk back in the heel to toe pattern. When that becomes easy, walk backward in a reverse heel to toe pattern. How can I get myself to actually do the workouts? We humans are incredibly skilled at self-sabotage. You never read about squirrels going, "Store up nuts for the winter?" Nah. They just follow their instincts. But we tend to overthink everything, and that can lead us to not doing what we should do to take care of ourselves. The good news is that once you get into the habit of fitness, it's a lot easier to stick with it. A review of studies in the British Journal of General Practice found that it took about 10 weeks to form new habits and make them seem automatic. Here, then, are some tricks to help you rack up a solid string of workouts. Find a partner. It holds you accountable because you don't want to let them down by not showing up, and you'll also have more fun, says Deborah Feltz, professor of kinesiology at Michigan State University. In her research, Feltz has found other benefits too. People who work out with a partner exert more effort and spend almost twice as much time exercising as those who go it alone. And your partner doesn't even need to be by your side. Even a virtual partner exercising along with you remotely could help boost results. Do something you enjoy. Exercise doesn't have to mean sweating in the gym or endless treadmill time. How about hiking a local greenway, taking a dance class, or volunteering to walk dogs at a local animal shelter? If you choose an activity you genuinely like, research shows you're much more inclined to stick with it over time. Prioritize convenience. One study found that the shorter the distance to the gym, the more likely members were to go. Another shows that people who live in neighborhoods with sidewalks are 47% more likely to be active for at least 39 minutes a day than residents of areas without sidewalks. Set your workout clothes next to your bed the night before and keep exercise equipment visible and nearby, says David Maxfield, co-author of Change Anything, The New Science of Personal Success. If you have a treadmill or exercise bike on the first floor, you are twice as likely to use it than if it's in the basement. Reward yourself. Some studies have found that people who establish rewards or other incentives for working out are more likely to stick to their exercise programs. And when those rewards are taken away, they're typically more likely to fall off their programs as well. Here are some ideas on how to put this concept to work. Find a challenge. Training for a 5K or a charity bike ride is a great way to keep yourself motivated and focused. Most events offer at least a t-shirt for participating, which you'll get to wear while working out as a constant reminder of your accomplishment. And it's cool to tell others that you're training for something special rather than just exercising. Pay yourself. Set a goal of a certain number of workouts each week. If you stick to it for a month, buy yourself a gift. Or stick $2 in a jar for each workout and splurge at the end of the month with your savings. Or fine yourself. Negative reinforcement can work too. Charge yourself $5 each time you skip a workout and give the money to charity at the end of the month. Or consider betting a friend or coworker that you'll stick to your program. If you slack off, they win and you lose. Keep a workout diary. If you don't track your progress digitally, try keeping a written diary of what you've accomplished week by week. We tend to underestimate our own personal achievements. Make sure you have written testimony on how far you've come. Action step number 12, also in your PDF. How many mornings have you woken up with a vague plan to work out, only to go to bed that night having not achieved your goal? It happens to all of us. Sometimes making the transition from stillness to motion can be the hardest part of exercising. Let's take some steps to overcome the inertia. List 3 reasons why you're most likely to skip out on a workout. Then, write down something you can do to overcome that obstacle. Some great tips include enlisting a partner, having comfortable workout clothes, scheduling workouts just the way you schedule meetings or lunches, and betting someone that you can fit in a certain number of workouts each week. Chapter 13. Troubleshooting the Whole Body Reset. Frequently asked questions and easily solved dilemmas. No one ever got better at a task without facing some challenges. which is why we could never have created the book you're listening to now without the input of more than 100 AARP employees who joined the Whole Body Reset test panel. They helped prove just how effective this program is by dropping an average of 5 pounds, with 1 in 3 losing 10 pounds or more in just 12 weeks. But more important, they challenged us with pointed questions that made us think harder, drove us deeper into the research, and helped to ensure that the Whole Body Reset was not just effective, but easy to use as well. Here are some of the questions our test panel asked, questions that might be relevant to you as well, and some additional ideas that will guide you through the life-changing experience of the Whole Body Reset. Question. You say right in the introduction that the more diets you go on, the greater your likelihood of gaining weight in the future. Why is the Whole Body Reset safer? Answer. Most diets tend to be rigid, with lots of rules that you can really follow only for a certain amount of time. Some cut out whole food groups, or make you skip meals at certain times of the day, making socializing a challenge. And worst of all, many diets promise fast weight loss. Fast weight loss can be bad for you. It can hurt bone health, exacerbate muscle loss, and lead to a slower metabolism and future weight gain. In fact, dieting is a stronger predictor of weight gain than even genetics. In a really interesting study of twins, researchers found that when one of the pair dieted to lose weight, the dieter gained progressively more weight than the non-dieting twin. The Whole Body Reset, on the other hand, isn't a diet you go on and then go off. It's about learning to adopt habits like eating protein throughout the day, being conscious of fiber intake, making vegetables your friend, that will help you prevent future weight gain. One of the goals is to preserve your metabolism right where it is and put an end to muscle loss and that creeping 1 to 2 pounds per year of weight gain that most of us experience after age 50. Instead of short-term weight loss, the Whole Body Reset is designed for lifelong health, mobility, and energy. Question. Is the Whole Body Reset a low-carb diet? Answer. No. When we say focus on protein, a lot of people hear eat low carb. But that's a mistake. Nutrient-rich carbohydrates are an important part of any food plan because that's where you'll find many of the vitamins and minerals you need and all of the fiber as well. The kinds of carbs we tend to overeat are refined, starchy carbs, the white breads and crackers, cakes and cookies, pastas and grains. The key, then, is to focus on that critical phrase, nutrient-rich. Whole grains, sweet potatoes, beans, all are starches, but they pack plenty of the vitamins, minerals, and fiber we need. A good rule of thumb is to eat at least half of your starchy carbs from whole grain foods each day. That means if you eat 6 to 8 servings of starch a day, choose at least 4 that are unprocessed. That leaves some room for other foods. About 10% of your calories, between 150 and 200 calories, can come from discretionary calories. Birthdays happen, and so do weddings and date nights, and denying ourselves the foods that come along with these moments isn't good for the soul. So if that sandwich goes best on a ciabatta roll, go for it. If it's bad luck not to have a slice of birthday cake, who are we to tempt the fates? But look for opportunities to balance out the rest of the day by choosing higher fiber foods. Question. How much do I have to worry about portion size? Answer. Have you ever heard the phrase, portion distortion? It refers to the idea that what we see as a standard serving of food today, typically a serving of starches or sweets, such as pasta, bread, or soda would look enormous to our grandparents. According to the National Institutes of Health, a generation ago, the average bagel was 3 inches in diameter. Today it's 6 inches. A medium bag of popcorn used to be 5 cups. Today it's 11 cups. And a standard soda was 6.5 ounces, whereas today it's a whopping 20 ounces. That makes trying to keep our weight in check even more difficult. While it's possible to overdo it on fruits, vegetables, and meats, we're most likely to overeat refined starches and sweets, all those soft, chewy, crunchy, salty, sugary things we think of as comfort food. And because those foods are inexpensive to produce, it's exactly where food marketers are most likely to push portion size to make it seem like we're getting our money's worth. Remember, what you get served at a restaurant is often more than a single serving, so you could be eating lots more than you think. A single burrito with rice and beans at Chipotle could have as many as 6 servings of carbs. 3 from the tortilla itself, another 4 if they load up the rice and beans. A handful of gummies is also a serving. The CDC's chart, adapted from the American Diabetes Association, will give you an idea of what a serving of starch looks like. Go to cdc.gov and in the search bar, enter Carbohydrate Choice List. The chart tells us, for example, that 1 serving of an English muffin is half a muffin. A serving of baked potato is 3 ounces, or about 1/4 of a large potato. A serving of granola is 1/4 cup. A serving of baked potato chips is about 8 chips. Question: getting 25 grams of protein at breakfast is hard, especially since my doctor says not to eat eggs every day. How can I do it? Answer: eggs have about 6 grams of protein each, so they're a solid choice for days when you're having trouble meeting your goal. But there are plenty of other egg-free ways to get 25 grams or more, often just by adding seeds or nuts to your favorite breakfast foods. Here are a few easy, high-protein breakfasts, also included in your PDF. 1 cup of cottage cheese, 25 grams of protein. Whey protein smoothie, a scoop of protein powder is usually 20 grams or more. 2 packets of instant oatmeal, 8 grams, in 1 cup of milk, 8 grams, with 1 ounce of chopped almonds, 5 grams, and 2 tablespoons of hemp seeds, 7 grams. A half a whole wheat bagel, 5 grams, with 3 ounces of lox, 15 grams, and 2 tablespoons of cream cheese, 2 grams, plus 1 ounce of pumpkin seeds, 5 grams. 1 cup of plain Greek yogurt, 20 grams, with 2 tablespoons ground flax seeds, 3 grams, 1/4 cup mixed nuts, 6 grams, and berries. Breakfast burrito with 3/4 cup chopped tofu, 15 grams, scrambled like an egg with 1 ounce cheese, 5 grams, and a half a cup of black beans, 4.5 grams, wrapped in a flour tortilla, 1 gram. 2 tablespoons peanut butter, 7 grams, and a sliced banana, 1.5 grams, on 2 slices of whole wheat bread, 8 grams, plus 1 cup of milk, 8 grams. Question: eating 25 to 30 grams of fiber a day sounds like a lot. How can I get there without eating salad all day? Answer: first of all, salads aren't always the best way to get more fiber. Many people eat a green salad and think, I'm getting my fiber, but a cup of lettuce provides less than 2 grams of fiber. The key is to pack our diet with fruits and vegetables, as well as whole grains, beans, nuts, and other plant foods. Shoot for 5 or more grams at each meal, and make sure each snack has 2 grams of fiber as well. Here are a few simple swaps you can make that will make a huge difference in your fiber intake. You'll find this list in your PDF as well. Breakfast. Instead of 2 slices of white bread toast, eat 2 slices of whole grain toast, 1.4 grams of fiber versus 3.8 grams. Breakfast. Instead of butter, eat a quarter avocado, 0 grams of fiber versus 3.4 grams. Snack. Instead of 5 saltines and cheese, eat an apple and cheese, 1 gram versus 4.4 grams. Snack. Instead of a granola bar, eat yogurt and 3/4 of a cup of blueberries, 1.3 grams versus 2.7 grams. Lunch. Instead of chicken soup, eat lentil soup, 1.5 grams versus 6 grams. Lunch. Instead of a 1-ounce side of chips, eat 1/3 cup of dry roasted peanuts, 1.2 grams versus 4 grams. Dinner. Instead of half a cup of white rice, eat half a cup of brown rice, 0.7 grams versus 2 grams. Total, 7.1 grams versus 26.3 grams. Question. Are protein supplements a healthy choice? And if so, what kind should I use? Answer. Many experts believe there's a king of all proteins, at least when it comes to people 50 plus. Whey protein. Whey is a part of milk, the part that's discarded in the process of making most cheeses. In a small study of 16 men and 15 women, ages 65 to 80, researchers divided the participants into 2 groups. One group was given whey protein, while the other was given another form of protein, collagen peptides. After 2 weeks of restricted activity, the subjects in the whey protein group recovered muscle strength more quickly. Try mixing whey protein powder with almond or regular milk for a low-calorie, high-protein drink. Or use it to thicken a smoothie with or without yogurt, or add it to oatmeal. Question. I know the meals are packed with fiber and protein, but it seems like I'm eating a lot. Won't I gain weight? Answer. Remember that the whole body reset isn't a typical weight loss program. Its first priorities are to stop age-related weight gain and muscle loss and help you maintain your strength, health, and mobility for life. To that end, it makes sense that you may feel as though you're eating plenty. Fiber and protein help you feel full. Many people in our pilot panel felt like they were eating a lot, but they still lost weight. That said, your body isn't the same as anyone else's. Some of us will need more food, some less. If you want to eat less food, or if you want to turbocharge the weight loss aspect of the whole body reset, start by paying attention to your starchy carbs and portion sizes. You may even want to measure out your carb servings for a few days to fully understand how much you're actually eating versus what a serving is. If, for example, you normally eat 1 cup of cooked rice, you may want to try 2/3 of a cup. Small changes like that can add up to big results over time. That one tweak alone will cut 60 to 100 calories out of your day, which could be enough to spark weight loss. At least half of the starchy carbs you eat should be from high-fiber, whole food sources, such as brown rice, sweet potatoes, beans, and oatmeal. See if there are any refined carbs, that is, processed foods, hiding in your day that you can eliminate. And make sure you're eating plenty of non-starchy vegetables, such as greens, broccoli, cauliflower, and Brussels sprouts, to keep up your fiber intake. If you do find you're gaining weight, you may be overdoing it on healthy but high-calorie fats, such as olive oil, nuts, nut butters, and avocado. Remember to keep portion size in mind as you plan out each meal and snack. Question. I sometimes find myself eating without thinking, I pick up whatever is around the office. How can I stop instinctively noshing? Answer. You've heard the term mindless eating before. It's what you do when watching a movie, when your hand hits the bottom of the popcorn bucket before the film's halfway over. Problem is, most of us graze throughout our day, every day, nibbling on snacks because they're there, or continuing to pick at a big serving of food even after our bellies send the all-full signal. Food isn't just about hunger, it's about comfort and emotion and bonhomie. But if we can bring the idea of mindfulness to our eating habits, we can learn to remove those mindless calories that pile up. Try tuning into these 3 mindful practices as you eat. First, recognize how hungry you are before you reach for food. Eating is best when accompanied by a feeling of hunger. Here's the hunger scale for reference. 1. Starving, weak, dizzy. 2. Very hungry, cranky, low energy, lots of stomach growling. 3. Pretty hungry, stomach is growling a little. 4. Starting to feel a little hungry. 5. Satisfied, neither hungry nor full. 6. A little full, pleasantly full. 7. A little uncomfortable. 8. Feeling stuffed. 9. Very uncomfortable, stomach hurts. 10. So full you feel sick. If you wait until you are starving, a 1 or 2, to eat, you are more likely to eat until you are stuffed, a 9 or a 10. If you eat when you are moderately hungry, a 3 or 4, it's easier to stop when you are comfortably satisfied, a 7 or 8. Be aware of when you're no longer hungry. That is a signal that you have had enough, so get in the habit of paying attention to your body's signals and stop eating when the time comes. Second, take time to fully taste your food. Enjoy each bite. Notice the texture, taste, consistency, and even the aroma. Finish each bite before taking the next one. Put your fork down and take a sip of water. We tend to eat too many meals at our desks or in front of a screen, and as a result, we've learned to pay attention to something other than our food. When you truly savor your food, you may find that you actually eat less and enjoy the food more. Third, plate your food. Whether it is a meal or a snack, do not eat out of the container or bag. Place your portion on a plate. It helps to visually see what and how much you are eating. You can still have seconds. Question. I like the idea of keeping a food diary so I know I'm really eating what I think I'm eating. Any suggestions? Answer. Consider a tool like eattracker.com. That's eatracker.com. It was created by Canadian dietitians, and it's pretty intuitive and can give you the nutritional information you need while helping you judge serving sizes. Or you can use an app on your phone. Check your app store for ratings and reviews. If you prefer paper and pen, the American Heart Association offers a downloadable food tracker that you can print out and fill in. Question. The Whole Body Reset recommends 2 to 3 servings of dairy a day. What are substitutes for people who are lactose intolerant or don't process dairy products well? Answer. We love dairy because it provides 2 nutrients essential to preserving muscle and bone: protein and calcium. It's easy for most people to get protein from other sources, but you may have to pay attention to get the recommended amount of calcium. 1,000 milligrams a day for men ages 51 to 70, and 1,200 milligrams a day for women over 50 and men over 70. Calcium is important for muscle and bones, as well as for maintaining healthy blood pressure. Dairy is also high in the amino acid leucine, which is crucial to stimulating muscle protein synthesis. If you are lactose intolerant, you may want to experiment with dairy products that are easier on your digestion, such as yogurt, kefir, and aged cheeses. Lactose-free dairy is also an option, as are lactase tablets, which can make traditional dairy foods more tolerable for many people. If you rule out dairy altogether, try these non-dairy choices: canned sardines and salmon with bones, soybeans, soy products such as tofu made with calcium sulfate, soy yogurt, and tempeh, kidney, white, and navy beans, collard greens, turnip greens, mustard greens, kale, and bok choy, calcium-fortified juices, breads, cereals, rice milk, and almond milk, chia seeds and sesame seeds, almonds. It's best to try to get the majority of your calcium needs from food, but to top off your intake, check with your doctor about taking a calcium supplement. Question: You warn about processed foods, but does it really make a difference if my meals are prepackaged or made from scratch? Answer: Consider this. In a recent small study, volunteers were put on a diet of either unprocessed foods, fruit, vegetables, lean meats, and whole grains, or ultra-processed foods, baked goods, cured meats, and snack foods. Participants were presented with the same amounts of overall calories, protein, and carbohydrates, and allowed to eat as much as they wanted. Then, after 14 days, the volunteers switched to the other diet. Researchers found that when presented with ultra-processed foods, subjects ate an average of 500 calories a day more than when they were given whole foods. They also gained an average of 2 pounds on the ultra-processed diet, while losing an average of 2 pounds on the whole foods diet. Question: Any tips on preparing food in advance? I'm not a big cooking fan, so the less time I spend in the kitchen, the better. Answer: Prepping food in advance is one of the easiest ways to make a healthy diet automatic. If you can spare a couple of hours over the course of a weekend, you can prep nearly everything you need for the week. This is especially helpful if you bring your lunch to work each day. Start by cooking up some grains. A few cups of quinoa, brown rice, or whole wheat pasta can be cooked and stored in the fridge to provide a base for meals in the coming week. You can also cook up beans or lentils and add spices, so you can just ladle the beans over the grains, stick the plate in the microwave, and press reheat. In the oven, roast cauliflower, broccoli, Brussels sprouts, and sweet potatoes with some olive oil, sea salt, and fresh thyme or rosemary. These, too, can be stored in the fridge for the coming week. On the grill or stovetop, grill some chicken breasts as your go-to protein because they're easy to reheat and go with just about everything. Then, on days when you have a bit more time, you can cook a steak or some fish. Also, make sure you have fresh fruit and a source of dairy you enjoy: cheese, yogurt, cottage cheese, milk, on hand at all times. And finally, consider some simple store-bought condiments. You can eat your pre-cooked protein, grains, and veggies in their natural state, or you can add barbecue sauce, salsa, tomato sauce, pesto, kimchi, harissa, sofrito, or romesco sauce, all available in jars and cans in your supermarket. Play around with some new flavors to see what tickles your palate. Question: In emotionally charged times, I often revert to binge eating, which leaves me feeling physically, emotionally, and mentally shattered. How can I break this cycle? Answer: We all deal with negative emotions in our own ways, and many times those ways aren't healthy. Emotional eating is a particularly difficult issue because we live in a world that is constantly sending us a message. If we eat this right now, we'll feel better. Recent research has suggested a few ways to help quell these cravings. Talk first. If you're eating to manage difficult emotions, consider reaching out to someone with whom you can share those feelings. Someone who won't judge you for wanting to eat to deal with them. Tell yourself you can always eat after the conversation. Short-circuit the feelings with a physical release. A small 2015 study of overweight people who enjoy sugary snacks found that just 15 minutes of moderate exercise, in this case, brisk walking, significantly reduced cravings for sugary snacks. Drink more water. We often misinterpret thirst as hunger. If you're craving food, try drinking a large glass of water and see if the craving doesn't pass in a few minutes. Question. My husband's cardiologist suggested to him that he switch over to a plant-based diet. Any tips on how to get enough protein without meat? Answer. Plant-based can mean a number of things. In many cases, it just means eating fewer animal products and more plant-based foods. But it could also mean going completely vegetarian or even 100% vegan. Regardless, there are ways of adapting the whole body reset to your needs. When eating plants only, it's important to combine foods to get a complete set of proteins, which is critical for maintaining muscle. Quinoa, soy, such as edamame, tofu, and tempeh, seitan, buckwheat, use it to make pancakes. Pumpkin seeds, hemp seeds, and sprouted grain bread are all sources of complete protein. Otherwise, a great rule of thumb is to combine whole grains, brown rice, whole wheat bread, oats, with legumes, nuts, and seeds, beans, lentils, peanut and nut butters, chia, and sunflower seeds. Top pastas with a protein source like peas, walnuts, or toasted pine nuts for a complete meal, or look for chickpea, bean, and soy-based pastas that are even higher in protein than your average wheat brand and taste great. Soups that combine grains and legumes, like pasta fagioli or red beans and rice, provide complete proteins as well. Finally, try a plant-based protein powder and combine it with a milk alternative, half a banana, and some frozen berries for a delicious smoothie. Look for a complete protein, meaning one that contains a variety of plant proteins rather than one derived from a single plant source. In particular, make sure it contains leucine, an amino acid that helps stimulate muscle growth, but is often missing from plant-based foods. You can find plant-based protein powders in any vitamin or health food store or online. Question. I've lost 3 pounds in 5 weeks, which isn't a lot, but I do feel better, more energetic, lighter. I'm also a little happier. Is that a side effect? Answer. Happiness is potentially a side effect of the whole body reset, especially if you've stepped up your exercise levels. Studies consistently show that exercise is associated with a positive outlook. In addition, several key whole body reset nutrients have also been linked to a lighter, happier mood. Folate, a B vitamin found in legumes and green vegetables, can help improve levels of the happiness hormone serotonin and has been shown in some studies to be deficient in people with depression. Researchers have also found that depression is less common in parts of the world where people eat a lot of fish, leading researchers to surmise that omega-3 fatty acids found in fish, as well as in flax seeds, chia seeds, and walnuts, may be effective in helping to treat mood disorders. But it's not just what you are eating on the whole body reset, it's also what you are not eating. People who eat a lot of fried food, especially fast food, are getting high doses of omega-6 fatty acids, which are found in vegetable oils used in frying. When your ratio of omega-6 to omega-3 rises, your risk of depression may also increase. And a 2017 study found that men who consumed high amounts of sugar were at greater risk of depression as well. Want more happiness? Try getting outside more often. In one study, Researchers found that 20 minutes in a park boosted well-being. Question: I don't particularly like fruits or vegetables, except for carrots, oranges, and apples. Can I get enough vitamins and minerals by just eating these most of the time? Answer: well, that depends. How's your terpenoid intake lately? Are you getting enough polyphenols? What about anthocyanins and limonoids? Vitamins and minerals get all the attention, but phytonutrients, the tens of thousands of plant-based micronutrients found in our food, are just as important. Some are anti-inflammatory, others help us battle microbes, and still more play a role in cancer prevention or help protect us from diabetes and heart disease. And each individual plant has its own unique profile of phytonutrients. When we limit ourselves to a handful of regulars, even if those regulars are superstars like oranges or carrots, we're not getting the full range of nutrients that empower our bodies. On your next shopping trip, pick up even one fruit or vegetable you wouldn't normally eat. If you haven't enjoyed sunchokes, sorrel, rapini, chard, or black-eyed peas, give them a try. Or pick up an exotic imported fruit like guava, cherimoya, horned melon, or kumquat. Rank them 1 to 5 on flavor, and see if you don't find a new favorite to alternate with that Granny Smith apple. Question: I sit all day at work, and I know that's not good for me. But I go to the gym several times a week and try to walk a lot as well. Am I in the clear? Answer: yes, as long as you're getting up from your chair every hour or so. A combination of regular exercise, especially if you follow the whole body fitness plan, and just plain walking around is enough to keep the big muscles of your legs working. And here's a cool fact you probably didn't know. Every time you get up from your desk and your muscles contract, they secrete peptides called myokines, which enter the bloodstream and help protect against inflammation. The more time you spend on your feet, the more myokines your muscles release, and the more helpful they can be in fighting disease. So on top of your fitness routine, don't let more than an hour or so go by without getting up out of your seat, no matter how intense your workday. Take your calls standing up. Not only does it get you up and moving, but standing for calls is an old trick business people use to make themselves sound stronger, bolder, and more energetic. That's you. Use a stand-up desk whenever possible. Hemingway wrote his greatest masterpieces standing up. You can gain mastery over your inbox from the same position. In the office, walk to a colleague's desk instead of calling or emailing. On a long call, put the phone on speaker or use a headset and get up and move a bit. Stretch and strengthen periodically. Keep a resistance band nearby and put it to use. Stand with both feet on the middle of the band and hold one end of the band in each hand. Then, bend your elbows and curl your hands up to your shoulders. The wider your stance, the more resistance you'll get. Chapter 14. Whole Body Recipes. Super delicious meals and snacks for the whole family. There are plenty of ways to supercharge your nutrition, reduce empty calories, and eat an overall healthier diet. But the easiest, most proven way of all comes down to 3 simple words. Cook at home. As you've heard repeatedly throughout this book, loading your diet with nutritionally dense food is more important than cutting calories. So it makes sense that you, and not some anonymous line cook at your local chain restaurant, should be the one in charge of what goes into your body. When we eat at restaurants, our plates tend to be stacked much higher with saturated fat and sodium. In fact, preparing a meal at home is an automatic junk calorie reduction. We consume an average of 200 calories more when we go out to eat than we do when we prepare all our meals at home, according to a University of Illinois study. And you already know that 200 fewer calories a day is our target to stop age-related waistline creep. Another study found we eat fewer empty calories when we cook at home, regardless of whether or not we are consciously trying to manage our weight. In this chapter, we present an array of recipes that are designed to meet the nutritional guidelines of the Whole Body Reset. That means they're packed with protein and fiber, as well as vitamins, minerals, and phytochemicals, and have minimal unnecessary empty calories so you can fulfill your body's nutritional needs without thinking. You'll find recipes for cooked and no-cook breakfasts, smoothies and protein shakes, lunch and dinner entrees, sides, salads, and soups, sauces and dressings for those who want to take their cooking and taste buds to the next level, and yummy, nutrition-packed snacks. Most of these recipes can be easily converted into vegetarian versions, simply by substituting meat with tofu, tempeh, or other plant-based proteins. You can also make easy substitutions if you're gluten or dairy-free. As you'll see, many of the recipes are already naturally vegetarian, vegan, gluten-free, or dairy-free. But if you are avoiding animal products, or even just dairy products, it's important to make sure you're getting enough protein, particularly the amino acid leucine. Soy-based foods like tofu are among the top vegetable sources of leucine, as are kidney beans, watercress, spinach, and turnip greens. Spirulina, a form of algae you can find in health food stores, is particularly rich in this essential amino acid. Of course, you could easily follow this program without bothering with a single one of these recipes. Indeed, as you heard in Chapter 9, you could probably eat fast food every single day and still manage to hit your nutritional marks. But isn't it great to know that whenever you're stumped for what to eat, the perfect meal or snack is yours to make? A few quick notes on nutritional impact. While each of these recipes has been reviewed using established nutritional analysis software at ESHA.com, the exact nutrient counts can vary depending on your preparation method, the exact product and brand used, and serving size. When there is more than one option for an ingredient, for example, sliced almonds or pine nuts, or chicken or vegetable broth, the nutritional data are based on the first item. 1 scoop of protein powder provides about 20 grams of protein. Recipes assume animal-based powder. Using plant-based powder may alter the leucine and B12 content. To view our complete list of whole body recipes, the complete Whole Body Reset Mix and Match Meal Maker, and our 10-day reset plan for your whole body, please refer to your PDF. Acknowledgements. This book would not have been possible without the encouragement, support, and vision of the AARP leadership, especially CEO Joanne Jenkins and Executive Vice President and Chief Communications and Marketing Officer Martha Boudreau. A special thank you to AARP Senior Vice President and Editorial Director Myrna Blythe for conceiving and driving this project forward, and to AARP Books Director Jody Lipson, who played an integral role each step of the way. Thank you also to Michelle Harris and Stephanie Abramson, who quadruple-checked every fact in this book to ensure accuracy. We are indebted to Simon & Schuster Vice President and Executive Editor Priscilla Paynton for making this book a reality, and her team at Simon & Schuster, including Associate Editor Hannah Park, Assistant Director of Publicity Elizabeth Herman, Steve Bedford, and production. This project came to fruition under the guidance of Richard Pine, literary agent for the Whole Body Reset and the South Beach Diet. Many of AARP's talented editors and designers stepped up to help carry the load, especially Bob Love, Neil Wertheimer, Leslie Palmer, and Scott Davis. Special thanks to Lorette Davis for keeping the wheels on, and to Jeff Satari for stepping in when the going got tough. Chefs Lisa Dorfman, Judy Marshall, Jackie Nugent, and Daisy Pagani, and dietitians Carol Dreisman, Tamara Kane, Alyssa Resnick, and Diana O'Shea helped us pull together a delectable selection of recipes. The Whole Body Reset got off the ground thanks to the enormous efforts of Susan Reinhard and her AARP Healthy Living team, including Jennifer Peed, Chuck Rainville, Teresa Keenan, Sarah Burrell, and Linda Flowers. Sarah Lenz Locke, Executive Director of the Global Council on Brain Health, convened by AARP, Leslie Nettleford in the Office of General Counsel, the amazing team who helped turn Cafe 58 and Seasons Culinary Services into the Whole Body Reset Test Kitchen, especially Chris Coombe and Kenneth Gallang, with the help of Anna Lennis in Business Operations, Julia Rossi, Tracy Sachs, Nicholas Gouffre, and other folks at AARP Studios, AARP's National Office Fitness Center General Manager Carla Punch and her Optum team, Raj Modi and Sarah Gallant in our social team, and so many dedicated AARP employees who helped coordinate and promote our drive to build awareness within the organization, including, but hardly limited to, Jeffrey Van Dam, Nina Halper, Leslie White, and Nakia McKenzie. The Whole Body Reset Advisory Board. Errol Green, RPH, MD, FACEP. Emergency Medicine, Tufts Medical Center, Boston, Massachusetts, retired. And AARP Medical Advisor. Jordan Metzel, MD, Sports Medicine Physician, Hospital for Special Surgery. Stephen Neeson, MD, Chairman of the Department of Cardiovascular Medicine, Cleveland Clinic, and past President of the American College of Cardiology. Douglas Padden Jones, Ph.D., FACSM, Sheridan Lorenz Distinguished Professor in Aging and Health, Department of Nutrition and Metabolism, School of Health Professions, University of Texas Medical Branch. Pamela Peake, MD, MPH, FACP, FACSM, Pew Foundation Scholar in Nutrition and Metabolism, Assistant Professor of Medicine, University of Maryland, and Director of the Peak Performance Center for Healthy Living. Adriana Perez, Ph.D., A&P BC, FAAN, Associate Professor of Nursing, University of Pennsylvania School of Nursing. Teresa Stone, MD, FACP, Internal Medicine, MedStar Health, Medical Director and Co-Founder, Fresh and Savory Culinary and Lifestyle Medicine Shared Medical Appointment Program. Co-Chair, Health Equity Achieved Through Lifestyle Medicine, HEAL Initiative. Director, American College of Lifestyle Medicine Board. Jean Wu, MD, Director of the Center for Nutritional Studies at the Chinese University of Hong Kong, and member of the Global Council on Brain Health, convened by AARP.
The Whole Body Reset, your weight loss plan for a flat belly, optimum health, and a body you'll love at midlife and beyond, was written by Stephen Perrine and Heidi Skolnik. It was read by Stephen Perrine. It was recorded by John Russell at Present Studios in Weston, Connecticut. Editing, mix, and post-production by Kessler Media Productions. The associate producer was Alexandra Howdyshell. The Whole Body Reset was produced by Robert Kessler and directed by Alex Reisdorf. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. The Whole Body Reset is available in print from Simon & Schuster.